Yo, 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 what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everyone who is in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay and everything looks good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me or things are looking bad, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. All right. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who's in the building early. All right. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, Mod Extraordinaire. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen? Make sure y'all do exactly what she is saying in the chat right there. Shout out to my man Carlton Way. What's good with it, bro? My man TD Media Group in the building. What's good with it, bro? And shout out to Unsunken One. All right. It's good to see each and every one of you. All right. So what we're going to talk about today is these D.O.G.E audits. All right. These D.O.G.E audits. And, you know, it's interesting. All it takes is for somebody to start peeling back layers and start asking the dreaded Q word questions. And next thing you know, everything just starts becoming exposed. Everything starts becoming unraveled. Things start falling apart. Man, things start falling apart, and they are definitely falling apart, man. They are definitely falling apart. So, you know, these D.O.G.E audits may land some SMURFS in the big house. You know what I'm saying? They got Trump out here looking like Gargamel. You know what I'm saying? As it's not good. It's not good for these folks. All right. Another thing that's been going on is the lockdown. All right. It's a lot of locking down. It's a lot of locking down going on. All right. A lot of criminal gang members who are undocumented migrants are getting picked up all over the United States. All right. And, you know, it's interesting. Somehow this is quote unquote equated to prosecution. All right. It's somehow equated to quote unquote persecution. I don't know how it can be equated to quote unquote persecution when what we're talking about here are hardened criminal gang members. It doesn't make any sense. All right. It doesn't make any sense. So what we're going to do first is we're going to run through these prosecutions. Then we're going to run through what's going on the local levels. And it's a hot mess on the local levels, man. Listen, shout out to everybody watching, man. How many people live in blue areas? If you guys live in blue areas, give me a thumbs up. If you do not live in a blue area, give me a thumbs down. Anybody who lives in a blue area, my advice to you would be get out. Get out while you can.
It was 5 a.m. when agents from several federal agencies suited up and briefed on their illegal migrant criminal targets for the day. The Post joined ICE agents for a recent ride-along as they took to the streets to assist in President Trump's mass deportation effort.
It is a bright and early 3:40 a.m. here in Houston, Texas. We are heading to Immigration and Customs Enforcement's office here. They have a few targets lined up that they're planning to get some illegal migrants. We're going to head over there and see what's going on.
For hours, agents from several different federal agencies, including the FBI, the Diplomatic Service, the State Department, and Homeland Security Investigations, waited outside a Houston apartment complex where a known member of Tren de Aragua was believed to have taken refuge after...
Now, again, let me ask you guys this question. You got to ask about the pro-criminal culture versus the anti-criminal culture. It's very, very interesting. Again, let me ask you guys this. Is it pro-criminal to vote for laws that spend taxpayer dollars on harboring and protecting criminals? If it is, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down. And how does this fall into the same category as the quote-unquote no snitching culture? You see, shout out to Carlton. Hit the button, right? Because we got to break this down because it doesn't make sense. And we got to start asking questions and we got to start forcing answers out of people, right? We got to start, you know what I'm saying? We got to start getting rough up in here.
fleeing the scene of a recent murder. The agents had an arrest warrant from authorities in Dallas and wanted to get the target when he was not in his element, which could potentially put agents at risk if he had easy access to any weapons. He was observed early that morning walking a dog and hours later walked out of the apartment building, again, only to know freedom for mere seconds before he was caught by surprise.
Now, let me ask this question. If you're not pro-criminal, why would you vote for this? And why do so many things pro-criminal line up on one side of the quote-unquote political spectrum? I guess you could also say the quote-unquote cultural spectrum, right? Because culture and politics go hand in hand. So, again, we need an explanation on this. Somebody make this make sense. How is this quote-unquote truth and justice? Somebody explain that to me. Does that make any sense?
By an ICE officer, followed by several other feds. The officers ran up behind the baby-faced gangbanger who was making his way through.
Now, and again, another thing that we got to ask, right? You see these officers, quote-unquote ICE officers, immigration officers, they're arresting this individual, right? They're part of the executive branch of the government. They're executing policy. They're executing immigration policy on a violator of it, right? Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. These are agents of the government, right? These are police, right? How do you defund the police and be pro-ICE at the same time? How do you do it? How does it work? How does it exist in the same reality? Somebody explain it to me, all right? Again, please explain these things to me, right? Because we're surrounded by people who are like this. So we have to put these things out in the open. You know what I'm saying?
The courtyard to a nearby building in the same apartment complex.
They're trying to rob a member who was.
Did you guys see on the vest? What did it say on that guy's vest? It said, do you see it right there at the bottom? Police. The last three letters in police is ICE. ICE. All right. So how are you defund the police and pro-ICE? And then you vote for people that promote criminality. And then there's an issue when crime statistics are discussed. Help me understand. You know what I'm saying? I constantly beg everyone to help me understand. And you know what I'm saying? You know, I believe it or not, I'm not complaining about this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not complaining about this, right? But then I get more super chats than I get with help understanding. Now, you know, I'm not saying to stop with, you know, the funding of the organization. I ain't saying that. But it would be nice to get some support with the understanding of this stuff, right? Shout out to my man Carlton. My man Carlton up here scratching his head, all right? We sitting up here scratching our head. People looking at us like we got dandruff. You know what I'm saying? We up here scratching our heads. Somebody explain this to us. It doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense. Things need to make sense in order for them to work. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man AB Promotions. What's good with it? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
They're trying to rob a member who was suspected of murder in Dallas, and there's a warrant for him out of Dallas. You know, that's a huge win for us. That's an alleged murder that we're getting out of the community and off the streets here in Houston, so he cannot reoffend and further victimize other folks in the community. But this is something we do every single day here in Houston, targeted enforcement operations. So and
shout out to everybody watching. I really appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, there is only one explanation, lith hypocrisy. Yeah, if you guys agree, throw the monolith in the chat.
Identify our targets. We do our background investigations. We do our surveillance, everything we need to do so that when we leave this building, we know exactly who we're going after out there in the streets. We don't do anything indiscriminately. We're not going to areas and doing area control or anything like that. This is all targeted. When we leave, we know who we're going after. And that's the target. That's who we're
Shout out to DC for shout Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, dandruff, y'all haven't been using y'all juices and berries, huh? Well, I haven't been around any, I haven't been around any, thick Iranian saleswomen at the mall in order to, find the appropriate products for my scalp. You know what I'm saying? You know anybody that can help me out with that?
Looking for. We're not sweeping areas or anything. We're certainly not sweeping schools, hospitals, churches, anything like that. The policy's been rescinded as far as sensitive locations, but we're still working smart. We're still doing our job. And
shout out to my man, Win Loser Rug. What's good with it, bro? Win Loser Rug said, I got a new term, lithium logic. Bro, facts. Lithium logic, lithium ion. The lithium ion battery is fully charged.
Applying common sense. We're not looking to go into any of those areas. That's why we do the surveillance. That's why we do all of the research, the background checks to try and find a safe place or the safest place to effect that arrest. If we've got a particularly egregious criminal and they were in one of those locations and that's the only place we could find them, then we would certainly coordinate with that location to try and get them turned over. We're not going to just come unannounced to a school or to a church or to a hospital and start running through there looking for folks. That's not how we conduct business. It never has been the way we conduct business. So we will try and look for the safest location and the best location to make those arrests wherever we can.
And I need to let my family know. Yeah, that's my girlfriend to get a vehicle. Okay. Only thing I've been arrested for cheating. I never been arrested.
I just
again right on the back. Look, these ain't the police. Right on the jackets it says police.
I've been arrested for cheating.
Police. You know what I'm saying? Police. Right? Somebody called the police. Right? Okay, here they are. Right? So what I want you guys to understand is I want you guys to understand the swap, right? Shout out to Suey Swap, right? Shout out to Pancake Swap, right? Understand the swap, right? Because what's going on is the swap is taking place, going from the no switch culture to the pro snitch culture, right? And again, none of these definitions of quote unquote snitching are the definition of snitching that the great Neely Fuller Jr. used, right? But this is the pollution of the dynamic that we deal with. You know what I'm saying? This is the pollution of the dynamic that we deal with. Now, if you ask me, right, people's brains on scrambled eggs. You guys remember that commercial from back in the days? This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. I don't necessarily know if it takes drugs to get some people's brains to that point. You know what I'm saying? I think some people might come down the fallopian with the brains at that point. Right? Because how do you do these flips and switches and then, it just never even gets addressed. It just never even gets addressed. So I want to ask you guys this question. Who would go as far as to say that the quote unquote Democrats promote criminality? And this criminality has trickled down into the people that support Democrats. And the people that support Democrats have adopted Democrat culture. This is what I've been saying for a long time. But you know what it is. You know how it is. We got people under the investigation light. It's only bad cop because I don't have a good cop with me, right? And we got to ask these questions. And then everybody says, well, I want to talk to a lawyer. Somebody go get my lawyer. I don't want to answer these questions anymore. Well, that's only how it works in the criminal justice system. That's not how it works in the black light tyranny. In the black light tyranny, you do what I say, right? In the black light tyranny, you do what I say. You're not entitled to legal representation. You're not entitled to anything. You are the subject of what I feel like doing at the moment. That's how it works around here. You know what I'm saying? So, we got to ask these questions. Because when it comes to like the content creators and when it comes to political commentators and when it comes to people talking about these things, you don't really see people encouraging critical thought. You see people encouraging surfboarding. You know what I'm saying? You see people encouraging surfboarding. And when people are encouraging surfboarding, you know what I'm saying? They can't think. The only thing that they can do is ride a wave. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, dang, you sound like Trump. Hey, listen, man. Shout out to Tales from the Cryptocurrency. We've already established, right, that the Trump administration is quote unquote leading the culture, right? We already established that, right? With the verifiable, validatable facts, right? Now, you know, the culture race is on, it's up. Shout out to my man TD. Shout out to the Midwest. It's up, right? I mean, you know, it's not like, you know, it can't be lapped, or it's not like, you know, people can't take the lead or whatever, right? But that's not what's happening right now. That's not what's going on right now. People taking the seat back, and they cheering, and they applauding, and they complaining at the same time. And I'm just trying to make sense of all of it. I think, shout out to us that are in here, very few people are trying to make sense of it. Most people are just along for the ride, lady. You know what I'm saying? They just along for the ride, lady.
I never been arrested.
I just want to say thank you for coming out here, actually, and taking the time to see what we do and how we do it. We appreciate the support, and we appreciate the opportunity to get the message out to the community about what we're doing and how we're doing it. I think there's a lot of misinformation about what we do and how we do it, and I think people truly see what our officers are doing day to day and how they're doing it. I think we see a lot of support for what we do. Our officers live in these communities. They raise their families in these communities. We're not looking to go out there and terrorize communities. We're looking to go out there and enhance public safety, make these safe communities where we can all raise our kids and feel comfortable doing so. It's a lot of great work done by a lot of officers.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. If you have known criminals running around in your quote unquote community, does that make for a safe community? Does that make for a great place to have kids? Does that make for a wonderful place to do commerce? If it does, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, give me a thumbs down. Let's just say I got every single kind of criminal intermixed and walking around with everyday civilians, men, women, and children. Right? Does that make it a good environment? Are people going to rush to come there to do business? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says no. I would tend to agree. I don't want to get robbed walking down the street. You know, I don't want to catch a stray bullet with my face. You know what I'm saying? I don't, these are things that are not on my bucket list. You know what I'm saying? Why then can that happen so easily in the pro-criminal areas? Is it far-fetched to look at crime rates and to look at what goes on in Democrat areas, and then when you look at the pro-criminal culture, you say, this is why these things are happening? It's not budget, it's not money, it's not poverty. It's a parallelism of culture and politics aligning perfectly in the same geographical area. If you guys would say so, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would not say so, give me a thumbs down. Now, if you have people who support these things, and they've supported these things over time, what is the expected progression to be? What is the expected progression to be? Will there be upward mobility? Will there be stagnation? Will there be de-evolution? What will happen?
Officers here on the ground every single day, and I can't thank them enough for what they do. And you know, I hope that gets out to the public, and I hope they can see the positive impact that we're having in the communities. And I go back to the numbers.
Yeah. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, right? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says sometimes they're in the same damn house with you. Fam treating them like witness protection. Facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Hit the button, right? Hit the button. So this is what I'm saying. There's very few people who are willing to, like, when you look at this stuff and you start asking questions, right? And you start looking at the actions that people have been taking. How do you get around self-involvement of self-induced political decimation, self-induced oblivion? How do you not say that there's a contribution to that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it doesn't make sense. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. So say, for instance, right, you have a person that they have terrible health. They're obese. You know what I'm saying? They can't breathe very well. Their heart is failing. They're diabetic. And you say, hey, listen, you already got a bad situation. Your situation is bad. You know what I'm saying? Your situation is horrible. You know what I'm saying? let's work on some things to fix your situation. Maybe let's not eat a box of Twinkies when you first get up. Let's try that, right? Let's not smoke an entire pack of cigars every day. Let's stop with that one. Let's calm that down a little bit too. All right. And instead of eating, the maple laced, bacon that you eat with your breakfast, let's just give turkey bacon a shot for about a week and see if you feel a little bit better. Let's just try some of those things. And instead, what they do is they double down and buy 2 boxes of Twinkies to eat in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Not only do they continue to eat bacon, but they add, about 3 or 4 links of polka kibasi on there, right? They sit down and watch a little bit more TV. And what little walking they used to do, they go and get one of them golf carts for big people that they drive around in and shop at the store with. Right? They get the big person golf cart. Things get worse. Then you see them outraged about like prices of fruits and vegetables, knowing that they don't touch a fruit or a vegetable ever. The only thing they get is fruit flavored candy, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know, some type of lotion, maybe with some cucumbers in it or something. And then they outraged because they just get worse. What do you do with that? How do you deal with that? I mean, we just gave you all these remedies. You're contributing to your own demise, and then you double down on it. But then you act like you're outraged about the price of healthy food. I don't understand it. Shout out to DSA. What's good with it? Shout out to AW1. What's good with it, AW? AW1 says, yo, Rob, did you hear about the white nationalists that was in Ohio? You mean the ones that the news decided to talk about today, or the ones that been here forever that they never talk about? Which one you talking about? You know what I'm saying? If I'm not mistaken, the one you talking about, I think went on in Columbus. I don't live in Columbus. I live in Northeast Ohio. You know what I'm saying? But they've been had stuff going on like that in Columbus for a long time. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of, you know what I'm saying, police brutality and stuff like that that goes on in Columbus. And, you know what I'm saying, they it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, check this out. Hey, did you hear about the one that got elected as president? Anybody hear about that one?
From last year, and we removed, I believe, around 15,000 folks, just the Houston office removed from the United States last year, with, I believe, a little over 50% of those being criminals. That's a huge number of criminals that are no longer in our communities here in Houston. So I always like to share with my officers, just think about how many crimes you prevented. You can't measure it because it didn't happen. But when you remove 7,000 to 8,000 criminals out of the community in a year, I guarantee you there's a lot of folks out there, potential victims, that didn't get victimized because of the work that my folks do every single day. And that's what I'm proud of, and I hope they're proud of every day as well.
Yeah, so again, right? We I don't know why we have to do this, right? But we've proven that ICE, quote unquote, are the police, right? So again, we got to keep asking the question: defund the police, but quote unquote, get these migrants out of here. How does that work at the same time? All right. So next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch, that lady on Fox News that looks like Jar Jar Binks. We're gonna watch her talk about the criminal migrants that have been deported to Guantanamo Bay. They got this logistics system of moving these migrants working smooth. You know what I'm saying?
Question, and just because of the number of all these lawsuits now, is this the new lawfare? On the list of legal fights from the left, they are now pressing lawsuits against President Trump's orders to end birthright citizenship.
What do you got? I think that there's actually a case to uphold ending birthright citizenship. I just don't think that it's popular, but I think that there's definitely a legitimate case to upholding the end of birthright citizenship. I don't know why people like Jasmine Crockett are going hard in the paint to maintain birthright citizenship. I don't understand it. It must be a nice paycheck. You know what I'm saying? Now, we're going to talk about D.O.G.E because D.O.G.E found some interesting things with FEMA, right? And the thing is that, I don't really know if we can even say that D.O.G.E found these things, right? Because if you go back and watch the Undocumented channel and you go back and watch all of the videos, we've talked about all of these things throughout the years as they've happened, including with the amounts of money that have been spent, right? But, it's just not, it's got to be an Elon Musk, right? It's got to be an Elon Musk, you know what I'm saying? Because Black light can't be great, You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk got to put a chip in your head. So it's got to be Elon Musk. So Musk brings this stuff to the forefront, and all of a sudden it's a new discovery, right? Just like the Fibonacci sequence. It can't be a Sanskrit mathematical pattern. It's got to be Fibonacci, right? It's got to have spaghetti and meatballs on it, right? You know what I'm saying? Then also the common sense transgender female inmates to male prisons. I mean, that's just that we've talked about that in the past. I mean, it's like I said, it gets to these streams are all the same at some point. USAID employees put on leave. I won't be mad when they actually put USAID on leave. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, what you see is, again, in the populace, right? People are happy with these things. Shout out to Tia. What's good with it, Tia? People are happy with these things, but they are not admitting that they're happy with it. They got to find something that they're upset about. Elon Musk is not the person that people like. A lot of people, right? I don't like Elon Musk, right? But I tell you what, though, I can separate actions versus how I feel about a person. It's the same thing with Trump, right? I'm not a big Elon Musk fan. I'm not mad at what he's doing with the D.O.G.E efficiency organization with the government, though. A lot of this stuff needs to be exposed. The government has been known for waste for a very long time. Shout out to my man Kiko. What's good with it, bro? If you take a macro or a microeconomics class, they will tell you that the government is extremely inefficient. This is one of the reasons why a lot of industries start with the government, like with NASA or with the military, and then they'll branch off and turn into private agencies, private businesses, because the government tends to not do things efficiently. This is a fact. You know what I'm saying? There should have always been some type of total quality management or some type of Kasian or some type of ISO organization that audited the government. There should always be auditors auditing the auditors, right? That's why we had all those series, right? Auditing Africa, auditing AI, auditing America, all these things we were doing on Black Light Revelations, right? We've been doing them for years, right? But the populace, and that includes everybody, that's a all lives matter populace, they got to get it from Elon. So here Elon is to deliver it for you. And here it is in repeat on my channel.
To stop sending transgender inmates to male prisons and to put United States, the USAID workers on leave. Vice President Vance, a Yale law graduate, posted, if a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general and how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. Judges are not allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Phil Holloway now, former assistant district attorney, former police officer, and a legal advisor.
I got to ask you guys this question. Why? Listen, and again, this is the pro-criminal, this is the false reality culture, right? Let me ask you guys this. We got to line up the false reality culture. Carlton, get the button ready. Brooklyn Queen, get the button ready. Win, lose, or rug. DC, get the buttons ready. All right? The anti-reality culture. Anti-reality culture tells you that a male is a female. This lines up with pro-criminal culture. All of these things are all on the same side. Then you ask these questions. Then you have discussions about these things with the people that vote for them. And you will see things all line up. They will all line up. I'm anti-reality. What I'm telling you is that a male is a female. I'm pro-crime, which means that I'm perfectly okay with people breaking immigration laws, as well as protecting criminal illegal migrants and promoting politics that encourage crime within my neighborhood, right? And I'll vote for these people for decades. And then I'll ask the question, why aren't things getting better? I don't know, like everything that the Democrats offer are the ingredients of a monumental shitstorm. Would you guys, if you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So there's been 60 years of 80% support for voting for a monumental shitstorm. And then when a class 5 shitstorm happens, It's like the weatherman didn't tell us about this. I just went outside and got slapped in the head with a turd. Like, what? Somebody make it make sense. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, when is the Big Meech concert? And what is the... Shout out to this is the quality control. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. MK Ultra. Facts. MLK Ultra. Martin King Ultra. Facts. You know what I'm saying? When is the Big Meech concert and what is Ice's phone number? Ask Vanilla Ice, baby. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of that, man, I saw this little YouTube short that had me dying laughing. It was from when Jim Carrey used to do Vanilla Ice on The Living Color. I was crying laughing, man. That was hilarious.
To the Georgia Sheriff's Department. Phil, good to see you. So first of all, your reaction to the vice president's words there, his post about...
I mean, like, I'm not trying to be funny, man, but at this point, I don't know what to... I don't know what to do at this point, except like you just have to ruthlessly ridicule this stuff. You just have to ruthlessly ridicule it because, I mean, we don't have enough influence. We don't have enough resources to be able to change it the way that we need to. And, you know, there's people in denial that keep saying that it's changing and it's not. You know what I'm saying? And I don't, you know, the only thing that can be done is just to ruthlessly ridicule and put the magnifying glass on how insidiously ridiculous this nonsense is. So that's you know what I'm saying, for the most part. I mean, that's about all we can do. Shout out to Shamika. What's good with it, Shamika? You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. There's so much going on with this, and there always is so much going on with this. We got a lot of stuff to talk about because it's just, it's just absurd at this point. This is ridiculous.
You can't really jump on the executive's power this way.
Well, the vice president is exactly right, Harris. This is an anti-constitutional effort by the courts in many of these cases to simply substitute the judgment of an unelected judge for that of the duly elected president of the United States. And in many instances, like the case out of the Southern District of New York, which is the lawsuit brought by Letitia James and some other.
Big facts. Big facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, make ridicule and shame great again. Facts. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Listen, you guys already know, man. You know, and I talk about this on the other channel. I'm done. We're all about the elitism. We have to do the elitism. We have to do it. We have to do it. There's no other way. We on DEFCON 5 over here. You know what I'm saying? We got to go with the elitism because it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like we just can't continue this going forward. You know, this is ridiculous.
Other attorneys general, you know, that even goes so far as to inject the courts into the relationship between the political supervision of federal agencies and the president of the United States and his authority. This is a clear anti-constitutional violation of separation of powers. Nobody disputes, Harris, that these courts are allowed to engage in judicial review if the Congress or the executive oversteps their constitutional authority in some other way. Yeah, they can issue an injunction, but just because the judge doesn't like what the president might be doing, that doesn't mean the judge gets to separate or inject his opinion and substitute his judgment for that of the president. It's unconstitutional. It's wrong. It's lawfare 2.0 or 3.0, whatever the number is up to now. And the Justice Department,
I want to get more into the lawfare part of it for certain, but I do want to get to this, Phil. It's a different, on this list of legal battles, another one, a federal court yesterday.
Hey, why do they keep putting all these different angles of like just Trump making these weird faces on here? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that bothering anybody else? It's just weird to me.
Blocked the Trump administration from sending 3 detained Venezuelans to Guantanamo Bay. The president has promised to expand the prison to hold.
Why would you do that? I mean, and again, this is what another thing that people should pay very close attention to, right? Is after you recover, after you lick your wounds from the ridicule, you know what I'm saying? After we just smoke you with roasts, you know what I'm saying? Then the next thing you got to do is, you know, start doing some soul searching, right? Ask yourself the question, why would anyone support politicians who quote unquote protect criminals? Now we know that the politicians are the criminals too, but there's some of them that at least they try to act like they're doing something constructive, right? Now we know that they're not, you know what I'm saying? For the most part, they just constructing, you know, their own wealth, right? But they might do a little bit, give you a little trickle down or whatever, right? Get a little trickle down, right? So what federal court would block the Trump administration from sending detained Venezuelan migrants to the Guantanamo Bay? And we're going to talk, and now these aren't just Venezuelan migrants, right? It's not just, oh, I just got this, you know, these little toddlers and these little kids and the two little girls over here. We finna ship them off to Guantanamo Bay. No, we're talking about Trinidad Aragua members. Why are the Democrats so listen, again, shout out to the Monolith. Hello, Monolith. Do you not see that the Democrats care more about Trinidad Aragua than they care about you? Now here go the question. We got to ask the Monolith, what you going to do about it? Shout out to the specialist. What's good with it? What the Monolith going to do about it? Or are they, you know, they're not really talking about that these days. You know what I'm saying?
Venezuelans to Guantanamo Bay. The president has promised to expand the prison to hold up to 30,000 criminal, violent, illegal aliens. New images now show the first plane.
So you see what type of illegal migrants that they send in there, violent criminal ones. Federal court is blocking the administration from being able to do that. Somebody make sense of it. Somebody help. Somebody, this is what I'm saying. Somebody help me make sense of this. Who's been training people to think over the last 60 years is my question. Or have people been trained to think? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. We got 22 people watching. We got 15 likes. We need 6 likes to get to the 1-to-1 ratio. So please, if the 6 people who haven't liked the stream could take a moment, like the stream, that'd be great. Throw them 100s in the chat. And if you haven't shared the stream to your social media, please take a moment, share the stream to your social media. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says they're not going to do anything. Yeah, I got to agree. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at this, man. Like I said, bro, this is all bizarre to me.
Administration from sending 3 detained Venezuelans to Guantanamo Bay. The president has promised to expand the prison to hold up to 30,000 criminal, violent, illegal aliens. New images now show the first plane arrivals there, and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem visited that site last week. And here,
now again, we got to do this, right? See the back of the jacket? What it say? Police, 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 police. Defund the police, but we need ICE. I'm calling ICE, but defund the police. Listen, if you defund the police, who's gonna pick up the phone when you call ICE? We gonna get. How many? As much as we be talking about this, and you guys go to other people's streams, and other people do their content different from me, and you know what I'm saying. Respect to other people that do their content different than me. You know what I'm saying. There's only one me. You know what I'm saying, right? But when people say I'm finna call ICE, but then at the same time, you know, they might be outraged about another situation and say defund the police. Who's going to pick up the phone if the police is defunded? Who's going to buy an answering machine to take your message if the police is defunded? How do these things exist at the same time? How? Defund the police, but get ICE there immediately. Well, with the defunding of the police comes the cutting of staff, right? So they're not going to get there immediately if the police are defunded because there's not going to be any payroll for police. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to my man, Deformed Pretty Boy. What's good with it, bro? Deformed Pretty Boy said, but they didn't block that for the assumed terrorists back during 9/11. Right. Bro, this is what I'm saying. This is ridiculous. And this is one of the reasons why people got to be so careful with who they be throwing their support behind. You know what I'm saying?
there, and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem visited that site last week. And here's what she said about who actually is being held there.
I watched a plane load of people unload at Gitmo that were pedophiles, child pornographers. They were drug dealers in our communities that literally these cartels are partnering with the Chinese to kill our next generation of Americans. That's who we're putting down there at Gitmo.
So we know about what's happening in Gitmo. There's been transparency there. We also know that there's some challenge.
Hey, you know what they call them? Shout out to AV Promotion. They call them collaterales. You know what I'm saying? That collateral. You know what I'm saying? This is collaterados, collateralinos. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said people don't really want the police defunded. I agree. I agree. I don't think people really want the police defunded. I don't think that they do. I think that people just say it. Right? So my question is then, why do people say it? Why do people say things that they don't want? You know what I'm saying? And then ask the question, well, why is this like this? I mean, really? You know what I'm saying?
Challenges there. What's your take on it, Phil, legally?
Well, I think the concern with respect to those individuals going down to Guantanamo Bay might be something along the lines of whether they have access to counsel. That's a legitimate legal concern, but there's nothing inherently wrong, Harris, with the president housing or the administration housing individuals who are legitimately detained or arrested under the immigration laws there in the cut.
Look, again, police on the back. So do we need to continue on with this? Right? We don't need to continue on with this. I think we've established it. We've established that police are necessary for the mass deportation efforts. We've established this, right? I mean, it doesn't. We don't need to run that back down the line. We don't have to do that anymore, right? It's not a debate anymore, right? So now what has to be debated is how can these two things exist at the same time? How can these things? So what's happened that needs to be acknowledged, right, is that there's been a shift. There's been a shift in culture. There's been a shift in culture from a anti-police culture, right, to a pro-police culture. And people aren't saying it because they don't want to admit it, because they're immature. Would you guys, if you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Because again, if you defund the police, you defunding ICE. You guys see, again, it says it right on the jackets. Oh, ICE ain't police. They are police. It says it right on the jacket. These are the police. These are executives who execute the orders of the executive branch of the government. That's why they are part of the executive branch. You know what I'm saying?
Custody of the United States government, where they are housed is more or less irrelevant. As long as they have access to counsel, basic constitutional due process safeguards are in place, that's perfectly fine. It's my understanding that particular injunction might be going away. I hope that it does, because once the government offers assurances to the judge that no, these people are going to have.
I'm just throwing this out there, and this might outrage some people. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully it doesn't. It just is reality. That politician that's talking right now, I guarantee you he eats grits. I will be willing to put $10 on it that he eats grits. You know what I'm saying? And I guarantee you he eats corned beef and hash too. You know what I'm saying?
Due process. Look, the people that were there, the terrorists that were there, the government was able to give them some type of due process. So that's not going to be a problem.
Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Yeah, oh yeah, we're gonna get to that, bro. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said, bro, have you heard they caught FBI here in Cali telling people when ICE was going to hit? Yeah, you know what? And believe it or not, I think that there was more than just Cali that happened in, which is wild, right? Like that's kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying?
problem. I think in the long run, the president is going to be able to continue to use the facilities at Guantanamo Bay if that's what his judgment is.
So all of that, though, and I want to just quickly touch on this lawfare. And you're right. I mean, that's what I've been calling it. You called it 2.3. I think it's all part of the same chain because it's a push against a man who was a candidate experiencing that, who's now president experiencing that. Your take?
Yeah, it is lawfare. It's the
shout out to DC Precise, right? Shout out to Crew Reality. What's good with it, bro? DC said he probably eats a lot of things, right? You know what I'm saying? Right.
whole idea of the left is going to resist. They're going to take it to the courts. They're even taking it to the streets. They're doing everything they can to thwart the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump president. He said he was going to do these things. He is doing these things. It should not surprise anyone. At the end of the day, Harris, it is wrong for the courts to overstep their Article 3 power and try.
Oh yeah, that ain't no shade on grits. Shout out to my man Deforeign Pretty Boy. I love grits, bro. Listen, fish and grits, shrimp and grits. Yeah, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. It's grits and eggs, even. You know what I'm saying?
Try to basically inject themselves, the courts, into the operations of the executive branch. It's just not how our system.
Yeah. Shout out to Crew Reality. 95,933. That's a good number, man. That's a good number. You know what I'm saying? If y'all agree that's a good number, throw some flames in the chat. If y'all disagree, you know what I'm saying, give me a thumbs down.
Of separation of powers was intended to work.
Well, and you're right about that. I mean, the American people, not only did they vote last November, but I mean, recent polling shows that they want the current president to keep going in majority forward with what he's doing.
Now, you know, it's funny. I was talking to a coworker, AW1. Yo, shout out to AW1. AW1 says, yo, Rob, you really eat grits? Yeah, hell yeah. The ones out the Quaker, the Quaker grits. Don't everybody eat grits? Hell yeah, I eat grit, bro. That's like literally all my mom used to make for breakfast. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay, the informant. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, hell yeah, man. Listen, shout out to y'all, man. How many of y'all eat grits? If y'all eat grits, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Mama Zeke. What's good? Listen, man. Hey. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, yeah, see, that Crew Reality know exactly what I'm talking about. See, that's what I was talking about with the corned beef hash. Hey, I ain't even, y'all already know where I was about to go. I'm not going to go there. Shout out to my man, Michael R. What's good with it, bro? I thought everybody ate grits. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said my mama made grits too, man. Yeah, hell yeah. Listen, man, listen. You know how everybody be having these tests? All you got to do is add, what color is the box of Jiffy cornbread? If you don't know what color the box of Jiffy cornbread is, all right, I ain't got nothing to say to you, man. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? You tried it, didn't work. You know what I'm saying? You tried it didn't work. You know what I'm saying? What color is the box of Jiffy cornbread? Like, you know what I'm saying? You call it stuffing or you call it dressing. Like, let's go. You know what I'm saying?
Bill Holloway, thank you so very much for your time.
All right, so there's that. So let's next take a look at some of these busts. Let's take a look at some of these busts. Now, there was a woman, right? And she was arrested in a multi-state sex trafficking ring. And in this multi-state sex trafficking ring, it was tied back to Trinidad, Aragua. Yeah, shout out to Unsunken One. Blue, white, and yellow. Facts. Blue, white, and yellow. Listen, everybody mess with Jiffy. You know what I'm saying? Everybody mess with Jiffy. Everybody mess with them little potato bread dinner rolls. Like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like cut the games. You can't just get by with the collard green talk anymore. So it's some real people out. You know what I'm saying? Real folks out here now. You know what I'm saying? They don't let some real people in the game. You ain't gonna get away with just the collard green talk anymore. You know what I'm saying? The collard green talk, that's done. You got to come with something better than that. You know what I'm saying?
An arrest in a multi-state sex trafficking ring with ties to the transnational gang Tren de Aragua happening right here in San Antonio. One of the 8 defendants indicted today was in federal court this afternoon.
News 4 San Antonio's Mariah Medina joins us live with the details of that arrest, plus the sex trafficking ring that law enforcement says targeted.
Hey, Kiko, no, look, shout out to Kiko. Kiko, no. Bro, listen, you know that like the regular rolls is all right, but when you got the yellow ones, you know it's finna be lit. When you see them yellow rolls come out of the oven, bro, you like, yeah, it's about to be lit. Them yellow rolls hit different.
Vulnerable women from South America. Mariah, good evening.
Jonathan Mandy Uribetsi del Valle Gomez Machuca, a Venezuelan national, was arrested in San Antonio this morning. An indictment out of Nashville, Tennessee, saying she and 7 others brought women into the United States with the promise of a better life. And
now, again, right, you see this, right? Now, again, why do people want to keep these people here? Shout out to my man DSB. What's good with it, bro? Why do people want to keep these people here? Somebody make somebody make this make sense. And these criminal busts, these been going on forever, man. And they not showing these on the national news for the most part. You might hear about this in a little clip on Fox or something like that. You know what I'm saying? The red news gonna definitely show this, but the Smurf news ain't gonna show this though. You know what I'm saying? The Smurf news is not showing none of this.
An arrest in a multi-state sex trafficking ring with ties to the transnational gang Tren de Aragua happening right here in.
Shout out to AB Promotions. AB crazy. AB said. Oh man. AB said, I eat grits with Jollof seasoning. Hey, listen, I ain't mad at it. At least you got the grits on there. I'm not mad at it, bro. Hey, what's the name of that stuff that they make like with the mashed potatoes or whatever, and they like pour the like the soup on it? Man, I can't think of the name of it. Man, what was it? Fufu? Is that what it's called? Fufu? You could probably make some wild type of fufu with some grits. For real, for real. Use the grits as the starch and then throw whatever on top of the grits. I bet you that wouldn't be that bad. You know what I'm saying? To be honest. Hey, listen, you know, people be saying, hey, listen, man, that's YouTube, bro. Listen, I mess with some African food. You know what I'm saying? African food is good. You know what I'm saying? Find you an African that knows how to cook some really good food. Yo, listen, man. You know what I'm saying? I think it's called pepper soup or something like that. Man, listen. Hey, if they had an African restaurant that sold some of that stuff, I straight up be buying it all the time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, your boy Eric Adams is clear of all charges. Hey, I told y'all, man. I told y'all. And, you know, they kind of really they kind of putting the pressure on other people in New York, and Eric Adams just sitting back collecting Bitcoins. You know what I'm saying? That defense cost me like 4 Bitcoins, son. You know what I'm saying? I'm a free man, but it cost me 4 Bitcoins. You know what I'm saying?
San Antonio, one of the 8 defendants indicted today was in federal court this afternoon.
News 4 San Antonio's Mariah Medina joins us live with the details of that arrest, plus the sex trafficking ring that law enforcement says targeted vulnerable women from South America. Mariah, good evening.
Jonathan Mandy.
Why is it that when women are involved in these type of sex trafficking crimes, somehow they are always vulnerable, but no one else is ever vulnerable? Like if you sell dope to a crackhead, the crackhead is never vulnerable. They just a drug addict. But they are vulnerable because clearly they have an addiction disease, because addiction is a disease in 2025. But anytime a woman is involved in the crime, it's just always they're vulnerable. How are they vulnerable if they're powerful and independent? What vulnerable, powerful, independent person does anybody know? I don't know how to, again, I don't know how these things exist at the same time. I don't know how these things exist at the same time. What about OnlyFans models? Are they vulnerable? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't get this. I don't understand it. But again, when you do this kind of thing, Now we got to stack it up, right? We're dealing with simp culture. Simp culture goes hand in hand with everything else that we're talking about. This is simp talk. A female criminal is vulnerable. A female criminal is the only type of criminal that has vulnerability automatically attached to the crime. They were just vulnerable. No, they weren't. They were trying to. They are capitalists like everybody else. They're just trying to make some money. They were involved in body capitalism. What do I got? I don't have nothing. I'm gonna sell my body. Okay, bet. You know what I'm saying? To me, like it's just wild. It's just wild. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's one of the reasons why these kind of things keep happening. We've encouraged not having a clear understanding of one's own involvement in their particular situation. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy says they're lying. Bro, I've been to a couple places down there. It's nothing to sell some box. Yo, look, man, listen. Right. And then, of course, you know, what do they do when industries do well domestically? What do? They export the goods. It's simple economics. If this is doing good in my country where the currency isn't worth a lot, I can bring my product, which is housed in the underwear, to the United States and get paid more for doing the same. I mean, it's economic migration, which is what actually they've been calling a lot of this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Uribetsi del Valle Gomez Machuca, a Venezuelan national, was arrested in San Antonio this morning. An indictment out of Nashville, Tennessee, saying she and 7 others brought women into the United States with the promise of a better life and instead forced them into prostitution in Nashville, Tennessee.
What was the price? Forced it? How are they always? How is it that is there any prostitute that just decided to become a prostitute? Literally every single prostitute, it was forced. Every single one. There's not any that just decided to say, I'm gonna do something strange for some change because I'm broke. Every single prostitute was forced into prostitution. But no other criminal was forced into doing what they do. You know what I'm saying? The drug dealers, no crack dealer was forced to become a crack dealer. You know what I'm saying? I was forced to speed. You know what I'm saying? I was driving down the street and I hit a sheet of black ice. You know what I'm saying? And I stopped the car, but I was on ice, so the car just kept going and it slid through the stop sign. I was forced through the stop sign by the elements. I don't matter. You're getting a ticket anyway. I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Intuitively Wise. What's good with it, bro? Intuitively Wise said, I think Mayor Adams figured out the trap set by the Democrats and he got out of the way. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you on that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't disagree with you on that. Like, it just like somebody make this make sense.
Ms. Machuca did appear in federal court in San Antonio today, where our cameras are not allowed, asking a judge if she could have that criminal case.
Now, again, I want you guys to see all this, right? This is the pro-crime culture right here. The pro-crime culture. This is what the Democrat vote for this. We will protect these people more than we will protect you. We will provide policy for these people and enrich these people, even though they're doing a pretty good job doing the stick-up thing right here. You know what I'm saying? We'll enrich, these people more than you, even after they snatch these diamond necklaces off of these mannequins. You know what I'm saying? Look, shout out to Jay. Jay said Eric Adams couldn't figure out a sock from a shoe. Listen, he figured out to take Bitcoin for his paycheck. That's step one, right?
Gomez Machuca did appear in federal court in San Antonio today, where our cameras are not allowed, asking a judge if she could have that criminal case moved to San Antonio, as her only family is here. Though Gomez Machuca will have to first go to Nashville. According to an indictment we obtained, at least one victim was flown from San Antonio to Nashville. Gomez Machuca telling her she would need to work off a $30,000 debt through being trafficked to cover that flight. The indictment refers to Gomez-Machuca as an enforcer for this human trafficking operation, monitoring victims at Nashville hotels to make sure that they didn't.
Now listen, man, this is going, this is going to sound bad, right? But it is what it is. Now, shout out to the fellas, right? How many fellas have had bad toxic relationships where you're dealing with a woman, right? And the woman was supposed to contribute a particular amount financially to the expenses of the relationship. Say, for instance, you were cohabitating, right? And you had an apartment. The apartment rent was like $1,000 a month, and the idea was you both would pay half. She don't 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 pay half. And then you guys break up, and you like, are you gonna ever pay me this money that you owe me? No, I'm not paying you anything. I'm not with you anymore. I'm not paying anything. How many times have people seen that happen? Like, that happens all the time. And again, that's not something that's exclusive to women, right? But for this particular example, they knew that there was a quote unquote $30,000 debt associated with this trafficking. We want to get into the United States. How much is it going to cost? It's going to cost $30,000. We don't have $30,000. Okay, we're going to make $30,000 out of your ass. Okay, cool. Just get me to the United States. Then somehow they were forced. I bet you, had you said, I'll come back when I have $30,000, I bet you wouldn't have got taken to the United States. So again, the world that we live in and all the complaints that people have about the male-female dynamics, you know what I'm saying? Like, men have encouraged this nonsense because of simp mentalities and simp culture and simp behavior. You're not a victim if you commit a crime. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You know what I'm saying? You're a liar. You're non-committal. You're lying. You don't have $30,000, and now you have to sell ass to make it up. And then you want to cry about it because you're sore and you can't walk right. You know what I'm saying? Why didn't you just stay your ass in your country and get a job? And that doesn't even just apply to, migrants. That applies to anybody. You're going to go walk the strip. Nobody told you to go walk the strip. You could have go walked your ass in community college and got an associate's degree. But instead, you chose not to. Instead, you chose to sell ass. You know what I'm saying? You're not a victim. You know what I'm saying? You're a business person. And your business flopped. You're not an automatic victim because of your body parts. You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Run away. Now, 2 others indicted in this operation are alleged to have used their affiliation with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua to further intimidate.
And then again, like, you got to ask yourself the question. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, the proximity of these type of males, right? You guys, and again, the dynamic is the same everywhere, right? Like, if you go down this red pill, if you go down this red pill rabbit hole, you got all these Chinese nationals coming into the United States, right? And you got all these people with the HB1 visas. Now, let's talk about them in a mature way, right? We're not gonna, do the, hate speech or whatever. We're gonna talk about, a lot of the software people, right? The Indians, you know what I'm saying, the Asians. Do you ever see them with a gang of females? Nah. Like the intelligent migrants that are gonna be working for Elon Musk and Trump, do they come with a whole cheerleading squad? No. For some reason, the females only come with the cartel trash. So, there's connections, right? When it comes to the undocumented population and the documented population, some things don't never change. Some things don't never change. Even the undocumented females like to be around the degenerate undocumented. You don't ever see a bunch of software engineers coming in with all the hot undocumented chicks, right? They don't come in with them females that the passport bros looking for. Oh, she bad. She foreign. She with the software engineer. Nah, even on the undocumented side, they like the degenerates. They like the degens and not the crypto ones. You know what I'm saying? Why is that? Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Like, they made me sell ass, you know what I'm saying? Because I owe them $30,000. How you even get mixed up with people like that? And these people over here, they trying to get a software job. Shout out to Jada Informant. Jada Informant said, Blacklight, did you catch the Breakfast Club Big Bang interview? Nah, I didn't catch it. I don't really watch the Breakfast Club all like that unless Charlamagne say something dumb. I don't even know who Big Dank is, for real, for real. Who is it? Who is Big Dank? Shout out to Ty Richardson. For real, I really don't know who that is. But for real, somebody explain this to me. Explain this to me. Even the undocumented females, they have an attraction to the degenerate dudes, and then it's somehow victim mentality. Like, why are you around this type of dude? You're not with the software people? You're not with the electrical engineers? I you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you're not with the Asian people that's about to try to get a job at that's about to try to get a job at Tesla. You're not with them? Think about it, man. What does that say? What that says that's interesting is that, you know, is world culture really that different? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, you don't want to know. Trust me. I believe it. You know, they not even, you know, they be saying, you know, on YouTube, they say corny stuff because, you know, most of these YouTubers out here, they so corny. You know what I'm saying? They ain't never been around nothing. They ain't never shot nothing, never popped nothing. Nigga, stop fronting. You know what I'm saying? You know, so, you know, they be saying like Jose. Oh, they be with Jose. Nah, you know what I'm saying? Nah, Jose ain't no cartel name. You know what I'm saying? These chicks be with Eladio. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And Emilio. You know what I'm saying? People like that. You know what I'm saying? With the last name Jimenez and shit like that. Them real cartel people. You know what I'm saying? When you know you dealing with some real cartel Latinos, they'll have like a Muslim first name. You know what I'm saying? And the last name will be Hispanic. On YouTube, they corny asses because they ain't never been around nobody. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, oh yeah, you know, Jose, you know what I'm saying, and all that. But nah, I'm talking about like Ramen Guzman, like people like that, like that person that got like a Bowie knife, you know what I'm saying, at all times, holding his bow tie together. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay. Jay said Big Dank blamed her obesity on baby fat and thyroid. That fat girl from the Lyft situation. What's the Lyft situation? And she blamed her obesity on baby fat and thyroid. I gotta see the labs on the thyroid. Yeah, shout out to AB. AB said Enrique, right? You know what I'm saying? See, yeah, Deformed Pretty Boy know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about them Latinos that be having, they have a Muslim first name, you know what I'm saying, and then it'll be a Latino last name. It'll be like Alibaba Menendez, and you like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? My dad is like the head of the Juarez cartel. Oh, well, shit. All right, then. You know what I'm saying? Not like on YouTube where they think that the only Hispanic name is Jose. You know what I'm saying?
Intimidate victims into compliance. Gomez Machuca will be taken to Nashville, where investigators say that this prostitution.
Yeah, like that. Exactly. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug, Ishmael Gomez, or their name would be Israel or something like that. It'd be like Israel Guadalupe or something wild like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Ty. Facts. That's what I'm talking. Facts. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said also Trump said these Latinos speak a different language than other Spanish. And that's because a lot of them still, another thing that's not acknowledged, most Latinos do speak two languages, you know what I'm saying? And it's not, and the other language don't have nothing to do with English. A lot of them still speak their tribal language, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of them have, you know, they have a tribal language that they speak from the indigenous people that was there. You know what I'm saying? Like in Mexico, they got other languages that are not Spanish or English, Romance languages as they call them, in Mexico. So like in them little rural parts, they speak a different language. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I you know, Trump is probably right on that, especially the people coming from Mexico, you know what I'm saying? People coming from Venezuela, you know what I'm saying? Even in, you know, I bet you some Puerto Ricans, they probably got a little Diano type, you know, dialect or whatever that they might speak. That might be mixed a little bit with the language that they speak currently. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's a whole world out there. Shout out to Jay. Jay said the 600-pound rapper tried to get into a lift and the driver canceled on her to her face and said sorry. Hey, let me ask y'all, what do y'all think about that? And then look, check this. That made the news. You know what I'm saying? Now, here go the quote. What kind of car was it? Was it a compact car? You know what I'm saying? And then my thing is with that particular individual, right? Like with that particular individual, had that individual ever had Lyft? Had they ever Lyft or any type of you know, transportation canceled on them before? That was a small car. Here go my question. What she expect? Why, you know what I'm saying? Like, what she expect? She couldn't fit in the chair, and she just gonna go around and sue everybody because everybody don't have size appropriate stuff. You don't accept me because I'm big. It's not me that's not accepting you. You can't fit your big ass in the chair. I told you could come through. I did not accept you. The chair rejected your big ass. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would have said. The chair rejected your big ass. Didn't you see I let you in? I opened up the damn door. Your big ass couldn't fit through it. Who fault is that? You know what I'm saying? You gonna sue the wall? You gonna sue the door? The door made you feel bad? The door been the same size since the building was built. And here your big ass come, and now all of a sudden it's a problem. She was talking about accommodation. Why doesn't she accommodate a normal appetite or a normal weight? Why does everything have to be accommodated around these freaks? You know what I'm saying? You have eaten yourself to an astronomical size, and we're not in an astronomical space. We're in a Earth space. You know what I'm saying? She said fat people should be a protected class. They are a protected class. They got adipose tissue. That's protection. You know what I'm saying? Literal protection. That's what helps bears hibernate. That's what helps whales, you know what I'm saying, be able to still swim at extreme temperatures. She has biological protection. You know, I know, you know, in 2025, biology doesn't mean very much, but they have biological protection. You know what I'm saying? She could protect herself by eating fruits and vegetables and going to a gym. That would do wonders for protecting her heart health. Right? What kind of protection do she want? What about the car? That car needs a different type of insurance policy. I don't know if shocks and stuff like that are covered under the bumper to bumper. She get in and take that bad boy all the way down to the floor and a bolt pop off somewhere. Next thing you know, she's going to be suing because the car wasn't safe and they got into a car accident. Listen, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, she don't need to be accommodated at all. She needs to maintain normal human health. Walk up the stairs. You know what I'm saying? Don't necessarily park next to the building. Get up and do something. You know what I'm saying? Like, people who have a natural issue, they need accommodation. Not somebody that just decided to just blow up like a freaking just stay puffed freaking Goodyear blimp. Like, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous, man. What is, like, I don't understand, like, what is wrong with people? There's a such thing as a tricep skin fold. Don't people want to stay alive anymore? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said there's pics of her at the gym. She was able to fit in there. Did she do anything? Shout out, shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said she probably one of them people that said WS caused their obesity. Man, listen, bro. Shout out to AB. AB said the driver said, "You flattened my tire." You know, I mean, hey. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is ridiculous. What is supposed to be done with this? What is anybody supposed to? What is anybody supposed to do with this? Imagine being on a plane and you have to sit next to her if you can even fit. Why isn't she being charged for 3 seats? I want that kind of accommodation. If I fit into the normal space that's allotted for me, I want a discount if somebody else's big ass takes up 3 seats and they get this 3-seat cost for 1 ticket. That's BS. You're taking the amount of people down that the plane can carry. You know what I'm saying? And listen, I'm gonna tell you guys something else. No one that has a thyroid insufficiency blows up like a freaking balloon. It doesn't cause that. You know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, if you had a steroid issue, like if you had Cushing's syndrome, that might possibly be believable, right? But you don't blow up big as a damn balloon because of hypothyroidism. That's not true. The same way you don't die from a sickle cell crisis, like they tried to say happened to that young man that was deleted in the subway in New York. You know what I'm saying? This is nonsense. This is nonsense. This is BS. And again, look who's doing it. Pro-fake reality culture. Pro-fake reality culture. Somebody show me another case of a human giant balloon that was caused by hypothyroidism. Show it to me. Where is it? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said, "Bro, I worked in fitness. I've heard all of the excuses in my 15 years in this shit. All lies." Yeah, absolutely. None of it follows medical journals at all. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, "Rob, that lady wouldn't like you probably because I can breathe, probably because I can run, and probably because I can fit everywhere I need to fit." You know what I'm saying? That's probably why she wouldn't like me. And honestly, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? She can go around and be angry because she big as hell. You know what I'm saying? Or she could, you know what I'm saying, lose some calories. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people feed their kids with formula. You know what I'm saying? If you use breast milk, that burns calories too. You know what I'm saying? And hey, listen, anybody that fits that description is more than welcome not to like me because I don't want to be by you. I don't want to be around you. I'm definitely not interested in you. You know what I'm saying? So please go ahead and not like me and do what people who don't like people do. Stay the hell away. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna definitely say something. Your big ass on an airplane. Is this safe? I'm gonna put a flight attendant over. Hey, what's going on in the back of the plane back there? You know what I'm saying? The pilot's gonna be able to handle the tailwinds and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to die because somebody big ass think that they more important than everybody else. Just because you bigger than everybody else don't mean that you more important than anybody else. Everybody, like all these people, they all think that they're special. You're not special. You're a number. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not special. You're just another person off of the human assembly line. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, you're abnormal because you have been irresponsible and made yourself abnormal. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Unsunken One. Unsunken One said, "Rob lying, he's a chubby chaser." Bro, there's a difference between chubby and astronomical. There's a difference. Chubby people don't require extra accommodation. There's a difference. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference. It's some cute chubby females out there. You know what I'm saying? And just like I'm sure women would say, there's some men that they think are attractive that are chubby. There's a difference between chubby and astronomical obesity. Most chubby people, you're not thinking of mechanical damage when you see them. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not all the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference between a chubby person and my 600-pound life. There's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? There's a big difference. You know, shout out to Roy Nelson, right? The UFC heavyweight fighter. I don't know if he's still fighting or not. He's chubby. He's a hell of an athlete. You know what I'm saying? He was kicking ass in the UFC. When I look at Roy Nelson, I don't think of like, you know, will this roller coaster break? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be on a roller coaster with somebody's big ass that can't fit in a compact car. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna put myself at a safety deficit or a safety risk because someone else is living life smoking a crack pipe. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Look who is supporting this nonsense. What's that? The Lizzo Cannonball Committee. You know what I'm saying? The Lizzo Cannonball Committee. You know what I'm saying? Lizzo skydive and cannonball from an airplane and splash all of the water out of the world's water supplies. That's who supports this nonsense. I don't support the Lizzo Cannonball community. You know what I'm saying? That shit's ridiculous. Them people would hate me. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't say shit to my face, though. You know what I'm saying? But they would hate me, though. You know what I'm saying?
New signs the Trump administration's crackdown isn't only on illegal immigration, but on those tasked with carrying out the mission to stop it. Two top ICE officials.
Hey, look, speaking of the Lizzo Cannonball Committee, y'all remember on Street Fighter 2, Blanca, when Blanca would do that like thing and like shoot across the screen? Could you imagine if Lizzo did that and like shot down out of an airplane? It would put the impact would start another ice age, man. It would be nuclear smoke and dust all over the planet. Like it would be over with. It would be a wrap. You know what I'm saying?
Moved from their jobs, despite enforcement arrests being 3 times higher than last year, according to the White House.
3 times higher is good, but I'm not satisfied. There's more criminal aliens that need to be arrested, hundreds of thousands.
Recent arrests include these 2 Venezuelan migrants just indicted.
Now, the Lizzo Cannonball community says that these people should be in the United States. Shout out to AB. AB says she couldn't fit in a roller coaster. Then she gonna go sue somebody. I can't fit in this roller coaster. I can't fit in this roller coaster. Now, let me ask you this question. What if you have chronic fatigue? What if you're a male and you have chronic fatigue and you're just too tired, you can't go to work? You're lazy. You're lazy. It's amazing that the people that have the most weight literally get supported by society, and society tells them not to pull their own weight. No, and they're the only damn people that can actually pull it because they used to carrying it all the damn time. Shout out to Detroit 313. What's good with it, bro? DC Precise said the juggernaut without the helmet and the armor. Oh, they definitely got the helmet. They definitely got the helmet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's ridiculous, man. That is ridiculous, man. I used to call people like that Hillshire Arms. Look at them sausages that they got inside of them sleeves. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, it would like there's different kinds of people like that. There's some people that make their fat everybody's fat. And I don't want your fat. I don't want it. You know what I'm saying? Like, your fat is not my fat. You know what I'm saying? It's not mine. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I got to breathe all over the place and fog every damn thing up. You sit up in the corner of the car, one side of the freaking car is fog. Like, I gotta spend more money on gas to defog the one side of the car that your big ass is sitting on because it's heat, funk, and breath coming out of you, fogging the freaking car up. And now, like, I got to pay more gas money because your big ass is in the car. Like, you're emitting heat, for Christ's sakes. That's fogging the car. You know what I'm saying? Water vapor and moisture and condensation and shit all over the place. Got a whole chemical reaction going on back there. Why? Breathing hard. You need a CPAP while you're awake? That should signal there's a problem. And it's okay. Like, just fix the problem. Just work on it. That's not a normal condition. How is it that when it comes to human conditions that are abnormal, they have to be normalized? And they want the air conditioner ran nonstop and still sweating with the air conditioner on. You about to freeze to death. Don't you think it's, you know what I'm saying? They breathing like, what was that movie with that dude where that big chick was like, you got any steak? Breathing like her. Win, lose, or rug. Ain't you hot? No, I'm not hot. My nose hairs is frozen, man. I didn't even know the air condition went this damn high. It's like 0 degrees in here. You know what I'm saying? You need to turn it up some way. If it's shit, you may as well go look at some real estate prices on a damn full body freezer then, because I don't know if we can get it any more cold in here. I don't. You need an industrial freezer. You know what I'm saying? To put air throughout the house, you need to get them special HVAC people to do this, because ain't shit else can be done with a regular appliance. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is ridiculous. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to change clothes. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to wear an entire like Eskimo outfit in the house, and then you go outside and it's like 90 degrees outside. It's just like dramatic climate shifts from inside to outside because of what you got to deal with on the inside. Like, no, I'm not dealing with that. And on top of it, that's not normal. Like, it's not okay to say stuff is not normal anymore, which is wild. It's wild. And again, my thing is, like, this is not a general statement, quote unquote, about anybody that, quote unquote, fits the definition, quote unquote, of obese, right? Because obese has a, quote unquote, wide range of definitions. This is for inconsiderate people who happen to fit one or more categories that believe that the entire world should revolve around them. It should not. It doesn't. It never will. You know what I'm saying? But what, y'all? But what?
Along with 6 others in the Nashville area for operating a sex trafficking ring. First luring women into the United States, then using their ties to the gang Tren de Aragua to intimidate them and take their money.
We will not stand by and allow.
That's so not true. Listen, man, this is such nonsense. This is such nonsense. Do they mean using their ties to Tren de Aragua to intimidate them or to stimulate them? When has anybody who is a criminal, a degenerate, a quote unquote, I guess like what females consider a badass, when have they ever had to use any of that type of stuff to quote unquote intimidate or lure females? That's almost like honey to insects. All you got to do is just say, listen, I'm a felon. You will never have a shortage of women. I'm a criminal. You know what I'm saying? I can't get a job because I'm a degenerate. You'll have any woman that you want. Any woman. You could probably even get a celebrity. You know what I'm saying? Look at old boy Jeremy Meeks. You know what I'm saying? So didn't nobody listen here, bitch. I'm from Tren de Aragua. That didn't happen. Here's more likely what happened. Oh, I see you got them Tren de tattoos. That's what happened. Fuck out of here with this bullshit. I'm so tired of this shit. Oh, they were intimidated. When has any gang, like, when has anyone with any type of like degenerate ties ever strong-armed a woman? When, where, how, when? Show me. Show me. When? That's not what happened. Them chicks was turned on by the fact that they was part of Tren de Aragua and wanted to be down like Brandy. That's what happened. The fuck out of here with this bullshit. I'm telling you, man. Like, I'd be so tired of this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Eladio, I see you got that train tattoo. Yeah, what's up, bitch? You want to come ride with us? You know what I'm saying? That's how that shit went down. Didn't nobody put no gun to none of these chicks' head. Maybe, you know what I'm saying, until they start owing money, then possibly that's when, you know what I'm saying, some pipes got put up. But beside that, like, man, we see this every day. And then and then the news tell these stories and spin these stories. Like, come on, man. The hell out of here with this bullshit, man.
United States, then using their ties to the gang Tren de Aragua to intimidate them and take their money.
We will not stand by.
Listen, all the felon fathers out there. Let's ask this question. Let's ask about these felon fathers. Did every felon father intimidate their baby mom into being their baby mom? Why do felons have so many kids? Did they intimidate all the females? Is that what happened? What happened? How'd it happen? Shout out to Detroit 313. Just like Tupac, right? Exactly. Is that what happened? Oh, we're so scared. You're scared of stability. You know what I'm saying? Scared of a normal life. You know what I'm saying? Scared of not having your house raided. You know what I'm saying? Like scared of shit like that. Scared of somebody working a 9 to 5 and you actually sitting your ass at home, like scared of some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous, man. This is so ridiculous how they just don't talk about stuff the way stuff is. It's insane. Who has ever seen anyone use gang ties to intimidate a woman into doing their will? Like, stop it. Stop it. That's a way to get a woman to voluntarily do your will. Yeah, you see this Crip tattoo? You see this blood tattoo? You know what I'm saying? You see this $150 I got on my face? Like, stop it, man. That did not happen at all. But okay, we'll play along. Let's play along.
By and allowed TDA or any criminal organization to get a stronghold in Tennessee.
Meanwhile, top officials in Texas say their crackdown in immigration has been going on for years, and they want their money back. A Texas congressman has just introduced a bill asking for the federal government to pay the state $11 billion for its enhanced border security measures as part of Operation.
Shout out to Detroit 313. Right. Detroit 313 said, just like they scared of $800 paychecks every 2 weeks. Right. Right. Facts. Or scared of a time clock for that matter.
Operation Lone Star.
I know Governor Abbott was here in Washington, D.C. and told President Trump that he would like to have the federal government reimburse Texas for what should have been a federal government expense, but was borne by Texas taxpayers because, frankly, the federal government.
But this is what I'm saying, though. This is why you can't talk about stuff like this because of other dudes. Other dudes actually get more hurt by hearing people talk like this than the women do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, sometimes some women will get upset and they'll be irritated about it. You know what I'm saying? But other women will be like, that's hilarious. Sometimes it do be like that, but you saying too much, right? But it's really dudes that are crash out. Like, you can't talk about her like that. You can't talk about them like that. They don't even care. As a matter of fact, they respect people that actually say things that are on their mind more than somebody that just decides to try to give somebody what they want to hear. That's one of the reasons why they like them bad dudes so much, because they like the fact that the bad dudes ain't intimidated by law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got society and we got culture and we got a culture of compliance because we got a bunch of people. AW, peace, bro. We got a bunch of people that are compliant with this nonsense. They're compliant with it. They actually believe that they have less value than other human beings and should enforce some type of societal hierarchy that prioritizes other individuals over themselves, when you should only prioritize yourself. Once you have a family, prioritize your family. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to prioritize somebody else just because of their body parts, because they definitely not going to prioritize you because of yours. If anything, society is going to look at you as some type of expendable workhorse because of your body parts. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, my advice to dudes is dudes better wake up and stop being simps. You know what I'm saying? Stop being simps. Wake up. Take the world back. You know what I'm saying?
was asleep at the wheel.
The request could trigger more, including from cities like New York, which spent $3.7 billion last year on asylum seeker shelter and services. Most of the migrants sent to the city by bus from Texas, with hints of coming cooperation between the Big Apple and the federal government.
Shout out to my man, John Guillory. What's good with it, bro?
Another meeting between border czar Tom Homan and New York City Mayor Eric Adams set for later this week.
Listen, man, why is Eric Adams flooding like that? What's up with Eric? And what happened to his neck? Where is his neck? I don't get, man, Eric wilding in that picture.
I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
All right, so there's that. All right, so now next, right? Shout out to my man, Deformed Pretty Boy. Shout out to everybody, you know what I'm saying, on the West Coast, right? Look at this. This is wild. Hold on. It's just too much. It's too much. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, man. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said Kendrick ain't sent him the wardrobe. I heard, don't even get me started on Kendrick, man. Kendrick out here wilding. You know what I'm saying? He out here. Kendrick out here playing people, man. I'm gonna just put it like that. Kendrick out here playing people. You know what I'm saying? He know what he doing too. Somebody gonna start talking about it at some point.
The mass deportation and a new ICE operation potentially scheduled for Los Angeles. Anti-ICE protesters are marching on downtown LA tonight.
The demonstration is being monitored by the LAPD from the air and on the ground, where Rachel Menitoff is standing by live with the very latest on what we can expect. Rachel?
Chair Micah, well, since taking office, President Trump has acted on his promise to conduct.
Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. That's a wild, weird picture of her face like that. It's like everything is concentrated into the middle.
Wide-scale deportations in all major cities, and LA seems to be next. We've been watching over the last couple of weeks as students have been demonstrating against his immigration plans, and nonprofits have been working with their clients to ensure people know their rights in the event that a ICE officer shows up at their door. Over the last 2 weeks, hundreds of Los Angeles students have been taking to the streets protesting against President Trump's promise of mass deportations and what they say is unjust targeting of immigrant communities. New reporting from the LA Times indicates that Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE officers, will soon be turning their attention to Los Angeles and what the article describes as large-scale raids.
We're seeing workers not reporting to work, and we're seeing students too afraid to show up to school. I think they're heading towards Medici Plaza.
Henry Perez is with a local nonprofit and is helping to facilitate peaceful student demonstrations in downtown LA.
It's unfortunate that the Trump administration is willing to do that. Impact the economy, impact the education of our community, with these largely publicized raids.
Outside of the White House Tuesday, reporters asked the president's border czar, Tom Homan, about the status of ICE raids in major cities like Chicago, Denver, and now for the first time, Los Angeles. Up until now, the raids have only targeted undocumented immigrants with criminal backgrounds.
3 times higher is good. The numbers are good. For me, not good enough. We got to get more.
Despite pushback on the local and national level.
So, and then, this is an interesting dynamic too. I don't listen, man, listen, let me ask y'all this, right? So again, these people want to be in the United States, right? But they're flying the flags of the countries that they came from. Now, hear me out, right? I don't understand that. As much as I talk about Bitcoin, and as much as I support cryptocurrency, and as much as I love crypto, if I just constantly wore dollar bill apparel or just constantly equated everything to dollars, would y'all look at me like I was crazy? I mean, he must really not mess with Bitcoin like that. You know what I'm saying? Like he sit up there saying he rock with Bitcoin and all that, but you know what I'm saying? Like he don't never wear no orange. You know what I'm saying? Like he always talking about dollars. He don't ever really, you know what I'm saying? Like you saying use Bitcoin, but you know what I'm saying? Like all you doing is showing dollars all the time. You talk in terms of dollars. That would be an inconsistency, right? But like a lot of people don't see this as an inconsistency. To me, like if you want to be here in the United, like I would expect these people to be wearing like red, white, and blue because they want to be here. Apparently, I mean, I guess, I thought, according to them, right? But they're waving the flags of where they left to come here illegally. I don't. So you're waving the flag in support of a place that you're not at because you don't want to be there, because the conditions there don't support the lifestyle that you want to live. So you're here waving that flag. I don't understand it. It's a difference when people wave a flag for cultural heritage. Like if you going, if you going to the Puerto Rican Day Parade like that, okay, like I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though on YouTube people are so ignorant on YouTube, it'll be Puerto Rican Day Parade. Would you get the Puerto Rican flag? It's Puerto Rican Day Parade, dummy. That's why the flags, right? But if it's not that type of thing, right? If it's this type of thing, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay. Jay said, Black Light, I watched the podcast yesterday, 3 Hispanic males. Their message is America is stolen land and we are all migrants, not immigrants, because America is connected to South America. I mean, here's my thing, right? I wouldn't say that that's not true. I would say that that's probably a pretty accurate assessment of the situation. But what is that? Now my thing is like, what's that going to do? What are we going to do as far as that information goes? And if that's the case, why did they just decide to start doing something or saying something about it now? You know what I'm saying? Like these things, there's been people dealing with that and fighting that battle and saying those kind of things for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And now that you know what I'm saying? Like now that that thing is hit home, you know what I'm saying? Like now it's time for us to start being loud about it. Speak louder. I can't hear you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But again, though, as far as quote unquote, we all being migrants go, you know what I'm saying? Like people who are chattel slavery descendants are not migrants. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they had go, like them 3 Hispanic males, they're not chattel slavery descendants. And if they want to call themselves migrants, that's cool. But they wouldn't traffic nowhere. They don't have no type of any type of roots that's the same as ours. So we're not all the same. And they want to do that. We're all the same. Everybody wants to out of Africa everything, and it ain't that type of party. You know what I'm saying? We ain't all in this together. You know what I'm saying? It's not no unity, like none of that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of that shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't have shared history, none of that shit. These the same motherfuckers that in the next breath sit there and say that sub-Saharan Africans didn't create a will and had an 86 IQ. They can go fuck off with that bullshit and fight their own battle. And it'll probably go down the same way it went down when Christopher Columbus first showed up, which is why they want a bunch of people to help. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. I'm so serious. I'm 110% serious. You know what I'm saying? But as far as what they said, right? As far as those, what they said, as far as America being stolen land, I mean, what are we supposed to do about it? I asked that as an honest question. So because America is a stolen land, then what? What's supposed to happen? America's done all kind of shit. My answer to America being stolen land has to be the same answer that everybody says about reparations. It was in the past and we've all moved on. It's the only thing that I can say. That's your answer about my shit. That's my answer about your shit. And we can continue our day. Right? I mean, what else is there? No, and that's absolutely what you should do, bro. Shout out to Jay. Jay said, I listened because I want to hear another perspective. There's nothing wrong with that, bro. I wouldn't even disagree with that perspective at all because it's true. America is stolen land, right? It is. But now, again, here's my question. Are these people the only people that, are not like, here's the thing, right? With those people, for one, those people are genetically mixed with the people that stole America, right? It's not like us. A lot of us are not necessarily like biracial per se, right? These people are actually like visibly biracial. They've adopted the culture and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just very different, a very different scenario. And then now you want to fall back on, you know, this happened in the past. As you go to your Catholic church, you know what I'm saying? As you talk about La Raza, which isn't even your idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? You're happy that the land got stolen from you. You feel that you've been upgraded. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us don't feel that way. So, you know, how are you upset about an upgrade? You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody make it make sense. Yeah, put the bootstraps on. You know what I'm saying? Put your hard sombrero on and get to work. Right? You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is stolen land. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, stolen land, stolen labor. Hey, welcome to America. Right? What else we supposed to say? Because all they got to do is just put some blonde hair dye in their hair and they can do whatever they want to, right? It ain't like that for most of us. So I don't really get, hey man, I don't care about their stolen land. You know what I'm saying? I didn't steal it. Right? This ain't, you know what the white people say? How many of us own slaves? Hey, how many of us stole land? Fuck out of here with that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What the white people say? Oh, how many of us have ever owned slaves? Hey, nigga, hey. How many of us have ever owned land? Fuck out of my face with that shit. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Like, calm down on using that lowrider music too. You know what I'm saying? Like all that shit. You know what I'm saying? George Clinton was black. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Yeah, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. No one alive stole land today. Facts. What you want me to do about it? You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, it's supposed to be this, you know what I'm saying? Like this, if we say so, you know, we're victims. Okay, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, stop being a victim. You know what I'm saying? You got victimized and got your shit took, motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right? We all got something in common, right? We all got something in common. You know what I'm saying? All of our ancestors was robbed by them folks. The difference is y'all want to beat them folks. Beat them folks. The fuck you coming over here with that bullshit for? You wouldn't come over to no black person in jail and ask them about some stolen land. You would go over to the Aryan Brotherhood table and ask them to go help steal some shit from the black inmate. The fuck out of here. That shit. You know what I'm saying? That fake ass shit. We ain't friends. Shout out to Nature, New York City. We ain't friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is just real. This is just the facts, man. This is just real. It would be a different story if it was a different get down, but it's not a different get down. This is what goes on. This is what happens. You see the shit with Fat Joe? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said Mexico was once the empire of, what is this? Guadalajara, I think. Mexico stole it from them. Yeah, they stole South America, Central America. I mean, like, what do they want to do? Are we running down the line and are we going to do like a retroactive redistribution of stolen European properties? I mean, hey, listen, man, I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about that, right? But the thing is that they not about that. That's not what they want. They're just saying that because they just want some political support. If they was about that, then they would have done that. But they haven't done that. Mexico, part of NATO. So all the South and Central American countries is friendly with the United States. Let's keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? And come telling us America did this, America did that. Hey, really? You know what I'm saying? You don't see my last name? I ain't trying to hear that. You just now woke up and figured this out. We've been living it. You know what I'm saying? And on top of it, you know how they be talking about them indigenous people? Yeah, well, your cousin indigenous people up here, they was running with the Aryan Brotherhood up here the same way y'all run with them in jail today. So, you know what I'm saying? That's how a lot of, you know what I'm saying, black people got them tribal memberships, like with tribes like the Cherokees and stuff like that. They was rocking with slave owners and owning slaves. So, you know what I'm saying? They was part of it. And as far as the South and Central American countries go, man, get the hell out of here with that bullshit. Brazil, they got a ceremony called the Americana ceremony, and it's based on when the Civil War ended. A lot of the plantation owners and Confederates left the United States and went to Brazil because they were friendly to black slave ownership. You know what I'm saying? We all brother. No, we're not. You know what I'm saying? We're not. This is fake. You know what I'm saying? They expect people to not know their history and just say anything. And the problem is, too, that the Democrats is part of this, and they like to mix everybody's history together and act like we just one big struggling ball of human pity. And that's not the case. It's not true. You know what I'm saying? Don't fall for that stuff, man. That's one of the reasons they try to get people up on emotions. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay. Jay said you were saying that they were passport masters. Bro, listen. They were absolutely passport masters. Duh. You ever heard of them crypto people? And I ain't talking about Bitcoin. Look at the president of Mexico. What's her last name? Rosenbaum. I'm just saying. What's her last name? Dangerfield? Isn't it something like Goldberg or something like that? What's the president of Mexico's last name? Y'all get my point.
The Times reports that ICE agents will lead an operation which will focus on those without legal status in the U.S. and those people with pending orders of removal. And because the raid is expected to be very large.
I mean, like, I couldn't sit down with one of them people, man. Hey, bro, you know, like, we all in this together. They stole it. Okay, do you say that to the Aryan Brotherhood when you go to prison? Because I'm curious as to how that conversation goes when y'all have that one. Oh, you so funny. I don't see anything funny except for the scenario that you're a part of, but okay.
FBI and DEA agents have also been called in. The League of Latin American Citizens, or LULAC, says they were expecting this. They just didn't know what the timeline would be.
The right to an attorney. Don't sign anything. We've seen reports across the nation that people who know their rights are actually a lot better off when it comes to these circumstances. ICE agents would more than likely leave them alone after an interaction.
Well, listen though, man. Like, listen, man. A lot of this stupidity is because of monolith logic. Monolith logic, man. Monolith logic. Everybody blacking everybody Pan-Africanizing everything. Do y'all remember back in the days, you know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody had a slight tan or they had some curly hair, well, they not white. Go check the court records, man, for whatever ethnicity that they were when they nationalized into the United States. Yeah, they actually are. That's the box that they check off. You know what I'm saying? And they fought in court for it. So why are you sitting up here saying that these people, quote unquote, they not white? Like, yeah, they actually are. Well, they almost like one of us. How many times have you guys heard that nonsense? They're almost like one of us. No, they're not. What are you talking about? Like, one thing about the monolithian logic is the devaluation of self-worth and the self-delusionary nature of your own, like, just being. And it's wild to me. Like, when I was listening to D.O.G.E say, oh, well, you know, Kamala Harris, I mean, you know, the name Kamala, that's one of our names. I mean, it's really not, though. It's really not. Like, the same way the name Siobhan is an Irish name. Like, it's really not, though. You know what I'm saying? It's really not. And again, you know, when I say that, what I'm saying is just self-understanding. Like, you know what I'm saying? Self-understanding. Like, self-appreciation of who you are. You know what I mean? No, like, you're unique. Put value on your uniqueness. You know what I'm saying? Like, instead, nah, you know, like, they can come over here. Like, nah, man, people got to earn their right. They got to earn their respect. You can't just give everybody everything. There's nothing wrong with dealing with people, you know what I'm saying, if people move appropriately or if people, you know, prove themselves. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. But to just open the gates to everybody is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And this is what people have been doing forever. And I remember when I was younger, I used to get looked at like I was crazy for criticizing this type of stuff. And now the very people who looked at me like I was crazy are out here beating the drum like it was them doing it right the whole time. Listen, if they was doing stuff right the whole time, we wouldn't be where we are right now. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't be where we are right now. Yeah, shout out to DC Precise, bro. DC Precise said, even when I was a kid and people would say that, I would just look, I would look at them like they was crazy. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, shout out to John Guillory. John said the big problem with the lift is always giving people passes. It never made sense to me. Facts. And they give the wrong people passes. They give the wrong people passes. Repeatedly. And then nobody says anything about it. It's like the not saying anything about stuff is wild to me. It's wild. I'm telling the whole thing is just it's bizarre. You know what I'm saying? It's bizarre.
The LA Archdiocese today sent out a statement calling for a bipartisan immigration policy and reaffirmed the church's commitment to those migrants who might.
Bro, super facts. Super facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug says the lith is anti-self-worth. The lith is anti-wealth. The lith is anti-self-worth. The lith is also anti-locus of control. The lith wants to be controlled. The lith is also anti-reality. You know what I'm saying? They're anti-reality, bro. It's crazy.
Might be impacted by the upcoming ICE raids. The official who spoke to the LA Times anonymously didn't give a specific time frame for the ICE activity, just saying that it will happen by the end of the month. That's the very latest from downtown LA. I'm Rachel Menitoff. Share Micah, back to you.
And the thing that's wild. The thing that's wild is that like the lith cannot tolerate like dealing with problems that the lith created on its own. Which is wild, because then that's when you start to see, oh well, wait a minute, there's not just one lith. There's more factions of the lith than not. You know what I'm saying? There's more factions of the lith than not. You know what I mean? Look at this.
Now at 1:30, back to breaking news out of downtown LA, where a large group of students are marching in protest against President Trump's immigration policies.
Why? Why are these students protesting against Trump's immigration policies? Now check this out, right? Look at this. I want y'all, because we got to do this, right? Look at all of the people. There's some people online who love what's going on with the immigration policies, right? But at the same time, they don't like Trump. Now, you asked them this question, right? You don't like Trump, but you like the immigration policies. Who are you going to get to put in place these immigration policies? And then what do they say? Well, you see what happens, right? The chat numbers go down. That's because you're forced to face reality. You're forced to face reality. Who is our politician that's going to do this? We don't have one. We don't have one. No one's demonstrated a competency to say, hey, you belong here and you don't. Despite the fact that that's such a simple operation, it hasn't been brought up. So there's the people don't like Trump, but they like what he's doing. And they're upset because they have not shown the competency to create an individual who would do the same thing and get into power and do it. And it's really a shame. If you pay attention to the people in the comment section, you will see the people in the comment section that like watch all of the immigration coverage and they like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like mass deportations. And then like at the same time, then they turn around and like, I can't stand Trump. Who do you have that is going to mass deport people? Why don't you have anyone? Where are our mass deporters at? They won't make him great. He's dealing with the they won't make me great problem. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Marcel Dixon tried, but the lith won't support him because our people won't make us great. What do you do? What do you do? How do you deal with it? You know what I'm saying? How do you deal with it? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen for making your boy great. I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen for funding the organization. Brooklyn Queen says, super facts, Rob, and they cry even harder when the accountability is shoved in their faces. Just like how we about to see a whole bunch of Smurf tears. Lots of Smurf tears are coming. And listen, I'm going to tell you about the Smurf tears. There's a lot of people who actually have Smurf tears hiding behind something else. And it's going to come out. Like the more like individual people start, like you remember when all of the simps got exposed when Marjorie Taylor Greene roasted Jasmine Crockett? More of that's about to happen. More of that's this Pam Bondi versus Letitia James thing is going to expose those simps again. All we got to do is just sit back and watch. The videos will come. These people are predictable. They're under MK Ultra mind control. You know what I'm saying? They're under quality control. They're on the 1-to-1 ratio. They're a monolith. All the videos are going to come. And we're just going to sit back and watch them. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you guys something. We shout out to Tales from the Cryptocurrency. Shout out to the Kryptonians, right? We predict crypto markets. Crypto markets are a lot more difficult to predict than simpletons. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show her some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen for funding the organization and buying y'all lunch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And the cat got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Definitely appreciate it. And see this, and we have to start asking these questions, man. How many of you all agree we got to start applying pressure? If you guys would agree that we got to start applying pressure, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree and you don't think that we need to apply pressure and you think that, you know, like maybe this is just Rob just, you know what I'm saying? Rob just off the rails, too many energy drinks, whatever. Give me a thumbs down.
A fight is just broken out. Let's go back to Rich Prickett. He's overhead in Sky 5. Rich, what's going on?
Yeah, Glenn and Lou, just moments ago, what was a peaceful protest is now turned into a scuffle. We're seeing, looks like at least one person that's bleeding there after removing a shirt. We saw a couple of the protesters that were throwing punches at one another and then chasing each other down in the street. And then now it's spread into Grand Park here. But looks like at least one of those protesters, who we believe are all students from various high schools here in the Los Angeles area, have gotten together. So again, this just happening minutes ago. We watched it unfold. We'll widen out here just for a moment, just kind of give you an idea of the crowd size that's here out in front of City Hall. We had a couple hundred or several hundred students and protesters that were out making their way through the streets of Los Angeles and then collect back up at City Hall along the steps. And the next thing you know, we just saw the scuffle happen. Some of the students or the protesters were trying to break up the fight. And then we saw some of them being chased down in the park here. So again, this just happened.
I mean, like, why this crash out? Like, I mean, I don't understand this. I don't understand. I don't get it. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says scuffle, huh? Looks like a mob of thugs to me. Facts. To me, like, I don't understand the investment. I don't understand why. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't rationalize this. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something, man. If this had happened when I was in school, while everybody is out here and school is shut down, I'd have been. I'm about to kick it, man. I'm about to go chill. I don't care about none of this. I'm not invested in none of this. I'm about to go chill. I'm about to go smoke something with my friends. I'm about to go kick it. You know what I'm saying? We about to go get something to eat, whatever. Like, I'm not about to be out here about with this. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about this. You know what I'm saying?
Moments ago, we'll see overhead, kind of monitor the situation, but I would imagine at this point, this is going to prompt a response by law enforcement here that will make their way towards Grand Park. For now, I'm live in Sky 5, Rich Prickett. Send it back to you in Hollywood.
I mean, do you see any police officers even getting close to this right now?
Speaking of which, that's a good point that the newsman brought up. Where the police at? We know where the police at. They busy arresting. They busy deporting people, right? Where the police at? Shout out to everybody watching, man. I appreciate you guys. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media.
Park. For now, I'm live in Sky 5, Rich Prickett. Send it back to you in Hollywood.
I mean, do you see any police officers even getting close to this right now?
I would have to look out the window here, Glenn. Give me just 1 second. I don't right this second, but again, this is just happening within the last couple of minutes. So if this is creating the attention of what we just saw, I would imagine.
Hey, man, what did y'all see in the window on the right? Somebody just got busted in their head.
This happening within the last couple of minutes. So if this is creating the attention that of what we just saw, I would imagine that.
Look, shout out to DSA. DSA said, you ain't down for the squabbling? Bro, absolutely not. For one, like I always try to tell people, you're not going to catch me squabbling at all. I live in a castle doctrine state. You know what I'm saying? The same way big people don't feel like walking up the stairs, like we was talking about that big girl, I don't feel like doing that. And I'm not gonna. You know what I'm saying? And for two, I'm definitely not about to be doing it for no reason. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely not about to be doing it for no reason. I can think of like 90 million things that I'd rather be doing than right in the center of that. You know what I'm saying?
Some law enforcement presence would be necessary over here, but you can see some of the students that are trying to break up any more engagement here. But you know, there was a time where we saw one person that was running down the street on his own, and then just being chased down by several of the other protesters, and then again it poured over into Grand Park here, and it looks like the students are trying to attend to this person here. I mean, I would imagine they're gonna need to bring in maybe a paramedic here to evaluate this person that clearly is bleeding right here in the middle of the park. So again, let me look out the window here and just kind of see where we are as far as any sort of LAPD or CHP that were in the area, but I'm not seeing them right at this point, not making their way into the park. But I would imagine at this point this is creating a lot of attention.
Rich, you keep mentioning someone who's bleeding. Can you kind of give us heads up, because there's so many people down there? Where is that particular person?
Hey, why they so interested in who bleeding on the news? Oh, we can't show you this because can you show us where the bleeding person at? Like what? Oh, we just want to warn you, these images are disturbing, but can you zoom in on them, please?
Right here in the center of the crowd is where that person is being surrounded by other people that were here protesting in front of city.
And again, like if you look, they all got the flags. They all got to look at the flag. There's not one American flag there. Now, mind you, I'm not invested, right? I'm not the American flag guy, but I'm just saying though. I mean, you know, you ain't really making a case. You know what I'm saying? You're not really making a case. My man John Guillory is making a case for being a great subscriber. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate it. John says, I have nothing against religion, but you will have some of the lith that will try to preach to you about the mark of the beast and such. And I'm like, what we need that for? You already controlled and don't think. Facts, bro, facts. And bro, absolutely. 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 We're, you know what? I got a good idea, bro. You just gave me a really good idea. I got a really good idea. Yeah. Y'all gonna like it. Yeah, we got a really good, you just gave me some good ideas, bro. Shout out to John, man. Make sure y'all show him some love, throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man John Guillory for funding the organization, and he bought y'all round 2 of lunch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
So don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me where my cat is, cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
You're eating the dogs, eat the cat.
It's a shame, it's a pity. Thought overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody...
Shout out to my man DSB. Make sure y'all show my man DSB some love for funding the organization and standing on business for 2 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Bro, this is so wild, man. Like this, I've never seen anything like this. And we be having fun and, we be chopping it up and we roasting and trolling. But I really, really hope that people like see this and like this. You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous.
City Hall. And then we've seen other people that you can see just kind of waving people away and just don't want any more hostility here. Again, we saw this breakout right in the street front of City Hall. And then next thing you know, they're running into Grand Park here. But right here in the middle of the crowd is where that person took off their shirt, and we could clearly see blood on their back. And
hey, somebody got hit with a mean two-piece, man. Do y'all see that two-piece? Like, old boy just stopped and was like, blah, blah, at old boy that was running towards him. Like, watch.
Middle of the crowd is where that person...
Bow, bow. Somebody got lit up with a mean two-piece.
Took off their shirt, and we could clearly see blood on their back. And again, we'll await to see what response comes to the park here. If it's going to be the firefighters, paramedics to evaluate this person, or LAPD to see what's going on. But they certainly don't want this to break out into a bigger situation than it already was. And you can see they're helping that person, pouring some water on him. Looks like getting some of that blood off them. Not sure what kind of, if it was just from
they poured some water on it. He needs some water. You know what I'm saying?
From a punch or down in the street or what might have happened. We just saw the fight break out, and then it just kind of a domino effect from there. And it looks right now, it looks like the crowd has settled down, has calmed down, but certainly a large group here, and with the tempers flying, situation like this can certainly happen. So we're looking to see here. We're still no response here from the LAPD or the fire department here, but clearly you can see someone there with the two people there with the blowhorns. They're trying to keep people away, try and back them up, try to,
Man, who they think about to listen to them people with the blowhorn? Like, let's come on, man. Like, they be setting people up. They set people up. Listen, if I was out there and all of that bedlam and they was like, here, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're equipped with this, you're equipped with this blowhorn. Now go out there and do your thing. Yeah, I don't think so. That'll be the day I'm not showing up to work because you've put me in a situation where I don't have what's necessary to be able to do my job effectively, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not doing that. Yo, how many people heard about this taco truck that got raided by some plainclothes ICE agents? That's wild, man. Good Lord. You know what I'm saying? They done raided the taco truck. They not playing out here, man. They not playing. Hey, listen, I'm not mad at it, man. I'm not mad at it. Shout out to my man Alonzo. I'm not mad at it, but it's just I don't, it's interesting.
Officials tell NBC5 indicates they're not surprised that ICE may struggle to meet the president's goals. President Trump has talked of deporting more than 13 million people. But so far here in Texas, the state with the second largest undocumented population, we've seen few visible signs of increased ICE enforcement. So what's happening? Tonight, NBC5 investigates the numbers and why a former ICE director tells our Scott Friedman there is no way ICE can deport 13 million people.
Put me on film here. Put me on the record.
Hey, man, this is crazy. like, look at this, man. Like, I can't listen. This, like I said, this is gonna be, this might turn into. Well, I already knew it was gonna end up being a marathon because we got a lot of stuff to cover. But when we get into the Doge section, like, how did all of this? You got to do like remember, like I be saying, like you got to do reverse accounting. Like you gotta reverse engineer these situations. Like, how did it get to this situation? How did it get here? How do we get here? The lift is part of it, right? The lift definitely gets credit. If you guys would agree, the lift definitely gets credit. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
I can predict that's not going to happen. 13 million people are not going to be removed from this country. Certainly not in this year, not in the 4 years of this administration.
Sarah Saldana knows ICE from the inside. She led the agency under President Obama. Back then, Tom Homan, now President Trump's border czar, was Saldana's head of enforcement operations. As a former prosecutor and U.S. attorney for the Northern District of Texas, she believes in ICE and its mission. But she also believes there's no way the agency is equipped to arrest, detain, and deport the millions President Trump has promised.
We will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
You say that's impossible. Why?
This is crazy, man. Man, this is crazy, man. This is hilarious, man. Like this is just wild. This is such an amazing time to be alive.
What are the limitations?
Well, there are a number of them. First, logistically, don't forget, we need to find these folks. They're not coming forward and saying, come get me. They're in the shadows, as people have said before.
And how labor intensive is that?
Very labor intensive.
This is what it looks like. In photos ICE has posted on social media over the last 3 weeks, you can see these are not mass arrests. Instead, teams of officers locate migrants one at a time. Mostly, the agency says, people with criminal records. Captured in operations, Saldana says, require many officers to safely apprehend a single person.
I would venture to say, based on my experience, that let's say out of 10 operations that would occur on a given day, you might yield 2-3 immigrants who are not in the country under authorization.
The White House says ICE made about 8,000 arrests nationwide in the first 2 weeks of the administration. The largest single-day number was 1,100. Even if ICE could repeat that number every day for 4 years, it would total about 1.5 million arrests, far short of 13 million.
There's just a limited number of officers that
I mean, now here goes the thing, right? Now that might be short of 13 million, right? That might be short of 13 million. But you got to ask, like, how did all these people get here? Why does it require 13 million? Shout out to Dre D. What's good with it, bro? See, like, that's the real root of the problem. Oh, well, he can't get rid of 13 million people. How did 13 million people sneak in your front door? Let me ask you guys this question. What if you had a ring cam on your house, right? You have a ring cam on your house, and one night you turn on the ring cam and you decide to watch what happens, and you see 20 people sneak into your house and then they leave before you come home. How would you feel about it? What would you think? 20 would be too many, right? Wait a minute, something got to give. I got to start locking the doors when I leave. You know what I'm saying? I got to get a dog. I got to do all this kind of stuff, right? You would start doing things if you saw 20 people on a ring cam entering and exiting your house unauthorized, right? Imagine 13 million. How do you get there?
ICE has to go out and arrest people.
Paul Hunker was the lead attorney for ICE in Dallas, working closely on enforcement efforts. He says ICE will need a lot of help from other federal law enforcement agencies to increase arrests. In the meantime, he believes ICE will continue to publicize these images in an effort to give the public an impression ICE is everywhere.
The administration will do their shock and awe type of operations to try to send a signal that this is happening more broadly than it actually is happening, to scare people.
In North Texas, the agency has released details of only a few arrests, including a man apprehended in Hillsborough, wanted, ICE says, for a homicide in Mexico, and another in Fort Worth, they say, wanted for murder in Guatemala. It's what the agency calls its worst first strategy, prioritizing arrests of immigrants with alleged criminal histories. On one recent Sunday, ICE said teams of officers fanned out across DFW and arrested 84 people, including a man seen arrested in the surveillance video. ICE has declined to say whether he had a criminal history. But the agency says some of the 84 arrested that day were picked up at local jails, where they were already being held on other charges. Nationally, research has shown about 7 out of 10 people ICE arrests are handed over by other law enforcement agencies. Are jails one of the most likely avenues for them to try to increase the pace of all of this?
Yes, I think so. It's a relatively safe and efficient way for ICE to assume custody of a person.
NBC5 Investigates reached out to ICE and the White House to ask how they plan to increase the pace of arrests, but we did not hear back. Sarah Saldana believes if arrest numbers don't increase as rapidly as the administration hopes, it might abandon the worst first strategy and begin targeting community locations like day labor sites.
That is really a big concern of mine, because that's not again, a stretch to think that that might happen next. If the numbers are not coming through, let's get the low-hanging fruit.
She believes ICE should continue to focus its limited resources on migrants who pose a safety threat, not undocumented people working and contributing to the community.
So again, right, this is weird because they keep putting this weird speculation on there. And if you ask me, the speculation is unwarranted. They keep adding weird, unwarranted speculation. Like they keep saying, well, what if? But here's the thing, like these what ifs aren't happening. You know what I'm saying? Like the what ifs aren't happening. They're just saying, well, we don't want this to happen, but it's not happening though. And they keep saying what if and treating what's happening as if what's happening is the what if. You know what I'm saying? Like make it make sense.
What do you say to those who say, but I don't understand, they're not here with authorization, shouldn't they all be removed?
And again, in a perfect sanitized.
Now listen to this. Listen to the excuses that come, because he just asked a really good question. And again, police on the back of the vest, just so we're clear on that, right?
Resources on migrants who pose a safety threat, not undocumented people working and contributing to the community. What do you say to those who say, but I don't understand, they're not here with authorization, shouldn't they all be removed?
And again, in a perfect sanitized, uncomplicated world, which I think we can all agree is not the case, perhaps that is true, but we're not.
She says the massive expense of arresting, holding, and deporting immigrants means tough choices, and she sees long-term solutions only if Congress can agree on a new system that protects public safety without targeting millions.
I can't believe that we're not willing to do the work and the thinking in order to arrive at some resolution. It's out there. It's out there.
While ICE is first targeting people with criminal histories, they are also now apprehending what they call collaterals, people with no criminal record but who happen to be near someone who is arrested. And any undocumented person who ends up in jail, even on a minor offense, will also likely now end up in ICE custody. Law enforcement officials tell us, Brian, at the moment at least, avoiding those situations is one way migrants could avoid an encounter with ICE. Lots to keep an eye on, for sure. Thank you, Scott.
I mean, to me, a lot of this stuff is just common sense, and it's getting treated like it's not. Now, we about to watch this taco truck get raided. we about to watch this taco truck get raided. Now, there's a news report about it, and then there's the actual video about it. I mean, it just it's a lot of stuff going on, man. It's a lot of stuff going on, man. Shout out to everybody watching, man. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. Check this out. Hey, that's wild, man. That's wild. You know what's even crazier? What's crazy is that they didn't even put up a fight. Man, listen. This what look, man. Hey, man. Hey, shout out to the people of the world, man. The people of the world just cool with, you know what I'm saying, tall white dudes coming through, yoking them up like that. You know what I'm saying? The people of the world, man. You know what I'm saying? The people of the world, you know what I'm saying? This little scene that took place in the taco truck, this shit happened on every continent. This shit happened on every continent. The motherfucking tall Chads come through and everybody just give up their shit easy and bounce. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the people of the world, man. It's the world that everybody made. You got me bent. If I was in there, somebody, one of them phones would have been broken. Somebody's head would have been bleeding, and they would have been shooting at me. For real. It is. That's the taco truck. So I guess another, you know, I don't know, man. I would start changing the name of my restaurants if I was a lot of these people. I wouldn't really be, you know, putting the taco and, you know, burrito stuff, you know what I'm saying, all out there on the, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be really advertising like, you know, Taco Tuesday and stuff like that no more, man, because them about to be, them about to be raids. Them about to be ICE hotspots.
Years together, and it wasn't just right for them to just come in here.
Tonight, employees at this restaurant in Liberty say they feel shaken up after a federal operation earlier today. The Clay County Sheriff Will Aiken told Fox 4.
I think that the world has been the way that the world has been for so long that people that's not white literally have an expectation of white people to come through and just take their shit. And they just okay with it. They feel it's a matter of time thing. And I think that is just wild that has been normalized to watch. You know what I'm saying? And I think that it's interesting that like that's not even looked at as a problem anymore. It's just looked at as this is just how the world is. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality says we don't allow that, Rob. I don't know if I would say that. I would say that there's a lot of European flags in a lot of places where there's black people at. You know what I'm saying? And there's not a lot of black flags in places where there's Europeans at. I would say that. And then I would ask, how'd that happen? How'd it get like that? You know what I'm saying? For real. Right? Because what's the flag of Australia? What's the flag of New Zealand? What's the flag of Canada? You know what I'm saying? What's the flag of Great Britain? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. Hit the button, right? We gotta ask these questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, hey, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said we definitely allow it and we assist him. Cough, cough, the Moors. Yeah, facts. You gotta ask, like, is the Moors the ancestors of the Boule? You know what I'm saying? Or the Moors, they got some type of backwood agreement with some other parties. You know what I'm saying? Like what's really going on out here? They ain't even fight them, man. They would have fought you know what I'm saying? Like they would have fought a customer. Like if I had been like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like I asked for the you know, I asked for the turkey taco. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't want the beef one. They would have been trying to fight me. They'd try to fight me. You know what I'm saying? They come through and just I'll be taking your phone now. Not even a fight. They got the world trained, man. They got the world trained and compliant. That's how you have freedom. You know what I'm saying? You have freedom when you have the power to do whatever you want to anybody else, because that's freedom when you can do whatever you want to. You know what I'm saying? That's freedom. Shout out to Crew. Crew says, watch Empire Prime. We are Empire. I would highly disagree with that. No offense. I would highly contest that. You know what I'm saying? Highly contest that.
We've been working for a lot of years together, and it wasn't just right for them to just come.
Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with it, bro?
In here.
Tonight, employees at this restaurant in Liberty say they feel shaken up after a federal operation earlier today. The Clay County Sheriff Will Aiken told Fox 4 agents showed up based on one person's warrant, but they left the restaurant taking a dozen employees with them. I'm Lauren Halifax.
I'm Kevin Barry. Fox 4's Jacob Sloan has been looking into this today. He spoke with the people at El Patro who were trying to
So, and again, right, and the question that I keep asking is why is the restaurant not shut down? Listen, man, look, hey, let me ask y'all this. If you sell alcohol to a minor, what happens to your establishment? If you illegally employ a minor, what happens to your establishment? If you illegally hire illegal undocumented migrants, you get put on hold for a couple hours and then you go back to doing business. Shout out to Crew. Crew says, I say the mindset of the Empire on the Show Foundation, 15K year rule, clones of themselves. Bro, listen. I think that at the very least we can say research and development. Research and development. You know what I'm saying? Why are people not advocating for these businesses to get in trouble? Why is there no consequence to these businesses? Let me ask y'all this question. Who incentivizes these migrants, these illegal migrants, to come more? The Democrats or the people actually putting the money in their hands that's employing them? Who's encouraging them more? No one cares about the businesses, though.
They opened without 12 of their staff members. The Clay County Sheriff's Office told us they were not a part of the operation here at El Potro. Sheriff Aiken only found out when he showed up to figure out what was going on. It happened around 10 a.m. Friday. Sheriff Aiken says he didn't know the operation was happening until he got a call.
I need to know what the heck's going on in my county. I mean, a federal agency is coming in and they're, conducting an operation. Again, if something happens in my county, I need to be prepared for that.
As soon as I heard, I hurried and made my way here. But unfortunately, when I got here, they already had them in the van and they took 12 employees.
This video obtained by Fox 4 shows Homeland Security agents in El Potro Mexican Cafe in Liberty.
They come in here, they had guns, and they also had their face covered, and they blocked all the doors, and I mean, it just made everybody scared.
Sheriff Aiken says federal agents were on site for a single person's warrant related to child sex crimes.
What brought?
It's like, you know what I'm saying? Why did they? Was that person eat? Like, did anybody register this individual? Like, do you see the type of person? Yeah, and I gotta agree with DJ Elmo. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, Black Light, why businesses are not punished? Simple. Because the Corporation of America, a.k.a. the government, doesn't want to miss out on that tax revenue. Bro, facts. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Do you guys see the type of individual that they was coming in to get? Another individual with these type of crimes. You know what I'm saying?
Brought them there was that one person, but they were there for work site enforcement.
He says throughout the day, he saw misinformation shared on social media.
Really, it's gotten that far where we're afraid of brown people? Asinine, but no one.
This dude is a simp. And again, I don't know how to take that, right? Like listen to that comment. I don't know how to take that. Right? Oh, like yada, 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 like don't arrest these people, yada, yada, yada. I mean, like seriously? I mean, they're just brown people. Like, who's scared of them? I don't know how to take that comment. I can see how it would make sense in many different ways. And none of the ways is any ways that I'm cool with. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. Like, I hear you, right? Like, okay. Yeah, I mean, because, because we white. We just took everybody's shit and shit on the entire world. I mean, like, who's like, we the only people that anybody should be scared of. I mean, like, like, who's scared of a brown person? This motherfucker just making tacos. I mean, what are you saying? Which one are you saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Now, mind you, them people that he picked up, they're not looking at it like that because they'll do whatever. But I'm looking at it like that. Okay. So that means that, you would, if you just decide one day, I'm gonna just take your shit, Rob. I mean, look at Africa, right? Who's scared of, that's what we saying today. We scared of black people. I mean, we used to own these motherfuckers. That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, we scared. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, the reason why we got the same last name is because I used to own his ass. Why we scared? I mean, which one you saying? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just saying though. So, you listen to this and it's like, oh, like pity / arrogance. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the dealio? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we got all the nukes. We got all the financial systems. We make all the rules of the world. I mean, really? You know what I'm saying? Like, just what we scared of. You know what I'm saying? Like, we scared of this little insect right here. I mean, he's just trying to make, you know what I'm saying, this little pennies. He's just trying to make his little pennies so that his family can grow up and work for us. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Very interesting, man. Very interesting. Now, this dude is a simp. You know what I'm saying? He clearly is clear. This dude is clearly a liberal. Clearly a liberal. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. He's clearly a liberal, right? But who cares? Because he's clearly too, right?
All the doors, and I mean, it just made everybody scared.
Sheriff Aiken says federal agents were on site for a single person's warrant related to child sex crimes.
What brought them there was that one person, but they were there for work site enforcement.
He says throughout the day, he saw misinformation shared on social media.
Really? It's gotten that far where we're afraid of brown people?
Hey, this is my question, man. Like, what y'all think about that? I wonder what he would say. I wonder what he would say about, if it was a situation involving black people. Just be, you know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. I'm just curious. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll be like, yo, break that down for me, bro. Like explain. Like dive into that. I mean, I ain't about to be scared of nobody that, until they came in contact with my ancestors didn't have a will. I ain't about to be scared of nobody that, we just be saying they got a 68 IQ. I ain't about to be scared of that. Like, what? Like, explain. You know what I'm saying? But like, the problems that we go through, like with our sectors of YouTube, and you know what I'm saying, like the people that are alleged thought leaders and this, that, and the other, is that it don't really be a lot of evidence of thought. Like I like to analyze stuff. Like I like to sit back and run simulations and see exactly what's going on, see exactly what's talked about. And this right here, this is what I'm saying. This goes hand in hand with, I'm gonna just walk up in the taco truck and I'm gonna just take your stuff and y'all ain't even gonna fight back. It's the M.A.G.A.TRON. They got the just quality control. This is the enterprise level quality control. The global quality control. You know what I'm saying? This is the global quality control that got this right here. This is why when I say somebody should do XYZ, this right here is why somebody will always say, we can't do it, Rob. Look what they did. They took us out. Everybody else that tried that died. And this is what I be saying. Quality control. So y'all believe what they say. Okay? But people believing what they say, right? Because, like, look, shout out to Carlton, right? Because Carlton already know where I'm going with this. So him saying we don't need to worry about other people is literally the same as one of us saying, if we try this, it's not going to work because they're going to burn it down. Why would we be afraid? All we got to do is just burn that shit down. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. So I don't want anybody to tell me shit anytime I come up with a suggestion, right? And somebody say, well, we can't do that because we're going to burn it down. You sound like this dude right here. You don't sound like me. You not like me. You know what I'm saying? You sound like that. So this is the dividing line between the anti-reality contingent and the reality contingent. We can't do this because they'll burn it down. We don't need to be worried about them other people. Y'all saying the same shit. So you understand and are compliant with how that individual there sees himself. Understand that that's a you thing. That's not a everybody thing. That is a you thing. And it should be discussed in terms of being a you thing, not in terms of being an everybody thing. It's the same thing. I mean, you know, my son, he's going to Harvard, and, you know, he's going to Harvard with little Tyrone. And I mean, you know, they're friends and all, but I mean, you know, are we really going to act like, you know, little Timmy needs to be worried about anything? That's the mentality. That's the mentality. Then the mentality says, right? Then the mentality says, well, they just going to burn it down. They not going to hire us. That's why they don't need to be intimidated. Because everybody's on the same page, and everybody wants to act like they're not on the same page. You're on the same page. You're in the same book. You're in the same bookstore, on the same shelf. You know what I'm saying? Just so we're clear. You know what I'm saying? So everybody knows where we're at in 2025. That's where we're at in 2025. And now, mind you, like I said, this dude right here, I would bet money on it. He's a liberal. This dude is a liberal. This dude is a simp. You know what I'm saying? But you see, it's there. It's there. The understanding is, you know, if I play with you too rough, you know, I could break something. So I had to take it easy on you. I'm just saying. I don't know how many people are comfortable or cool with that. Like I said, you know what I'm saying? I'm aggressive, man. I'm a type A person. I ain't cool with that. You know what I'm saying?
Asinine, but no one is taking into consideration that perhaps federal agencies are just doing their job. So be responsible when you're exercising your First Amendment right, and don't believe everything that you see on social media.
At El Potro, they're open Friday night. Even the owner is helping out by washing dishes.
We're open, and
why is the owner not in prison? You know what I'm saying? Like, not the owner. The owner had somebody who was working there, a potential sex criminal, and a bunch of undocumented people working there, and business as usual. Like, we're open on Friday for our special. No one cares. Literally, no one cares. You know what I'm saying? No one cares about this stuff.
we're just to be a little bit patient with us. It's Friday night, so we're always busy.
El Potro had to close another location in order to staff this one and keep it open. Sheriff Aiken says there may be
the whole chain should have got shut down, and they should be fined. Listen, shout out to y'all, man. If you guys agree, the whole chain should have been shut down, and they should have been fined, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. There is literally no one cares about these businesses that are incentivizing and allowing a lot of this to go on. Like, and it's just bizarre to me. This is the only type of crime where like if you buy stolen property, the thief and the purchaser get in trouble. If you buy drugs, the person with the paraphernalia that's using the drugs and the dealer get in trouble. This happens, they get rid of the migrant and everything goes back to normal. Like I don't understand that. I do not get it. You know what I'm saying?
More operations in the future. If there are any questions about those, to reach out to the sheriff's office. Jacob Sloan, Fox 4, working for you.
All right, so there's that, man. So this is good, man. Shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. All right. So now next, what we about to do is we're gonna take that food truck, right? We're gonna listen to what the we're gonna listen to what the community leaders had to say about what went on with that food truck. Because that food truck situation was crazy.
Action coming in tonight as 3 people at a popular Memphis food truck are detained by federal agents. Memphis's mayor released a statement saying he understands.
Yeah, that's what shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said they ain't gonna let a black person do XYZ. Facts. If you are already like somebody else got to let you hit already. You sound like the sheriff. You know what I'm saying? Facts, bro. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew says, Rob, if we get caught at the gas station, we both going to jail, no matter who is buying or who is selling. Exactly. Exactly. Both of us in the back of the police car. You know what I'm saying? If you got some baggies on you or you got a scale with you, you know what I'm saying? Like you got a little bit more issues than the person that just got the little amount. You know what I'm saying? That's why you don't never have no you know what I'm saying? That's why you don't never have no bag and no scale and no product all in the same moving unit. You know what I'm saying? You or like on the same person. Like you don't never have none of that all together in one place. But you know what I'm saying? Like people be a lot of times, like I be thinking, like a lot of times, like when it comes to like crimes and like when it comes to criminals and like I think a lot of times people get caught on purpose just because like they want the recognition of, yeah, you know, I was hemmed up. You know what I'm saying? Like I was hemmed up because like it really there's a lot of ways where you could actually get around stuff and it's not that difficult. So either the criminals are just that damn dumb and the criminality reflects through like, you know, all the way up to the top, all the way down to the bottom, or people have like this false sense of associating like a badge of advancement with like the degree of law enforcement encounters you had. I don't know. But I can tell you one thing. That shit is not as hard as people make it out to be. You know what I'm saying? It's not as hard as people make it out to be. You know what I'm saying? And you know, sometimes, you know, like I don't understand why people don't tell the person that's buying to bring the scale. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't trust me, bring the scale. You know what I'm saying? I ain't about to bring the scale. You know what I'm saying? I'm not driving around with the bell in my car. You know what I'm saying? I'm not driving around with no baggies. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't understand any of this. But then you got all these YouTubers on YouTube that call everything crazy work and they never had no work. Like I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying?
Shockwaves reverberating the community since seeing the video captured from a Taco and Gunna's food truck. Homeland Security has confirmed the action was carried out by federal agents. WREG's Shay Arthur is live tonight after speaking with an immigration attorney about what happened. And Shay, what are you learning?
Like seriously though, like I want y'all to seriously think about it. And anybody in the, you know what I'm saying, in the chat that, you know, ever, you know, whatever, right? Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Why would you just not tell, quote unquote, the other party to measure, like stack this up? If you don't, you know what I'm saying, we've been, you know what I'm saying, doing, you know me, but if you got a suspicion, stack it up. Why would you assume all of the risk? Like I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? Count that. what I'm saying? Count that shit up. You know what I'm saying? You got a problem or whatever, you count it up. Like I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, I am for the deportation, man. These people, yeah, facts. I'm not mad at it, bro. Shout out to Carlton said he'd been to that food truck. Was the food good? Should we break them people out of Guantanamo Bay, bro? Should we float them some crow at knife or nah? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, I'm for the deportation, man. These people come here, then build their own economies and gentrify areas in their own way. Don't blame them, but hey, yeah, facts. I bet it was good. That shout out to AB, man. Never hustled on the block with the clip. Facts. I mean, like, it's like I don't understand. I don't get it, man. Like I'm telling you, I swear most of the people that claim to be criminals, most of the people that claim to be thugs, most of the people that be doing it, like they just do what they do just to say that they did it. They really like they really don't care for real. It's a game. It's a joke. You know what I'm saying? I got hemmed up again. How'd you get hemmed up? Man, I had like 30 bricks in the car. Like why? You know what I'm saying? Why did you have all of that? I just had, you know what I'm saying? Like I just had all this product sitting at the table in the house in the saran wrap. Like, why? Why did you have all that sitting out? You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be funny, man. I don't be feeling sorry for a lot of these people, man. I don't feel sorry for them at all. You didn't have no innovative ways. Listen, man. Listen. All I gotta do is tell you this, man. Listen. Shout out to DJ Elmo, right? YouTube manual reviewer. How many people ever been to a head shop? You ever been to a head shop? Listen, they have these devices that are very discreet. I'll just put it like that. You could just use something like that. Right? But like, when the last time you seen anybody in a head shop? Like, I don't understand a lot of this stuff, man. Like, I swear, when it comes to like the world and the stuff that people do, like I swear people just be trolling. They have to just be trolling because there's no, maybe there is a way, but I just don't see the way. Like I can't see how people are like just I can't see how you're that stupid. Like I can't. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't make any sense to me. Yeah, shout out to AB Promotions. Right. AB Promotions said, right, where's your stash spot? Right. Like, and on top, like, bro, like, and on top of it, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people could be using crypto. Like, it's just like, come on, man. Like, there's too many ways to do stuff and like not bring attention to yourself. And like, they just bring the most attention to themselves. And it's 9 times out of 10, like, listen, man, when y'all see these raids, like somebody that have like 30-inch wheels, the windows are like 0.5% tint. You know what I'm saying? Every neon light known to man on the inside of the car. Man, I don't know why they pulled me over. Then they just start ripping my bumpers off. Like, interesting. Why don't you maybe just, I don't know, why don't you get like a Toyota Yaris for like transport? And then like, you know, you can get your stupid car for when you're not doing anything. You know what I'm saying? Here's an even better idea. Why don't you do your drops while Uber driving, idiot? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't understand. And I think that these people are stupid. You know what I'm saying? And I think that they need to be like, people need to like tell them, you're embarrassing us. If you're gonna live this type of lifestyle, at least, you know, like make some type of monumental accomplishments or something. But you're not. You're stupid, you're dumb, and you look like an idiot in your mugshot, and it does nothing. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. Shout out to Carlton. Okay. Carlton said they have 2 food trucks, one downtown and the other on Summer Ave. That's what's up. Yo, listen. Hey, is Summer Ave in the hood? Let me know if Summer Ave is in the hood.
Hey, Stephanie. Well, the attorney I talked to said situations like this one won't only just continue. He expects them to actually become more prevalent. A national conversation we're seeing firsthand in the Mid-South. Federal agents taking 3 employees of the Taco and Gana's food truck into custody this week. The well-known business writing on social media, the employees were told they were detained by ICE. As you see men in plain clothes walk into the food truck and remove 3 men. Taco and Gana said, you'll see they have...
I mean, they didn't even have no badges on. They didn't even have no nothing. Like, they didn't have no nothing, man. They didn't have no badges on. Them could have just been people off the street. Them could have just been people off the street, man. And the undocumented folks, they know what country they in. They know what time it is. They ain't even fight them. He'd take my phone and didn't take me. Like, man, this is some planet we on.
Have no uniforms, do not show any badge or ID, and did not leave any identifying information or paperwork. We spoke with immigration attorney Andrew Rankin by phone about the video.
I said, people are worried about this. It's just a start.
Telling me about what he's hearing when it comes to targeted ICE operations.
What we're seeing is some targeted worksite enforcement operations, and we're seeing more people continue to be called into immigration, but specifically with their passports. And that's something we haven't seen in a large scale since President Trump took office. ICE is telling people to come in and bring their passports. And so we don't know what their intentions are when they come to the
So, like, I want you guys to understand the play right here, right? Like, this little news report right here, this is a news report, like, for the most part, dry snitching, right? And basically, like, this little dry snitch news report is basically trying to tip, you know, people that might be in this situation off. You know, if somebody calls you that you're not familiar with and they asking you to come somewhere with a passport, either show up with an attorney or don't show up at all, because it's a setup for the most part. That's what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
the actual place, like what happened with Taco and Gana's, they have to have a warrant.
When someone is picked up here in the greater Memphis area, where are they taken?
They're taken to the enforcement and removal office that is near the airport.
A temporary processing center with a few holding rooms. Once initial paperwork is...
That's wild, man. They got like that's like a human garbage disposal. You know what I'm saying? Like they... But that's crazy, man. That's like a human garbage disposal. They got like the human removal thing right by the airport. Wow.
Done, they are transferred to a detention facility in Louisiana.
Some of those facilities are ICE facilities. Some of those facilities are privately run, where ICE has a contract with them.
Rankin expects more operations to happen in the Mid-South. He encourages people to educate themselves about their rights. Also saying,
I'm always telling people, even United States citizens that look like they could be the target, I am telling them to carry proof of your status.
How do you look like you could be a target? How? What does a quote unquote undocumented person quote unquote look like? The only way I would know if somebody was undocumented or not, I'm gonna need to we're gonna need to search your cabinets. And if you got a whole bunch of groceries from all them checks, you know what I'm saying, you might be a migrant. Otherwise, I can't tell by looking at you. You got on fresh, crisp Nikes. You know what I'm saying? You got the all whites on with the matching hat, the Air Force Ones. Okay, you might be illegal. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't be able to tell by looking at somebody though. They come from all over the place. The United States got people from all over the place. How we supposed to know who's illegal or not? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Shout out to When Luther Rugg said, look like they could be the target. I thought that didn't. Now, you know, they need to get some of them forehead, you know, them hairline detectives if they trying to do it that way. You know what I'm saying? They need to go scout the YouTube streets, get some of them hairline forensics detectives, and they looking for migrants by that way. They could definitely get all the black ones. You know what I'm saying? It'll be a lot of people on YouTube that'll be willing to, you know what I'm saying, turn into black migrants, you know, from the hairline forensics and shit like that. But everybody else, though, I don't know how it would get done. I don't know how it would get done. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how it would get done. You know what I'm saying? The hairline PD for sure would definitely, you know what I'm saying, be able to, you know, get you some melanated undocumented. But I don't know how it would get done anywhere else. I don't know how that would work just by looks. Like I said, for me, I got to look at your groceries. I got to see if you got the food stamps. You can always tell somebody that got government aid because they never have a shortage of food. You know what I'm saying? They shelves be more stocked than the grocery store. You know what I'm saying? So I would have to see your cabinets. You got to open up them cabinets. You know what I'm saying? You got to open up that freezer. Oh yeah, you can barely close the door on the freezer with all the steak and seafood in there. You need to come with us. You know what I'm saying? You need to definitely come to us. Come with us because you definitely got that government money. This Elon Musk all up in your refrigerator with all that damn shrimp and steak in there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You got pounds of frozen ground beef. Oh yeah, you coming with us. You definitely coming with us. You know what I'm saying? You got all them Gordon's fish sticks in there. You got like 10 boxes of Gordon's fish sticks. You coming with us. You coming with us, sir. Am I lying though? Y'all, you can always tell somebody who is on the stamp because they're never hungry. Never hungry. And they're always making homemade food. Oh, I'll just make you something. Them the people that like, let's go out to eat. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, most of us, we don't really have the money all like that. So we're not about to go grocery shopping. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get something on the way to where we're going. Let's get something to eat. The Yamp people are well, let's just make something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll just make this big ass pot of macaroni and cheese real quick. You just about to whip out a big ass, you know what I'm saying, pot of macaroni and cheese. Then they pull out the Velveeta and all that. And they got like a moving box, Amazon box size thing of Velveeta. Where the hell you even get this at? You know, Sam's Club, they taking the stamps now. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. So yeah, that's the only way to know. Other than that, you ain't gonna know just based on how somebody look. What do a migrant look like? It's like migrants doing migrant stuff that's a thing of the past. Ain't nobody doing that no more. They got all the TikTok instruction and all that. You know what I'm saying? they got the TikTok instruction. So now they, you know what I'm saying, they up to date with the fashion. They're not wearing this, you know what I'm saying, the shoes with where the big toe is coming out and all that. They're not doing none of that no more. They dress better than you now. Somebody might pick you up and say you the migrant because you dusty and dingy. Compared to them, they crisp. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, I don't know him, but look at him. You know what I'm saying? He got this work shirt on and it's dirty under the arms. Hey, wait a minute. I just came from work. I didn't cross no river or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? But hey, we in 2025. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Satoshi in the building. Satoshi Nakamoto in the house. You know what I'm saying? Let me get a Bitcoin off you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
And Stephanie, just today, more than 24 religious groups filed a federal lawsuit to stop ICE raids from happening in places of worship, saying people cannot worship freely, living in fear. For your news leader, we're live downtown tonight. Shay Arthur, WREG News Channel 3. All right.
They can't worship it. Look, man, this is crazy. This is so crazy, man. It just like I'm not. I like if you can't see the comedy in all of this insanity, I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like all of these arrests is wild. All of these arrests is wild. And you know, again, what's even crazier is that all of these arrests, they've been going on for a long time. Like, you know, if you've been watching this channel for a long time, you're not really gonna be like, it's going crazy out here on the undocumented side, because we've been watching all this forever. You know what I'm saying? But it's just wild, and it's wild that, again, the Smurf media is not really saying anything about it.
Now to Operation Crime and Justice, members of a violent South American gang found living in the suburbs of Middle Tennessee. Police arresting 2 people that they say ran a sex slavery operation for Tren de Aragua.
Now we watched this, but this is a different version of it. Now they ran a they're so dramatic, man. They ran a they ran a sex slavery operation. You know what I'm saying? They ran a sex slavery operation. This is where there was no options involved. You know what I'm saying?
Now to Operation Crime and Justice, members of a violent South American gang found living in the suburbs of Middle Tennessee. Police arresting 2 people that they say ran a sex slavery operation for Tren de Aragua. Fox 17 News' Karen Aguilar joining us here in studio tonight to break down these new arrests. Karen?
Megan, investigators say the 2 arrested linked to Tren de Aragua coerced the victims to come to the United States under false pretenses and instead were enslaved to prostitution here in the Nashville area.
How do you listen? Let me ask y'all this. What if I try to convince you? You know what? Let's just go to St. Petersburg, Russia. Let's just go. How do you even get convinced? Like, what kind of pretenses would you get convinced of something crazy? I'm just gonna uplift my life and go to a different country. What? Make that make sense. Look, if I'm not going, I'm not going. And it don't matter if the pretense is false, or it don't even matter if the pretense is true. You can't convince me to do something that I don't want to do. I don't get this.
Young, vulnerable, poor women forced into prostitution in the Nashville area after investigators say they...
Oh, yeah, we already watched this. It's the exact same one. They just had it titled different. I definitely remember them starting out like that. So now we're about to get into the part where, wait a minute, are we there yet? No, we're not quite there yet. We're not quite there yet. Actually, you know what? We could do this like this. Now we need to talk about Pam Bondi. All right. Shout out to Guillory Miller. Guillory Miller says deportation 2025. If you guys if you guys are with Guillory Miller, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Guillory, give me a thumbs down. Now we got to talk about Pam Bondi. All right. We got to talk about Pam Bondi. I don't know too much about this woman. All right. I know she's one of Trump's picks, if I'm not mistaken, for the AG, right? But like what Trump is doing, she's hitting the ground running, you know what I'm saying, setting her targets, all right? Now, here's my question. How do people feel about her targets or about what she's doing or what she's done thus far? I don't know too much about her. I don't know too much about her history. I don't know what she's said. I don't know what she's done. I don't even know where she came from, as a matter of fact. So, you know, as far as this whole quote unquote Pam Bondi experience, you know what I'm saying? This is all new for me as far as it goes with her, right? But interestingly, seems like many people, some of those people unexpected, right, seem to really be, you know, taking a liking to this chick, all right? So let's see what's going on with it.
Attorney General Pam Bondi has hit the ground running in her new role, coming out swinging against states who refuse to uphold federal law. One of those states is New York, who Miss Bondi has filed charges against for failing to enforce federal immigration law.
We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is...
So Pam Bondi has filed charges against Letitia James. I don't think that's how you say her name. I think that's going to be a whole thing. I think CNN is going to, you know what I'm saying, they're going to get Michael Eric Dyson in the name police, and that could be a whole thing. And then, you know, this one here, you know, this chick, you know, Michael Eric Dyson get all up in her phone, you know what I'm saying? She might mess around and, you know, it might go different than with the Nancy Mace thing, right? But, you know, yeah, she going after folks. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is it justified? Should she be going after these people? Is this going to go anywhere? What is going on here? Somebody let me know what y'all think. Let me know what y'all think.
Is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today.
Pam Bondi then gave an ominous warning to all sanctuary states, saying they will.
I think it's kind of interesting that she looks like that female Terminator, but aged. You know what I'm saying? Like they've come out with several models. You know what I'm saying? Like they've come out with several models since her, but she was the original one from the movie, and it's just been that many years since the movie. So, you know, she's retired from being a Terminator and has become she's become an attorney and a Terminator. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, "Now the big payback." You know what I'm saying? Is that what it is? You know what I'm saying? Is that what's going on? Get on up. You know what I'm saying? That's somebody gonna have to get on up. You know what I'm saying?
Will be next.
And that's who we were letting walk into our country. And that's why President Trump has directed this to stop. And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We did it to Illinois. Strike one. Strike two is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next. Get ready.
She then doubled down on this, warning anyone who tips off ICE operations are in their sights.
The great men and women in law enforcement standing behind me today, they deserve.
Listen, man, shout out to this chick right here. You know what I'm saying? She's somebody just from, I could just kind of from, you know what I'm saying, sizing her up just by watching. I would hire her to be a manager at a company that I have, but I would never work for somebody like her, because she seems to me like one of those people. She would be a very wild boss to work for. She's going to be talking to you crazy. She's going to be looking at you like you're crazy. She's going to expect literally every policy to be done with the I's dotted and the T's crossed. And I'm not doing that, because at any place that I work at, I'm definitely not getting paid to do that. And if and she's one of them type of people that she does not seem to have a problem talking to you crazy. And I have a problem with people talking to me crazy. You know what I'm saying? When people just come like straight out the gate like that, you know what I'm saying? They got the glass eyes and just, you know what I'm saying, flat affect and just boom, 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 boom at 500 miles an hour. Yeah, this about to be all bad. These people that she got, like, that she's about to be going after, the only way that they're going to be able to deal with that is if some type of statute of limitations runs out, or if she's quote unquote stopped. You know what I'm saying? If she's not stopped, if quote unquote Trump quote unquote has her off a leash, yeah, it's Kathy Hochul and all that. Yeah, it's about to be bad for them. It's about to be bad. She one of the people that stay in the office till like 3 a.m. and then literally comes back to work 7 minutes before it's time to clock in the next day. Like, yeah, I'm not doing all that, but you go ahead. You know what I'm saying?
They must be protected. If anytime anyone leaks or tips off anything regarding a pending investigation, that jeopardizes lives. You're telling a bad guy what's about to happen. It could jeopardize the lives of all the men and women in law enforcement. We will not stand for it. We will find you. We're going to investigate it, no matter what agency it came from. We don't know for certain. We have an open investigation, so I can't talk about it in detail, but we will do everything in our power to hold you accountable, and it is a crime.
Bro, that's facts. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said apex modern woman. Facts. I don't disagree at all. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Patrick. What's good with it, bro? Patrick said the Dems wanted Gates, who's an idiot, and now they got an actual legitimate AG. Yeah. Yep.
And you will be prosecuted when we find you.
Online commentators welcomed the decisive action by Pam Bondi and the Trump administration, with this commentator saying, "We're actually enforcing the law now? Nice." This commentator agreed, saying, "Damn, holy, the federal government can actually work. We'll be damned. I thought it was just a trophy we looked at every now and again. Then it strong arms you if you have anything over $1. Thank God, America is back." Ms. Bondi then continued on the warpath, blasting federal judges.
We have so many unelected judges who are trying to control
control government spending, and there is a clear separation of powers. You know, they're doing it to Elon Musk, who is a great man and a good friend at D.O.G.E. What they're doing to him is to our country is outrageous. You know, people work their whole lives and pay taxes, yet they find out that they've been giving $2 million to Guatemala for sex changes. It's outrageous, and it's going to stop. We're going to fight back, not only with U.S. aid and all these other agencies, but, you know, this is happening every day. But DOJ, we are prepared to defend all of these cases.
Now we're gonna look now, yeah, it's about to get interesting now. It's about to get interesting now, because now we're about to go into a lot of these quote unquote budgetary issues, right? And now, to me, what people should be doing is, as they see all of these budgetary things getting picked apart, right? You got to ask the question, well, I thought, quote unquote, the government didn't have money for XYZ. Then you got to ask the question, well, we've, been voting XYZ for XYZ years, and this is where all the money's been going. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, "Great man, huh? His next baby mama." Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not trying to be funny, but like I'm gonna sound bad, you know what I'm saying? But she's definitely one of those type of chicks that only has time for a device. You know what I'm saying? She's definitely not wasting any time with the action of quote unquote baby making. You know what I'm saying? Like she has something that she packs in her suitcase, you know what I'm saying? And she works late nights in the hours, and you know what I'm saying? Like that's what she's proud of. You know what I'm saying? She definitely ain't, you know what I'm saying? She definitely ain't doing no skin on skin. You know what I'm saying? That's that don't have. That's why a lot of them women be like that. That's why they be having an attitude like that. Like the way she ain't got no, like, you know what I'm saying? She just, I'm about to do my job. I'm a robot. Like that's why. You know what I'm saying? That's why she's like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm task oriented. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was really feeling how you was looking in that ridiculous yellow, you know what I'm saying, jacket that looks like a rain boot with a zipper on it. You know what I'm saying? Like let's go, you know what I'm saying? Let's go to the movies. I don't have time for that. I have 5 cases stacked up in the morning, and I got to deport 7 million people. You know what I'm saying? She go to the house, throw the little food in the freezer. You know what I'm saying? Throw it in the microwave, and you know what I'm saying? Like while the food is on the microwave, you know what I'm saying? She take a little, folder in the bathroom with her. You know what I'm saying? Zzz, come back, the food ready. You know what I'm saying? Coffee, work. No personality. Like that's the life. That's the life people be wanting to live, man.
And we will carry out President Trump's agenda.
The Wall Street Journal's editor-at-large Gerard Baker agrees, saying Pam Bondi is giving the U.S. some much-needed common sense.
He's very welcome. And, I spent an awful lot of time in the U.S. last year, and after that election, I just felt like there was that energy in the air. But so many of the things they do, it just seems like, common sense is an overused phrase, but for example, Pam Bondi, who's the new Attorney General, just confirmed, well, one of the first things... Like... This is terrible, man. She's one of them people that will only get excited. Like she'll never get excited about anything except for work. But the only time she'll get excited outside of work is like if she walked past like a bunch of women and like they're quote unquote talking about devices, she'll be like, I got one of those, you know what I'm saying? And then like it'll just like go back to normal, and then like just back about like just, you know what I'm saying, like laser eyes. It's like, you know what I'm saying, like for real. But this is the world that we moving into, though. Like, this is what's looked at as normal, and that's what society wants women to be. So, I mean, and there's a lot of guys who will fight you to the death if you say, hey, that's there's some people that's meant to be like that, and that's cool. But, like, everybody don't need to get pushed in that direction. They'll say that you're trying to be a misogynist and you're you know what I'm saying, like, you're downgrading the value of women, which... I don't know how that could be possible if you're showing how much you value women, but it is what it is. Things that she's announced is that they're going to cut federal funding to sanctuary cities that refuse to deal with federal immigration authorities. I mean, this seems like such basic stuff that we weren't able to do for years in the United States. What do you make of that?
Absolutely.
Now, here goes my question. Shout out to everybody watching, right? How do you all feel about, like, I think it's man, the irony in all of this is just I couldn't ask for more. I couldn't ask for better. The defund the police people are actually themselves getting defunded. Right? Like, is that what's going on right now? If you guys would agree that that's what's going on right now, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, that's not what's going on right now, give me a thumbs down. That's what I see, right? What I see right now is the defund the police people actually getting defunded. And I think that it's very interesting.
Sanctuary City situation that we've had, where, sure as your viewers know, these cities actually essentially refuse to cooperate with the federal government in identifying and dealing with the massive numbers of illegal immigrants. I live in New York City. It's supposedly a sanctuary city. Especially in the last 4 years, we've had a huge influx of illegal migrants into the city, and we've had increases in crime, and we've had them very, very hard, a lot of pressure on housing here and on health services and all these other things. And yet, as a sanctuary city, New York refuses to do anything about it. Well, in comes Pam Bondi, the new Attorney General, and says, sorry, we're not going to let you do that anymore. So there will be, as you say, common sense. There will be, look, the number of illegal migrants in this country is completely out of control. We probably had 10 million in the last 4 years, maybe more, on top of millions who existed who were here before that. Look, many of them, and I think these will be, I think we need to be a little careful about sort of branding them all. There are a lot of people here who've lived here for a very long time. Children were born here and were contributing to the US, and maybe a way can be found to keep those there. But there are large numbers of criminals, James. There's large numbers of people, violent criminals. There's large numbers of people who are scofflaws. There's large numbers of people who, frankly, are living off the state and living off the various benefits that they get in some of these cities. It's only right, in the interest of American voters and taxpayers, that those people should be dealt with.
And finally, just sticking.
Quote unquote. According to this fella here, quote unquote, it's only right that those people should be dealt with. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What do you guys think about that? Right. Scofflaws. Right. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, bro said scofflaws, old ass word. Right. I'm telling you, man, it's like a soap opera, man. It's so good. It's so good, isn't it?
On Pam Bondi, another thing that she's announced is this weaponization working group to look into ways in which government was weaponized and politicized during the Biden administration. I'd love to get your take on this. Does this seem like a good idea to you, or are you concerned at all that this smacks of a bit of a witch hunt?
Yeah, there's a risk there. Look, weaponization of government is something that's been steadily going on over a long time and has steadily been getting worse. I don't think there's any question that it did get notoriously, dramatically worse under Joe Biden. And what we're talking about here is not just the attempts to prosecute the prosecutions of Donald Trump, and you can like or not like those. I think there's a mixed bag, but there's no question that the Justice Department was spending a lot of time trying to get Donald Trump essentially prosecuted, convicted, and locked up. We're not just talking about those cases. We're talking about the cases where the Justice Department, the FBI, which of course is part of the Justice Department, was being used to go after essentially people who had kind of political views that were at odds with the kind of, with the prevailing orthodoxy as defined and as mandated by the Biden administration. And we're going after them and sort of look.
Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention to this, right? Shout out to Carlton. Shout out to DC Precise. You know what I'm saying? Black Free Thinker. Y'all already know what to do. Get the button, right? Get the button. Get the button. Do you guys notice that, when it comes to like the people that when it comes to the people that America, quote unquote, allegedly politicized, you know what I'm saying? Like, they weaponized the justice system against yada, 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 right? None of those people are YouTubers. None of those people are people with, quote unquote, shadow bans on their channel. Do you guys notice that? You can't not notice it, right? I know I'm not the only one that notices it. If nobody else noticed it, I noticed it. Right. And now that I've said it, you know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, you guys can't help to not notice it now. It's on the palette now. Now it's what you'll be thinking about. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like none of these people are YouTubers. Damn it. Rob messed it up for us again. You know what I'm saying?
Looking into, supposedly criminal activity. A good example, James, as you know about, is Catholic organizations. Catholic organizations that are pro-life, that are anti-abortion, don't break the law. These individuals don't break the law. They protest against abortion. They work hard to get abortion laws overturned. You can like that or dislike it, whatever you think about it. They're not criminals, but the FBI and the Justice Department spend a lot of time in the last 4 years investigating these organizations and going along to masses and things like that undercover to try and catch Catholics who were saying things that were considered unacceptable. That really is a kind of weaponization of justice that we should be very disturbed about. And if Pam Bondi, and I think she will, if she's going to do that, and if she's going to avoid perhaps the temptation that Donald Trump will have to pursue his own vendettas against those who pursued him, then more power to her.
Absolutely right. Couldn't agree more. I think they even said that going to Latin Mass was a sign of radicalization, which was pretty nuts. Yeah. Gerard Baker, thank you so much for joining me. As always, we'll see you again soon on the U.S. Report.
All right, so there's that. I thought that, again, like I said, so, that's the, for now, right, the temporary intro to quote-unquote Pam Bondi, right? And again, shout out to everybody watching, right? I appreciate you guys. Nobody said what they thought about Pam Bondi. You guys notice that? Like, what I'm saying? Like, I was like, yo, what y'all think about Pam Bondi? Because I don't know too much about the chick. And I'm dead serious. Like, I don't know anything about her. Like, I haven't really been paying much attention to her, right? The only things that I know about her is that she is the new AG, right? And I think TD has done some videos, shout out to him, where he's kind of gone over some things that she said and done, right? But aside from that, I don't know anything about her. So, everything is going to be research, or, everything is going to be fresh that comes into the news cycle, right? But I'm sure, I'm sure there's some people out there that have seen her or got some type of opinion or, something. And, crickets. So Colorado is lit. Colorado been lit. You know what I'm saying? ICE been raiding out there to try to get some Tren de Aragua members, because as you guys know, in Colorado, there have been Tren de Aragua infestations in apartment buildings. Some of these buildings have been shut down. You know what I'm saying?
Turning now to those federal immigration raids happening across the country. Today, federal agents detained and arrested people in Denver and the neighboring.
See, I didn't know she was a Florida State. To see, now we getting some info. Shout out to Unsunken One. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug says she was making a great evil villain. Ha! Facts. Shout out to Unsunken One. Unsunken One said she was full of shit as my Florida State attorney. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I'm saying? She's definitely going to do everything Trump tells her to do.
City of Aurora, Colorado, breaking down doors and questioning people as they searched for more than 100 reported Venezuelan gang members. Scripps News correspondent Tony Kovaleski is live for us in Denver. Thank you so much for being here, Tony. Did they find the people they were targeting?
Well, we don't know the answer to that yet. I'm sure they did get some. We're also sure they did not get all. My good afternoon. About 5 hours ago.
That's crazy. This lady seems very concerned. You know what I'm saying?
Eight men came out of those doors behind me in handcuffs, detainees. It was a well-orchestrated, well-planned event involving Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the DEA, Homeland Security, and the FBI. They shut off about 4 square blocks around here. We've got some video we'd like to show you. But several operations have been ongoing all morning, more than a...
Oh man, shout out to John. John said, bro, I'm behind on the stream, but your description of the Pam chick is absolutely hilarious. She goes into the bathroom with the case files and the Rose device is too funny. I'm dead. Bro, you know the type. You know the type. She takes her job like her job is her boyfriend. Her job is her boyfriend. She gets off on work. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Like, I guess, to each his own, right? You know what I'm saying? To each his own. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay. Jay says, bunch of infestations of roaches as well. They should be shut down. Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%.
half dozen in the metro area. They were targeting, as you said, about 100 was the number they were looking to get. We have an interview with the special agent in charge of ICE later on this afternoon. We're going to get those answers. But we also talked to neighbors here, and one gentleman came up to us, and he's lived here for more than a dozen years, and he talked about how he really appreciated what happened because for months and months, because of the people and many individuals living in this apartment complex, he has not felt safe. So here's what he had to say.
Hey, I feel glad that somebody's finally doing something about this place.
Now you see he's got the I don't know if I think this is a horned lizard on his shoulder, which is interesting because it's kind of cold in Colorado and that's a reptile, and I don't really know if it's really healthy for that thing to be out there like that, but you know, okay, sure.
Hey, I feel glad that somebody's finally doing something about this place. You know, I got 13 grandkids. I got 4 children. You know, we walk by here every day, you know, and they're scared to come out of the house. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. It's brutal.
See, again, now listen. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, shout out to Windlow's. It's called a bearded dragon. Yeah, that's what that thing is called. Listen, listen, look, man. Yeah, they got alligators in Colorado, but you know, alligators hibernate, and that's their natural habitat. I don't think the bearded dragon's habitat is a cold habitat. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they have a hibernation pattern. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Volvo. Volvo said he has a zoo. Listen, look. Shout out. Here we go again. Look, shout out to look, here go Carlton. Look. Look, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said he sounds like he's from the South. Yeah, he do sound like he's from the South. Listen, this is what else I was about to say. Listen. People are going to have to stop saying they find the most ridiculous of us to put on the news because he's pretty damn ridiculous. This is pretty damn ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure there was other people there. I'm gonna go ahead and go on and say it, man. I'm gonna come right out there and say it. And this was Colorado too. And this was Colorado. I know for a fact that there was probably other white people around that they could have chose. Okay. But they went and found Leatherneck from the G.I. Joe and put him on there. You know what I'm saying? With the bearded dragon right on this, like I'm wearing the bearded dragon. Here you go, right here. Yeah, this little bearded dragon's name is Leroy, in case you didn't know. Like, why are you just wearing a bearded dragon? Where were you on your way to? My man got the snow salt, you know what I'm saying? The salt stain on his hat. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on, man? Like, what is going on? He's got a salt stain from, you know what I'm saying, on his hat.
So you heard one neighbor saying thank you for what happened here in Aurora and Denver, Colorado this morning, but not everybody had that opinion. There were others that were frustrated by the imposition of the federal agents and what took place. So clearly 2 sides of that.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Unsung One. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Unsung One said he got ferrets at the house. Oh, for sure. He absolutely got ferrets. 2 of them, too. You know what I'm saying? His whole house probably looked like Noah's Ark.
That issue, but we do know that there are more operations planned. This is the largest operation in the metro area since the first one took place 10 days ago. That was another early morning situation, that in Arapahoe County, rather Adams County, just north of Denver. But today, successful, sure, as successful as they wanted. We're going to find out in about an hour. Maya?
Tony, I know that there is a sizable...
Now, as much as they blurred this out, right? Look, hold on real quick.
I know that there is a...
Hold on. As much as they blurred this out, you could tell this is a Tommy Hilfiger shirt. So this migrant here is crispy.
Find out about it.
Crispy. And this is what I'm talking about. They dress better than you. They're going to be pointing you out saying you a migrant because look at how dingy you is. You know what I'm saying? He crisp right there with the Tommy Hill sweatshirt on.
Hour, Maya.
Tony, I know that there is a sizable Hispanic population in the Denver metro area. Has there been any reaction from that community to all of this?
Now, again, my question is why I don't understand why the Hispanic community, quote unquote, is being, quote unquote, equated to, quote unquote, migrants. I don't get that. We've established already, right? When it comes to the migrants, it's kind of difficult to profile them, right? Because they come from everywhere, just like a large population, a large part of the United States, right? So then they ask these questions, right? Well, how do the Hispanic community feel about this? I don't know. I don't know how a bunch of Mexican people would feel about Venezuelan migrants. I don't know if they're supposed to feel. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the greater community of Hispanic people that this news broadcast is servicing, they might not be Venezuelans. So I don't know why they would even have any type of concern about it at all. You know what I mean? Like, so I want you guys to understand, like, this is how, this is how they play that slick stuff. Well, how does the Hispanic community feel about it? I mean, like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, if you was dealing with one of these people, right? And you was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, they sound like they're Russian over there. Oh, wait a minute. I'm from Hungary. What? I'm completely different. What are you talking? So with them, you're supposed to pay very close attention to and respect and acknowledge differences within culture. With them, it's perfectly permissible for them to lump everybody into a group. Because first, like, okay, so what does the Hispanic community think about this? Well, I don't know what the Hispanic community thinks about this. I don't know what a Puerto Rican who's an American citizen would think about criminal Venezuelan migrants. I don't know what they would think. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why they would either. You know what I'm saying? Now, then what they do is they'll turn it into, well, everybody who's not white is a people of color. So, it's perfectly permissible for them to categorize you or anyone else as they feel or as they see fit to adjust facts to fit their narrative. And it's not okay for you to do that. You have to respect individual differences. You have to, quote unquote, not be, quote unquote, obsessed with these things. They make the rules. And you're weird and you're a victim if you question the rules that they made. And you're obsessed. You're race obsessed. Despite the fact that, you know what I'm saying, who turned race into a complete industry, multi-trillion-dollar empire, right? So again, this is the thing, right? Like when people are watching this kind of stuff, like people shouldn't lose focus of like the big picture of like what's actually going on here. I mean, like, to me, like, I think that like 1 million people should just be saying like, this is a weird question. This is weird. And the only reason why anybody should be doing that is to show how illegitimate and how weaponized the speech is. Right? That's it. Look at what they do. They do that here. They do that all over the place. We'll take what they did here and then show what they did here, how they do it all over the place and how it affects us. Oh, well, don't you think that you should cape for migrants? No, I don't think that at all. You know what I'm saying? No. But what needs to be exposed is that this is nothing but the same racket that has been going on since the beginning of time. And if people want to put an end to this type of pyramid scheme, right? Because this is the actual pyramid scheme, you know what I'm saying? Then, people need to start paying attention to these type of things. Nobody's like, again, like, no offense. Shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. But like, nobody has answered that question yet. why would any of like they asked would this entire ethnicity care about what's going on with this micro group of people? I don't know. Why would they care? Why would that community care? Why would any community care about anything? Like, I mean, seriously, I want y'all to seriously sit down and think about that. And how do you choose which community? They got all the intersectionality and all that going on now. And then at the same time, after they've created the intersectionality, then they're upset about DEI. You know what I'm saying? Like this needs to be stopped. You know how that one dude was talking about like people being dealt with? This is the stuff that needs to be dealt with. You know what I'm saying? Like I said though, again, this is the freedom, right? This is the freedom of oppression. This is the freedom of we can do whatever we want, which makes us free. There has to be a relative index, right? There cannot be freedom without a definition of what being captive is. So in order to define free, there has to be an opposite of captive. So if we're talking about the free people, we have to look at who they have captive. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't make sense, give me a thumbs down. See, like, if you ask me, like, these are the things, right? Like, these are the little details that people have to iron out. Because if they don't iron out these little details, these little things right here will always be the things that cause problems in the future because they don't have these ideas, tightly wrapped to where they can be easily executed, in times of need, right?
Well, there is a lot of trepidation. There's concern. There's wondering how far these will go. And we've talked to people from that community also. The headline, the advertisement from federal agencies is we're coming in to get the bad guys, the people with criminal records, criminal histories, individuals that have intimidated this community and been responsible for crime. And you heard from Eric, the gentleman that lives here. He's heard gunshots. He and his family have not felt safe. And he was very pleased with the results of what happened today with the federal agencies. But as you raise that point, there are others that are concerned. They want to make sure that what is being said about coming in and getting the bad guys is actually true. Maya?
All right, so there's that. All right, so now next what we're going to do is we're going to talk about your boy, Sheriff Grady Judd. All right, your boy, Sheriff Grady Judd. Now, shout out to Katsy because Katsy was talking about some stuff as far as, the migrant crisis and illegal immigration going on in Florida, right? And we are finally here. All right, we are finally here. All right, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. And if you're not part of the Discord, take a moment, hit that Discord link, and join the Discord.
Welcome back. Across Florida, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd is calling on local counties to play a bigger role when it comes down to cracking down on illegal immigration. The sheriff says he wants local law enforcement to work hand in hand with the government to keep communities safe.
We're going to round up those that are committing crime, that are here illegally. We're going to turn them over to ICE, and we hope that ICE deports them sooner.
Shit, we're going to turn them over to ICE? You know what I'm saying?
Rather than later.
Right now, state lawmakers are holding a special session that's focused in on illegal immigration reform, and they are expected to vote on a new bill this week. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd joining us live this morning to talk more about it. Good to see you, Sheriff. How are you?
It's good to be with you again. I'm doing fine.
So, Sheriff, let's talk a little bit about what's going on in the House. We've had a couple of special sessions now to try to iron out, how the state can play a bigger role. And I'm sure you've been watching that very closely. What are your thoughts on what's happening there in Tallahassee?
Well, I'm very impressed with the leadership of Governor DeSantis, President Ben Albritton, and certainly our Speaker of the House, Mr. Perez. I see them saying, hey, we've got a mission. And that mission is to keep Florida and the United States safe. And Florida wants to be a leader, wants to have.
Shout out to Carla. What's good with it, Carla?
The model policy in place to ensure that all governments have to assist and that anyone that's here illegally that comes to Florida will be held to the highest accountability. So I applaud our Speaker of the House, our President, and our Governor with the leadership. They've had to work out some nuances in order to get the legislation where that all three wanted it. I'm so proud of them. And now it's going to be a mandate at the state level to make.
Now, I want you guys to understand this, right? And like this actually means something, right? This actually means something. So, like, do you notice how, you know, when it came to how he started this thing off, you know, his address, I guess you would call it, right? He started his address off. He gave respects to a bunch of people, right? Pam Bondi did the same thing, you know, quote unquote, Elon Musk is a great guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, yada, 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 right? You know, I'm proud of the, you know, leadership of quote unquote Ron DeSantis, quote unquote, right? Now, you know, what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to pay attention, right? Because like that's validation, right? That's like this legitimizing thing, right? How often do you see that happen? You know, elsewhere. Right? You know, I try to make a habit of it, right? You know, people that I think are legit, you know, I give them legitimizing credits, you know, adjectives, you know, credentials from my own critiques, right? But you don't see that very often. And, you know, that right there is like level one, quote unquote, making people great. And I honestly, the reason why I'm pointing that out is because honestly, like, you know, I don't know if we're not capable of making each other great or not. I don't know, right? I don't know if it's a lack of capability. And if that lack of capability comes from lack of know-how or lack of understanding, right? But regardless, right, one thing that you can do is you can take a look at situations and say, okay, there is something here, and then there's something that's missing, right? And if you ask me, like, you know, that sticks out like a sore thumb as something that's missing. That's why if you notice, see, like I do shit different, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because I actually believe the shit that I say. I don't care if no one else believes it. I believe what I say. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say shit like Win Loser Rug, the resident AI czar, and our chart expert, right? Because he is our AI czar and our chart expert, and he does give us good information about charts and artificial intelligence, AI agents. And that should be acknowledged. And it should be acknowledged by everyone that he provides value to, right? I say Brooklyn Queen, mod extraordinaire, right? Yeah, that's a title, mod extraordinaire, because Brooklyn Queen is a mod extraordinaire. She goes the extra mile. You know what I'm saying? Yes. You know what I'm saying? The title is there. So it's not like you're just doing these things and then like you wonder like, oh, you know, am I doing? No, like you're being legitimized because yes, you've done something material. I appreciate the benefit that the material thing that you have done has given me. And anytime I address you, you know what I'm saying? I will address you with the material value that you provide. And I'm going to reinforce that. And that's self-advertisement. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way is the flash button pusher. Facts. Not to mention also, you know what I'm saying, the resident CAW whale, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise, the information guy. You know what I'm saying? You know, so, you know, you really don't see that in a lot of places. And like, that's the reason why, you know what I'm saying, people have a title, because the title is supposed to reinforce the value, and it's supposed to also, you know, alert others to, oh, well, there's value in this person. You know what I'm saying? Like this person has satisfied a set of credentials, right? They do this stuff all the time. Let me ask you guys this question. Like, honestly, even though, you know, I don't like to promote this, I would actually say the street culture, the criminal culture, that is one thing that the criminal culture does significantly better than lay people. The criminal culture properly credentials people. Now, you know, those credentials may not be anything good, you know what I'm saying? But they properly credential people. There are no proper credentials, you know, which is why you have, like, you know, anybody can just say anything and it's legit. Anybody can just criticize anything and it's not legit. Now, you know, like, you guys respect my content and you guys come here and you guys like what I say, right? But all it takes is just a YouTuber that's bigger than me. They could be somebody that doesn't even have any type of education at all. None. I can validate my education. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can validate that shit. You can look that shit up. You know what I'm saying? Anything that I've ever said about anything that I've done, you can look that shit up. You know what I'm saying? It's all there. You know what I'm saying? On top of that, there's people that are in my chat that know me personally. There's just multiple sources of ways. If there's a claim that you ever have a question about that I've made about personal accomplishments or myself, you can validate it very easily, right? But it's not like that with everybody on YouTube. Some people just have their opinions, right? Now, you know, the credentials are supposed to mean something, right? They're supposed to mean something. But on YouTube, they don't. You know what I'm saying? Again, like I say, I always shout, you know, Thai City out for the subscriber supremacy thing, because that's facts. The more followers that somebody has, the more subscribers that somebody has. It doesn't matter. Whatever they say, whatever they do, that's the law. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I could be a brain surgeon, and all a popular YouTuber has to say is, he don't know nothing. That's just white man education. And that's it. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, my whole YouTube career is just gone because, like, you know, the right YouTuber said something critical about me. Despite the fact that, you know, I could possibly have, you know, 700 successful brain surgeries under my belt. It doesn't matter. This guy with, you know, 200,000 subscribers said, I don't like you. You all don't like him either. And because, you know, people don't have brains, you know what I'm saying, they will oblige by what they're told. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality says, what do your personal accomplishments have to do with the information you are presenting? Here's what my personal accomplishments have to do with the information I'm presenting. I graduated from the school that had one of the first live financial engineering trading floors on it. You know what I'm saying? I also have a master's degree in business. And I talk about, you know, on some of my channels, financial investments. So that, as a personal accomplishment, you know what I'm saying, has a lot to do with the information that I'm presenting. You know what I'm saying? I could go into other areas with other information, right? But personal experience in most cases can affect your presentation, and also it can create biases, right? So, you know, I like those things to be out in the open, right? So, you know, I think that it's important, right? And if I had no experience in something, I'm be like, yo, this is just personal opinion, right? Like with the Pam Bondi chick, I don't know anything about her. I've never seen her, never heard her, don't know anything about her. So everything that I'm building currently is a brand new opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's a brand new opinion. But now the credentials don't matter, right? Like it should matter, right? Like, I got a master's degree in business, right? There are other people that got master's degrees in business that went to Harvard. Those people say, you know, XYZ about Bitcoin, right? There's Harvard graduates that have turned their businesses into billion-dollar companies that are publicly traded, partially in part to their financial strategy using Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a scam. And because if you're a popular YouTuber, Bitcoin just is a scam. It doesn't matter that it made MicroStrategies, make the NASDAQ 100, you know what I'm saying, in the S&P 500. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he graduated from Harvard, I think. It doesn't matter that, I advocate for Bitcoin and I support Bitcoin. It doesn't matter that I got an MBA. None of that matters. No real world things matter if the right YouTuber says it shall or shall not be. And the reason for that is because the subscribers give them that power. They didn't get that power on their own. You know what I'm saying? Subscribers give them that power. You know what I'm saying? Subscribers give YouTubers, regardless if they have credentials or not, the ability to create a customizable reality for them. You know what I'm saying? And people need to understand the consequence of that. Because there's hella consequences to that. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the reasons why it is so important, if you ask me, to always make sure that information integrity is upheld at all costs. At all costs. Even if it's something that's not the best information. It's not something that you want to hear. Doesn't matter. Upholding information integrity will always have the best return. Always. It always will. If people disagree with that, just look at the direction of the financial system, right? The regular financial system is decaying, and a information integrity based, blockchain based financial system is replacing it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Bro, facts. No, subscribers are an indicator to community sentiment. Facts. Facts. You know what I'm saying? And again, and shout out to Crew, right? And I wouldn't disagree with that. Crew says, I mean to say, if the info is true, people can research based off the info you give. I agree, right? I agree. However, right, credentials do mean something, right? They mean something. So, when you have credentials, the idea is that there's a minimum set of competency that you should have that qualifies you as XYZ credentialed, right? Like if you're a medical doctor, okay, the minimum credentials are you've satisfied this internship, you satisfied this residency, you satisfied this fellowship, you've got XYZ degree, and you've passed the state board or whatever, right? So that's the minimum. The minimum is that you have this competency, right? So if somebody gives an opinion, it should be standardized across the board, right? Like whatever kind of opinion that I give on something, there should be not very much variation, with someone else who has an MBA that's discussing a particular, financial situation, right? Shouldn't be that much difference, right? But because there's not a system of credentials, it creates information pollution because everybody can just create any type of credentials. And legitimate credentials just kind of get laughed off. Now, this is what I'm saying about the streets, right? The streets does this better than lay people. The streets, you got OG, you got a BG, you know what I'm saying? You might have like a recruit, right? Or you might have somebody that's like, what do they call those? Not a recruit. Damn, what do you call that? When you're trying to get into a organization or whatever. You got whatever, right? A recruit's trying to get in. You got a enforcer, you know what I'm saying? You got like a sergeant, yada, yada, yada. You got all these different titles or whatever, right? Shot caller, yada, 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 right? There's no confusion. A prospect. There you go. Shout out to DC Precise. Yeah, prospect. Appreciate you, bro. There's no confusion on that. No one's confused about that. If somebody said, oh yeah, this person is a shot caller, there's no confusion about that. No one's confused about it. This person is a shot caller. I know exactly what they did. I know exactly what they're capable of. I know exactly, you know, what kind of standing they have in the street. This person is an OG. All right, I know exactly what they are, know who they are. I know what kind of standing they have. I know what they've did. I know what they've done. You know what I'm saying? No questions about it. Why is it that in the criminal world, there's a legit system of credentialing that's inarguable, that makes sense, that everyone knows, expects, knows, and respects? But when it comes to information, anybody can just be allowed to just say anything, and credentials don't matter. You literally have people who have never even like touched a book arguing like advanced medical information with like board certified surgeons, and like people actually listening to the people that never touched the book. Why? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, and it's irredeemable offenses. You don't rep the hood when pressed, and you blacklisted from the gang. Facts. If I'm not mistaken, I think that might have happened to Jim Jones at some point. He was somewhere, and somebody asked him some things, and he didn't answer the right way. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. He might have had a couple bruises on him. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew says, well, aren't most millionaires without degrees? Now, here's my question. Is there some type of equivalence to the amount of money that you have versus information integrity? And again, a degree isn't the only type of credential, right? Like, that's not necessarily the only type of credential. Years of experience could be the credential. Having the $1 million itself could be the credential. Like, that could be the credential. Like, I hear what you're saying, but I have $1 million. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody, like, you know, right? I could sit there and be like, yo, you know, yada, 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 Bitcoin, XYZ. Hey, Rob, I hear what you're saying, but I got $5 million. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like the $1 million is the credential, right? At the current moment. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton said, because people deep down love criminal culture. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. Absolutely. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, only thing irredeemable to the lith is being a black man dating a white woman, which is wild, right? Because if you ask me, that's not even an offense at all. That's not even an offense. You know what I'm saying? I don't even understand why that's even a thing. I don't even, you know what I'm saying? Like the lith is the very people that says, well, we don't care what you do. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't care who you sleep with. And that's literally like seems to be what like most people are focused on. You know what I'm saying? Like, people constantly talk about bussy and, you know what I'm saying, like people's significant others, which, you know what I'm saying, are the things that people, you know what I'm saying, that's what people are doing, which is contrary to we don't care what you do. You know what I'm saying? But again, that goes into the dual reality thing. You know what I'm saying? It's the dual reality thing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew says, I would say, like, Win, Lose, or Rug, the money is a sign of conscious or public sentiment. I don't, it depends on how somebody made their money. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody might have made their money, you know, like, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug might be like a meme coin millionaire. That doesn't have anything to do with the public. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just either invested the right way or he hit a degen, you know what I'm saying? He hit a degen lick, right? That don't have nothing to do with the public. The public is not necessarily indicative of, you know, somebody's financial, you know, accolades, right? Shout out to crypto, right? When crypto pops the way that we need it to pop, you know, a lot of us are going to have a lot more money than a lot of people that, you know, people want to be the person with a lot of money. It's going to have that 50 cent effect. You know what I'm saying? Like, you now you just going to have to deal with us. You know what I'm saying? We don't care if you like us or not. You know what I'm saying? Sorry. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, again, I think that the lack of legitimate credentialing is one of the things that creates information pollution. Yeah, shout out to AB. Somebody may have inherited the money, right? And again, you know, people could actually have information credentialing. They could actually care. This is a legitimate source. This isn't. But if you don't care about the information source, then you always have the flexibility to say, well, that person didn't know what they were talking about anyway, so I was misinformed. There's a lot of purposeful misinformation that happens where people purposely self-misinform so they can get themselves a parachute or they can get themselves a way out if something falls through. That has to be taken away. That has to be taken away. You know what I'm saying? Or else people will continue to abuse it. Well, I didn't know. Why didn't I know? I didn't know because I was listening to nonsense. Well, why were you listening to nonsense? You know, now you're asking too many questions. You know what I'm saying? Now you're asking too many questions. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's something that we got to look at. That's something that happens. No, that ain't nothing wrong with it, bro. And nothing wrong with it at all. And all good ideas. All good ideas, bro. You know what I'm saying? But what I want you guys to see is that you gotta you have to believe in what you say, right? And to me, one of the reasons why I have such a big problem with inconsistencies. Shout out to DC Precise. You talk too much. You ask too many questions. You make too much sense, nigga. Too much sense. You know what I'm saying? Not enough dollar. You know what I'm saying? Too much sense and not enough dollar. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why I'm so OCD about, you know, inconsistencies is because like I said, I believe the things that I say with 100% conviction. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't just talk it, I live it, right? And to me, inconsistencies are a red flag that someone is selling a bill of goods. If you tell me, you know what I'm saying, you Bitcoin, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, like Bitcoin, you know what I'm saying, like I love me some Bitcoin, you know what I'm saying, like yada yada yada, and you tell me you got $100,000, you know what I'm saying, in a mutual fund, and you got like, you know, like 1,000th of a Bitcoin, I'm like, what? That don't make that doesn't make any sense. I thought you was pro Bitcoin. You got all this mutual fund, and you know what I'm saying, you don't even have like, you don't even have $500 in Bitcoin, but you pro Bitcoin? How? You know, the Coinbase AdSense articles pay real good. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I get it. So you don't, you just doing it because it sounds good, but you don't necessarily believe in it though. You know what I'm saying? See, like a lot of people don't, they do that, and then they don't get called out on it. And the reason why they don't get called out on it is because they have a self-cycling system of protection amongst the community, the echo chamber that they create. And you should never be protected. I should never have protection. My integrity should be my protection. I should never have protection. I should never have to have protection. You know what I'm saying? Just like none of you guys should never have to have protection. Your integrity should be your protection. And, you know, there should never be like any type of like, quote unquote, breach in your integrity. If there's questions, then that's all there should be, is just questions, you know, with honesty and transparency, right? Like it should never be like, you know, I need my subscribers to protect me. Nah. You know, shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all rocking with me. But consistency, you know what I'm saying? And my content library and my consistency with it should be my protection in the real world. Like that's the whole proof of work model. Again, which is why I believe in Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Like that makes sense to me. It's like a credential is proof of work. I've done XYZ. I've accomplished XYZ. I've shown XYZ competencies. as a result of showing all of this, this credential has been produced. This credential that I have here is proof that XYZ has all happened, right? Just like this Bitcoin has been produced is proof that this transaction took place. Like this is what I'm saying. Like, this shit is all consistent. See what I'm saying? So this is why, to me, these kind of things are important. And the more you build this record of consistency, the more consistency that there is, the more proof of works that are created, the more great a person becomes. So, like, when it comes to like the quote unquote engineering of making someone great, I think that there's not many people made great because people don't understand how to engineer greatness. People don't understand how to engineer making somebody great. And it's actually an intricate system. You know what I'm saying? It's actually an intricate system of repeat work, minimum credentials, you know what I'm saying? Highlighting accomplishments, you know what I'm saying? And being consistent with the message across the board. But again, my question for you guys is, where do you see that model reinforced? The only time most people see that model reinforced is at work. And even at work, you know, it might not be legit. At work, a lot of times the systems is corrupted, right? In the world, the systems are corrupted. The government, the systems are corrupted. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the system that, you know, you create has to be corrupted. You know what I'm saying? You could create your system, you know what I'm saying, with the sole intent of, you know, accurate credentialing, right? But again, my question is, where do we see this at? We don't see it. And because we don't see it, where do you see greatness at? You don't see no greatness, because greatness comes with a credential. What's the credential? What's Elon Musk's credential? I don't like Elon Musk. Oh, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. That's a credential. The richest man in the world gets you some things. That's a credential. May not like the credential, may not like how he got it. Don't matter. He got it. That's a credential. You know what I'm saying? I don't like Trump. Now, you know what I'm saying? Trump is two-time president. You know what I'm saying? I don't like him. Yeah. He's got a credential. He satisfied some competencies. You know what I'm saying? Oh, absolutely. And see, this is how it works. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Facts. I would agree 100%. Listen, I tell everybody, listen, man, the best way to get fired at your job is to be a great employee. That's the best way to get fired. That is the best way to get fired. Be a good employee. If your goal is to last less than 90 days, work your ass off at your job. You'll be gone in no time. You know what I'm saying? You'll be gone in no time. Now, here's the thing, right? Again, you got what you got to understand is that the credential system, it doesn't have to be accurate. It's not accurate, right? So here's the thing, right? This is it. So if you're at work, there's an idiot who works with you, right? This person is an idiot. They're lazy. They're incompetent. They come in late all the time. But that person is friends with the boss, right? Now, the boss will gaslight. I just love this person. This person is a great person. This person is a great person. You telling the boss, you looking at the boss, you ain't saying too much, right? You know what I mean? But the boss is just gaslighting how great this person is. Then the boss goes and tells their boss. Now they're setting up the system of fake credentials, right? Well, I just love XYZ. He does a good job. You like, yo, I do 10 times better than this dude. Well, see, you're not getting credentialed. You know what I'm saying? Your lazy coworker is getting fake credentials. So what'll happen is the superiors at your job will go around and talk about this lazy bum the same way, you know, Sheriff Grady is talking about, you know, Ron DeSantis, the same way Bondi was talking about Elon Musk. And it becomes the repeat thing. And because of the repeat thing, now the fake value has been marketed. They've got the fake value market credentials, and the fake value market credentials get them somewhere. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. True. They stick to the model. The lith is upheld in all areas. Facts. So it's the consistency, right? It's the consistency. And this is what I'm saying. Now, the credentials, right? The credentials should be, right? The idea is that it should be something that legitimizes a minimum competency. But in many cases, what happens is it becomes a gaslight. However, they're still the same. They're still the same thing. It's just one being used, for something that's not the best, and something that is being used for a legit purpose. But they're the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, "Bro, that's a fact, bro. I'm trying. Listen, anybody, if you ever want to do a social experiment, go work at a job. Be like, learn the policy manual. Be the best employee ever. Be the best employee ever. Do everything that they say to do. You will be forced out in less than 90 days. Less than 90 days. I'll put money on it that you won't make it 90 days. You know what I'm saying? Which you would think is crazy, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said the reward for being a good worker is not what you think. The reward for being a good worker is you will go down miserable. There is no there. Honestly, there. I'll tell you what. Only you can reward yourself for being a good worker. The only reward for a good worker is life after employment as an entrepreneur. That's the only reward for being a good worker. Other than that, there is no reward for being a good worker. There is none. Zilch. It's a lie. There is none. I don't care what anybody tells you. Somebody sit there and say, oh, he just being it's not true. There's no reward for a good worker. There is none. The only good reward for a good worker is when in terms of employment, when you die and go to heaven, when you get terminated, when you get liquidated, you know what I'm saying? When you end your employment and you start your own business, that is the life after death for work. Other than that, there is none. There's none. There's none. There's no retirement. There's no nothing. There's nothing. There is nothing. There is just an empty tunnel with a cliff at the end of it that doesn't have a floor that you just fall off of, and that's just it. And that's you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want people to fall off that cliff. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise says, I don't understand about Bitcoins. Well, hold on. What I don't understand about Bitcoins is dollars are used to purchase Bitcoin only to give you an inflated number to your dollar. That's not exactly how that works. That's not how that works. Now, let me ask you this question. What do you not purchase with dollars? Literally, most things are purchased with dollars, right? So now my question would be then, what would be the difference of purchasing a Bitcoin with dollars than anything else, right? Because if we're gonna first of all, we have to deal with this, right? For one, Bitcoin is not inflated, right? Bitcoin is actually heavily deflated, very not, you know what I'm saying? It's undervalued, right? And a dollar is overvalued, right? But let's just deal with the part about using the dollar to purchase things. Most things we use the dollars to purchase, right? So that wouldn't be something that's an immediate disqualifier or something that's an immediate eyebrow raiser and suspicion when it comes to dealing with Bitcoin, right? Because we purchase every single thing with the dollar, right? So so somebody says, well, I don't understand Bitcoin, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm using Bitcoin, I'm using a dollar to buy Bitcoin and it's inflated. Okay, well, you buy gas with dollars and it's inflated. You know what I'm saying? You buy your car with dollars and it's definitely inflated, right? So the transactional critique, right? Is that an actual critique? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carl just said, "Oh shit," in my smoky voice with Debo say Red coming to get his bike back. Right. Oh shit. You know what I'm saying? We gonna act like it's both ours. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, when you take those shackles off of employment, bro, facts. This is the reason, man. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. I just, it's just certain stuff I don't understand. And I just have to make peace with the fact that what you have to understand is the understanding is that you just don't understand. And that's just it. It just don't go any further than that. You know what I'm saying? But this is how you make people great, man. You got to make people great. You got to make each other great. And the first step to making each other great is the quote unquote idea of quote unquote credentialing. This is what I say, like, look at the credentials, right? What do people like? People associate certain ethnicities with particular industries. People say, I got to get a blank lawyer. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think LeBron James had gotten in trouble for saying that. I mean, you getting in trouble for saying, like, you know, this group of people has a good competency in legal practices. I mean, that to me sounds like a compliment, right? These people called the ADL and, you know what I'm saying, we about to cancel LeBron James for saying, you know, I want XYZ lawyer. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, somebody was like, yo, you know, what if I'm not even going to the courtroom if I don't have a black lawyer, I know I'm gonna lose the case. You definitely ain't gonna catch me calling the ADL. You definitely ain't gonna catch me calling the NAACP or like, oh my God, I'm outraged. That's hate group. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's right. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we do that. You know what I'm saying? It's just that we don't do that and no one says that. You know what I'm saying? But the people that they do say it about, you know what I'm saying, they're gonna take you up for hate speech, even though you said something, you know, that's, you know, could be looked at as positive. I don't think most people in their right mind would say, you know, like if this particular ethnicity has a competency for this high profile career, that's somehow, you know, some form of hate speech or whatever. But they do. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and that's what shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way says they do not like to be acknowledged to have any power or influence because when people don't want something acknowledged, it usually is because, you know, some breadcrumbs might get picked up somewhere, right? Some breadcrumbs might get picked up somewhere. People that don't really have a lot of power, you know what I'm saying? They want to be acknowledged as actually having some type of power. You know what I'm saying? That's how you can tell the difference. You know what I'm saying? That's how you tell the difference. See, this is what I was saying about how I be sizing people up. You know what I'm saying? I be sizing people up. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the street. You know what I'm saying? People that want to have power, they try to create the appearance of having power. People that actually got power, they try to downplay it so that they don't really have to flex all like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kirk. What's good with it, bro? Right. Shout out to Kirk. Kirk says, same folks that say they want the black power forward at number 2 in the draft. Yeah, them people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, that's what it is, man. Yeah, shout out to shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Kanye picked up some of those breadcrumbs and found a whole loaf. I would say he found a bagel. You know what I'm saying? Kanye followed them breadcrumbs all the way to that big bagel. You know what I'm saying?
Sure that all cities, counties, and state officials help as we go forward to take care of and put these illegal immigrants who are committing crime back to their home countries.
I want to kind of go a little further on what you just said there, because that is sort of what I think people are concerned about. We're talking about illegal immigrants who are committing crimes here in our communities. Talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing there in Polk County.
Well, here's what we've seen for a long period of time. The ICE rules, the federal ICE rules, are our biggest problem. They don't allow us to remove the people to the federal system like.
Hey, look, I don't know why this is so funny, man. I don't know why this. Hey, man, why is Sheriff Grady talking like that? Like, that's not how, like, anybody that, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, shout out to the people that watch the Crimecast channel. Yo, if you're not subscribed to the Crimecast channel, man, take a moment and subscribe to the Crimecast channel. If somebody could drop the link in there, you know what I'm saying, I'd appreciate it. But like, why is he talking like that? Like, this ain't how he talks. I'm just sitting there like what the fuck wrong with Sheriff Grady? Like, why is he talking like that? Like, he talking all weird and like he talking like all weird and robotic and constipated. Like, it's weird. Like, why are you talking like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, we on Crimecast, you know what I'm saying? We be watching the Sheriff Grady, you know, the little press conferences that he be having all the time. And I swear he don't talk like this. Like, this is just very weird. Like, this is interesting.
Like it should. Here's what happens. We arrest somebody. They've committed a crime. We notify ICE, and we've always done that. ICE looks through, says, yeah, they're here illegally. No, we're not going to deport them. That's what's happened during the Biden administration. So then they turn these criminals back out into the community to victimize you. That is unacceptable. So I see it as a couple of issues here. First and foremost, Donald Trump needs to get that big black pen he's been signing all those executive orders with and sign another one that says, hey, we're going to reform ICE from the top to the bottom to the delivery of services. We're going to make sure that all the ICE rules make it easy for the state and locals to help us. And the second thing they need to do is make sure that they have capacity. That's our big fear.
Sheriff, I think the signal froze a little bit there.
Man, I knew something was wrong with that shit. I'm like, man, what the hell? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said he is enunciation right now. Yeah, he is. See, and look at it froze.
But if you can still hear me, you talked about capacity. And what you're talking about specifically is where should these folks go before they are actually.
Shout out to y'all, man. Yo, make sure y'all hit that. Make sure y'all hit that link that Brooklyn Queen and Carlton put in the chat. Shout out to AB. AB said big black. Yeah, Sheriff Grady wilding, man. And then the screen froze on him. But Sheriff Grady always be wilding. Like, Sheriff Grady always out of pocket. So I'm not expecting anything in pocket. But it was just weird. Like, I'm like, bro, you all right? Like, what's going on there?
Actually deported from the country. Is that right?
It's capacity. The feds only have 1,500 beds in Florida. Listen, when we call the dogs off the porch and go after these illegal aliens that's committing crime, we'll overwhelm them in the first day.
See, like, that's how you know, like, you old people from the South, old people, they actually pronounce the WH. Like, they actually say when. Like, don't nobody say that. We say when, like it's spelled WIN, but without no H. We won't be pronouncing that H. You know what I'm saying? But people be like old school people from the South, like grandparents and great grandparents. Oh yeah, they whip. You know what I'm saying? Or whip. I'm about to whip you. Like, don't nobody pronounce that. Don't nobody do the H. You know what I'm saying? It's 2025. Ain't nobody doing that H. You know what I'm saying?
The first 3 days. So at the end of the day, we need the feds to give us the capacity. And then we need to take them to take the people. The last thing they need to do, there's about 1.4 million deportation warrants. These people have already gone through the system and they're ready to be deported to their home country. They don't put that information. ICE put that information in the National Crime Information Center. So we as law enforcement officers, when we stop a vehicle and run checks on the people, we have no idea. There may be a warrant. It's also a public safety issue with not only the community, but with our law enforcement officers. They know they've got a warrant to get them out of the country, but we don't. And the computer doesn't tell us. So there has to be a really quick update of the federal system. They have to increase the capacity. Then we in local law enforcement.
Shout out to Vovo. Vovo says, is he related to Nancy Grace? Nah, I don't think so. But he sounds like he could be the voice actor for Foghorn Leghorn, though. He sounds like he could be the voice actor for Foghorn Leghorn for sure. You know what I'm saying? For sure. You know what I'm saying? Had Henry Chickenhawk pissed. You know what I'm saying?
But we'll take over. We'll deliver them the people.
Sheriff, just real quick, do you have access to the president that you were able to speak to him about this or some way to communicate with him?
The Florida Sheriff's Association, and I'm one of the group on that committee, we've talked directly to Tom Homan. And by the way, he's the man for the job, and he will do a great job.
See that? The credentialing. Again, like this is it's small, but like these little repeats and little repeats and little repeats and little repeats and little repeats. And when you have like these little repeats, they fill spaces, right? So like the more of these you have, the less room there is for anything negative that somebody says. And if somebody does say something negative, it's blocked out by all of these being repeated on top of each other. They take up space. You see what I'm saying? So like imagine like you playing a game of Tetris, right? How many people ever played Tetris? So like, you know how with Tetris, you got to get the straight lines across, right? So, you know, if you're continuing to credential the right way, you're fitting all the blocks in eliminating lines, right? You're leaving room where there's no lines. Even if there are a line here or a line there, as long as you're filling up the spaces, it makes it where there's less room for where a line can't be built. This is what happens. So if you got Sheriff Grady saying all this, you know what I'm saying? You got, you know, Donald Trump saying all this. You got Pam Bondi saying all this. You got Elon Musk saying all this, right? The people who are not consistent in the message, they've been blocked out already because the machine of credentialing has already done its thing. It's already stacked up more proof of work that are, you know, consistent with the credential than what are against the credential. So it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like XYZ person. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Because my anti-credentialing proof of work has been outnumbered by the pro-credentialing proof of work with all of the credentials produced. You see what I'm saying? And again, like I said, this is a quote unquote system thing, right? So I don't think people like really understand or appreciate the idea or the complexity of a system of how this works, right? So what you then see is like, well, how come this person? How come that person? There's what? And again, you can relate this to the blockchain, right? You can just ask the question, well, what do the blocks on the network look like? What do the blocks in the chain look like? You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, well, there's no blocks produced. So that's why there's no greatness. I mean, look at Bitcoin. How many blocks produced? A bunch of blocks, a bunch of greatness, $100,000. You know what I'm saying? Right? I mean, it's this stuff is math. It's mathematics. And you know what I'm saying? Like mathematics may manifest itself in a different way, but it's the same thing repeating all the time anyway. It's just different material. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So again, you see it here again, right? And this is what I'm saying. People have the freedom and the ability of choice to see these things, recognize these things, understand that these things are real and that they exist, and do something about them, act on them, or not. And when you choose not, the only thing that you need to understand is that these things are not there because we chose not. That's it. There's nothing else to the story. All of these other twists and turns and mysteries and myths, no, those don't exist. No, this is why. Everything is black and white. Like people say that everything's not black and white. No, that's not true. Everything is black and white. Everything is absolutely black and white. If everything wasn't black and white, nobody would care about the yin and the yang. The yin yang means something. It's an ancient symbol. You know what I'm saying? And it explains a lot. You know what I'm saying? And it's black and white. It is black and white. Everything is black and white. Don't let anybody fool you. Everything is zeros and ones. You know what I'm saying? Everything is plus and minuses. You know what I'm saying? Every single thing. You know what I'm saying?
To communicate with him?
The Florida Sheriff's Association, and I'm one of the group on that committee, we've talked directly to Tom Homan. And by the way, he's the man for the job, and he will do a great job. He understands, and we're making it abundantly clear. But we want everyone who cares about illegal aliens in this country, that they want out, to make sure they contact their representatives, that they contact the people they know. So ICE has a clear understanding. You've got to change your archaic, really difficult rules so we can help you. The president's given us all a mission, and we want to help. ICE has got to change the rules.
Well, great conversation. Thank you for taking the time. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd for being with us this morning. We appreciate you.
See, so, Grady Judd, Sheriff Grady Judd, he okay, you know what I'm saying? This is what Trump wants. This is what we're going to do. So, it's not, everybody knows, you know what I'm saying? Like, Sheriff Grady Judd going to be, he going to be, doing what Trump want him to do. You know what I'm saying? Right? That goes without saying, right? But you see how that works. Now, again, right? How does that work? Well, it's a chain, right? The chain of credentials, right, directly correlates to a then formed value chain or a chain of value. So, all of these things work together. You don't form a value chain unless the links on that chain have proof of credential. The links on the chain should be linked together, and each link should have proof of credential in order to create a multiple chain reaction of value or a value chain. Right? So again, I say, my people won't make me great. Right? Our people won't make us great. They won't make us great until they understand that. Now, whether people choose to understand that or whether people choose not to understand that, again, those are choices, right? Those are choices. Choices lead to current and future reality, right? Choices of the past create history, right? History is proof of work. History are blocks of information and events that have been produced by present action, right? Present action. Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So, the thing is that this stuff is, the way to find yourself in purgatory, where a lot of people find themselves at, is to buy into the idea that this is somehow escapable. It's not escapable. You know what I'm saying? The only escape, you know what I'm saying, is acknowledgement and engagement, right? When you put yourself into the prison of purgatory, you actually put yourself into the prison of purgatory by, ignoring it and acting like it don't exist. I don't think people have figured that out yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they ever will figure it out yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And again, it leads me to the question, well, what is it that people want? I don't believe people want the things that they claim that they want. When asked Well, what do people want? Most people can't even tell you. They just want something because somebody else wants it, or because somebody else has repeated it so many times. They don't even know what they want. You know what I'm saying?
Fox News Alert, moments ago, we received this together. We received a statement from the DHS regarding the $59 million sent from FEMA to New York City migrants last week.
I know y'all heard that. Why did that happen? Why did New York do that?
Fox News Alert, moments ago, we received this together. We received a statement from the DHS regarding the $59 million sent from FEMA to New York City migrants last week. Quote, 4 employees being fired today for circumventing leadership and unilaterally making the egregious payment for hotels for migrants in New York City. We have not announced it yet, so we have it first. There's going to be firings, the names are going to be out, and let's bring in New York Congressman Mike Lawler. Congressman, your thought about that move?
Well, it's long overdue, frankly.
Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Everybody that had shout out to, all the people that were upset that money was being spent, with other priorities and quote unquote not being spent on, right? My question is, how come they didn't do any audits to show where all the money was at? Because we did do audits on my channel. We even got the playlist, you know what I'm saying? Auditing America, auditing Africa, yada, yada, yada. All money ain't good money, right? I mean, this is stuff that we did. Elon Musk is doing it now. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like Elon Musk, but I'm glad he found this money that was being spent the wrong way. Right. Shout out to DC Precise. That bees our monies, though. Right. And Oz don't likes Elon Musk, but Oz gonna makes him greats before Oz makes Black Lighting them's over there's greats. Hey, it's your world, man. We all just live in it. You know what I'm saying? It's your world. Like Nas said, whose world is this? You know what I'm saying? It's yours. That's what it said on the blimp. That's what Scarface seen when he looked up. You know what I'm saying? Now, we talked about the migrant hotels. We talked about all of the money that's spent on the Roosevelt and all that, right? Now, if you're concerned about where money is going, the first thing that you do is you do an audit to show that it's going somewhere it's not supposed to be going, and you're supposed to show that it's not being spent effectively, right? Now, like I said about the 14th Amendment, right? To me, I think it's a disgrace that the people that the 14th Amendment was created for are not the ones who are locking it down to make people who are grifting and stealing the benefit from it stop doing that. I think that is absolutely disgusting. I think that is absolutely a disgusting irony that people that benefit from the place that did us so much harm are locking our amendment down for their well-being. And people just sit there and watch it. I think that that's disgusting. You know what I'm saying? Another thing that I think is disgusting, I think it's disgusting that, the people who America owes a debt to ain't the ones that did the audit. Didn't people say, well, why do you say you don't believe? I mean, does it need to go without saying? Shout out to Al. Shout out to Al. Al says, we too busy. The block is filled then, right? The block is filled, right? Because where the audit should be. The block is filled with something else. So there it is right there. So I'm mad at him and I'm mad at him. And what happened on block 2200? What happened on block 2025? That's what happened on block 2025. So you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said people sit there and watch it because they depend on others to do the work. And if they depend on others to do the work, they're supposed to have the people that do the work supposed to pay the you know what I'm saying? The people that don't do the work supposed to benefit off of the work that the people do. That's the problem that people got a problem with right now, right? No, you good, bro. But this is what these are choices, right? That's a choice, right? That's a choice. You know what I'm saying? And it's a choice that literally no one has sympathy for. And honestly, if you ask me, there's not a requirement of sympathy for that choice. Now, again, right? Let's just say, for instance, we watching the LA Lakers versus the Chicago Bulls. And let's just say, the LA Lakers, for some reason, I'm saying, like LeBron James him and some person on the team just keep fighting. And as a result of them fighting, the Lakers lose the game. No one feels sorry for the Lakers. They just lost. So no one needs to have sympathy for that. If people want to do the crab in the bucket thing, whatever, do the crab in the bucket thing. But, right? Don't expect anyone to give a shit. There should be no expectation of anyone giving a shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if people get that. You know what I'm saying? But no one gives a shit about other people's internal problems. No one cares. Like I be laughing, like I watch these videos and I see people in the comment section, they be like, this person don't care about black people. I just be shaking my head. And the person, people probably read that and be like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't either. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'd be like, this is that heart on the sleeve shit. This is that heart on the sleeve shit. Expecting someone to care. Why should anybody care? Most people have shit that they don't care about. You know what I'm saying? It's okay for people not to care. The only people that need to care is the people that have the investment or the stake necessary to improve from whatever change may be undertaken. No one else really needs to care. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, just like you don't see as ICE agents yoking people up, yet we're the most vocal about the migrants. Chad has to come and clean up 60-year mess. Hey, that's what I was saying, bro. That's what I was saying. That's what shout out to DC Precise. Damn, who raised you? Why do so many of us give a F? I wish I could tell you. Shout out to Carlton, though. Carlton on point with this comment. Shout out to Carlton, man. Don't hit the button for Carlton, man. Carlton went off into Carlton has rolled off into Coon with Biscuit meme coin Hall of Fame, you know what I'm saying, status with this one. You know what I'm saying? Carlton rode off in the Duke of Hazzard, you know what I'm saying, with Coon with Biscuit meme coin Hall of Fame them on this one. You know what I'm saying? This is facts. You know what I'm saying? And again, you ask the question like, okay, like let's break this down. Let's try to get this. Let's try to understand it. It's crickets. It's crickets. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, no, we are not the most vocal. I don't see any blacks caring. Maybe those Democratic black shills, but Black America at large don't give a fuck. Now, you already know what I'm going to ask. Shout out to Patrick. You already know what I'm going to ask. Where's the data validating that? Because I would say an equal amount of black people care on both sides. I would say not enough black people care about generational wealth. And an equally large amount of black people are pro and anti-immigration. And I can put data behind mine. You know what I'm saying? I can put data behind mine. You know what I'm saying? Cone with biscuit is hilarious. Bro, Cone with biscuit is hilarious.
These funds have been misappropriated going back to the Biden administration. And
shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, where is the data validating that most blacks are caring about some damn illegals being deported? Now, you know, caring goes two ways, right? Caring means, right, that they either care and are invested and want these things to happen, right? And caring also means that they materially care about the situation, right? So now you said, where's the data validating that most blacks are caring about some damn illegals being deported? I would say you can go to any city hall meeting in Chicago and read the minutes of it and look at the people who said the things that they said, and that shows their interest in the undocumented situation. And that's in Chicago. We could do the same thing in New York. We could do the same thing all over the place. They care. You know what I'm saying? This is reality. You can look at the numbers on YouTube in the comment section of people looking at content about migration and migrants. People care, quote unquote, one way or the other. So here's my question then. How is it bullshit? This is the first time that a mayor in Chicago was almost up for recall as a result of people's issues with the migrant crisis in Chicago. How many people saw the town hall meetings with Cata Trust from the west side of Chicago? Like, this is reality. They care. They're not happy with the situation, right? That's caring. We don't get to do the we don't care thing and just throw up the hands anymore. That shit ain't going. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said the majority of Black America don't give a shit about illegals being deported. I just showed you in a city where they do. You know what I'm saying? A large amount. May not be a majority, right? But it's a large amount. Now, again, caring goes two directions. You can be a Democrat shill and care so much that you don't want them deported, or, you know what I'm saying, you could be one of those, you know what I'm saying, black people with the MAGA hats on, right? But both of those are caring. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, so you're telling me blacks care and want more illegals in their neighborhoods. Now, let's do a reality check, right? Shout out to all 24 people in the comment section. Did anybody hear me say or imply that? That's the question. I'm gonna let y'all do it. There, like Patrick, let me tell you what you just did there. You asked me a question that I in no way, shape, or form said in hopes, you know what I'm saying, that I bite the worm and answer that when I never said anything about that. You know what I'm saying? Look, shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, I did not say you said that. You just said, so you're telling me that. Right there, it's on the screen. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is that people care about it. They care about it one way or the other. They either pro or they either anti, but they care about it. And there's plenty of information that validates it. And because people want to believe that black people don't care about it, wanting to believe something is different than the actual reality. You know what I'm saying? People care about this shit. Dr. Claude Anderson cared about it. You know what I'm saying? Now, see, again, I don't understand how. Here's my question. How did you misunderstand that when I said this? Caring works both ways, right? Caring means that they care about the migrants and they want them protected. And caring about the situation also means that they're invested in the deportation efforts. I literally said that. Now, here's the question. And I said that multiple times. Here's the question. How did you not hear me say that? This is the actual question. What were you listening for? You know what I'm saying? What were you listening for? Because I didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that people are invested in this, whether people want to believe it or not. And there's proof. There's proof. All you got to do is go look on Forbes. Look at the videos of the city council meetings. Look at the minutes of the city council meetings. Look at the recall efforts. Look at the approval ratings of Brandon Johnson and other people in sanctuary cities. Listen to Cat of Trust. You know what I'm saying? There's so much information that proves people are invested in this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And again, as far as caring, right? Listen, not in a negative sense. I'm saying that people 50-50, 50% care in the positive way, 50% care in a negative way. As a matter of fact, I would actually say more people care in a positive way. And if you want the validating data, here's the nail in the coffin. 60 years of Democratic voting records. Democrats are pro-migrant. It doesn't matter what you say. If you voted Democrat, you voted pro-migrants. You know what I'm saying? There's no escape from that. The chain is around, you know what I'm saying? Like the chain is around the fence, and you know what I'm saying? Like the lock is locked. Like that, there's no getting around that. You know what I'm saying? Voting evidence is evidence of people's investment in the quote unquote caring about quote unquote illegals. They go hand in hand. It's part of the package. You know what I'm saying? Well, I bought this combo meal. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I don't really support French fries. You don't support French fries, but you just bought a combo meal where part of the money goes for the combo meal. You supported the French fries. You did it. Here's the receipt. You did it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said it's not that black and white. It is 110%. Here's my question. How is it not that black and white? Bro, again, the information was all there. You know what I'm saying? It's all there. Who feels sorry for anybody who doesn't know if they're going to win the lottery or not, but they still buy a ticket? Like, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's two things that you can do if you don't know the result. You can either not go ahead with the action so that you don't contribute to the action, or you can just go right ahead and I'm just going to go do it anyway. If you go ahead and go on and do it anyway, you contributed to it. They contributed to it, bro. They did it. You know what I'm saying? It's them. They did it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says black people are the biggest supporters of illegal immigration and LGTV based on the data. Facts. Facts. It does it bro, the results are here.
So if you're saying that you don't believe that anyone did that, you're denying like we literally have reality. Like this is reality, bro. Like go look at the voting records for the last 6 decades. You know what I'm saying? Now in here, so then you have to ask the question: if blacks are not pro illegal, why are people voting that way? And if you don't know what comes with a vote, why are you doing it? Listen, most people won't buy Bitcoin, right? Here we go with the Bitcoin shit. See, this shit is gonna bite people in the ass, right? I'm not buying Bitcoin because I don't know enough about it. You don't know enough about your vote, but you're gonna go vote anyway. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to Bitcoin, I don't know shit about Bitcoin. I'm not gonna touch it, but I'm gonna touch the vote that I don't know shit about. I don't understand that. Who has to do that? What? No one else required that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody went into a damn booth and said we want more migrants to come in. When they checked the box, Democrats, yes, that's what they said. Yes. And I don't agree with voting out of. There's no such thing as voting out of ignorance. No one voted out of ignorance. They drove there, they got in the booth, they had a minimum competency, and they voted. No, they know exactly what they're doing. They're fully responsible, and they fucked themselves. Is what it is. This is the reality. You know what I'm saying? They took a big, giant, telephone-sized object and uncomfortably shoved it right up their ass, and now they're dealing with the pain of the situation. Is what the fuck happened. Shout out to Bronze Guy. What's good with it, bro? What does that mean? What does that mean? Let me ask you, here's some caring out of ignorance. If you only got one kidney and somebody is dying and you say, I care so much, I'm gonna give you the other kidney. Should anybody give a shit that you just gave your last kidney and now you on dialysis for the rest of your life? No. That is not to be saluted. You know what I'm saying? That's not to be saluted. That's to be ridiculed. That's to be made fun of. That's to be turned into a clown story for generations and generations of people whose children to say, do you see how stupid this shit was? Don't ever do no shit like this ever. That's what should be done with that. These people did this to themselves. They did it on purpose. And that's the only way that it should be looked at. They should be given zero wiggle room whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? There can be no slack for incompetence. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, where in the hell was it promoted to Black Americans that if you vote in 2020, we're going to deliver those millions of migrants to your communities just like you Black folks wanted? Why does somebody need to be spoon-fed with a promotion? Why don't they know the impact of immigration? It seems like everybody else does. So now see, so here's my question, right? Are we admitting or are we suggesting that there is a need for special treatment? No, shout out to Patrick. I'm not putting it like that. I'm not putting it any type of way other than the way that it actually is. This is the way that it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not putting it any type of way. People went into the booth and fucked themselves. Nobody put a gun to their head and made them do it. Nobody needs to promote anything. Nobody ever promoted TikTok to anybody. And you know what I'm saying? Like TikTok blew up. I don't even really think you're allowed to promote, cigarette brands or anything like that. And somehow culturally, certain people smoke Newports. How'd that happen? You know what I'm saying? How does this mysterious mystery shit happen? Shout out to Jesse. What's good with it, bro? Listen, I'm telling you guys, I've said this to y'all. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. I am not going to gaslight y'all the same way that other people do. I'm not going to do it. When people fuck up, I'm going to say they fucked up a million times, and I'm going to say it in the most grotesque, hurtful ways until it sinks in. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to say it in the most offensive, foul, disgusting ways so that it sticks. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what people understand. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, I'm not saying it's black voters' fault for all the bad policies. I'm saying that I would say that it's, I would say they contributed a big part. Now, here's my question. How is it not their part? How is it not their fault if they contributed to putting those people in office? Ooh, shout out to Jesse, bro. Get you some popsicles, bro. Get you some popsicles. It is their fault. I'm saying this. It is their fault. You know what I'm saying? That is their fault. Shout out to AB. Vulgar. Yeah, vulgar, bro. I got a foul ass mouth. You know what I'm saying? But you have to do that, though. Like, you have to do that. If you don't, like, man, I'm trying to tell you, listen. I don't like this, but I've figured this out. People only respond to, like, negative stimuli have a higher response rate and a more effective response rate than positive stimuli. If you're nice, nobody listens. No one listens to you. No one takes you serious if you're nice. When you are just downright vile, literally people are looking for you to make sure they didn't miss some shit that you said. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man TD. What's good with it, bro? TD said the truth of illegal immigration and its effects on the black community has been out there literally for decades. Facts. No, shout out to Patrick. No, what I'm saying is I'm saying that it's their fault. I'm saying that it's their fault. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that it's their fault. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, I said, man, I'm not saying it is. Oh, okay. I'm not saying it isn't their fault because it is. And that's their fault for voting blindly. And you get those detrimental cons. And honestly, bro, I wouldn't even go as far as to say that they voted blindly. This is what I'd be talking about how people would Pan-Africanize everything. Oh, they almost like us. They're close to being like us. That goes into that as well. So the speech and the talk and the way that people were was consistent with the just ignorant voting that people were doing. Well, maybe if we vote like this, they'll help us fight white supremacy. Yeah, maybe not. That was a big snake eyes move. Somebody rolling craps on that shit. I don't know whose bright idea that it was, but it was about 10 watts. You know what I'm saying? That shit was about 10 watts bright. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that, look, bruh, listen, man. Hey, look, hey, that's the name of the game. Here go the thing. People get misled. Hey, people get misled. You don't get misled if you're smart. You got to wake up pretty early in the morning to pull one over on me. I wish I could say that for everybody. You know what they say? It's a saying for shit like that. And it says, oh, this will be like taking candy from a baby. What do that mean? What that saying mean? What if they changed the saying and they said this would be just like getting blacks to vote against their own interests? What if that was the saying instead of taking candy from a baby? Man, I'm trying to find something that's easy. Man, we about to do this over here. Man, it's gonna be just as easy as getting blacks to vote to hurt themselves. Like what if that was the saying? You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you look at historical records, definitely could be a contender for a saying. Right? Right. Shout out to DC. DC said it wasn't that blind. They did this electric slide down the booth and twerked for good measure, bro. Facts. 60% of the time, it works every time. Works every time. It's almost like Mikey with Life cereal, right? We know Mikey would do it. We know Mikey would eat it. Eating Life cereal and voting Democrat. We know Mikey gonna eat the Life cereal, and we know, you know what I'm saying, black people gonna vote Democrat. Them two things that we know that's gonna happen. Shout out to Mikey. He'll eat anything. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to us. We'll vote Democrat. I mean, this is it. You know what I'm saying, right? Camp Low, this is it. What? Black people voting Democrat. This is it. What? Now shit is looking like crap. This is it. What? Right? This is it. What? You know what I'm saying? This is it. What? You know what I'm saying? Right. Shout out to DC. Now show me your jump shot and your crack rock. Facts. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, we can all say here we aren't going to fall for this, but truth is most people see what they perceive to be trusted people. Well, why are they perceiving a slick back reverend that looks like a 2-bit hustler in any movie that you watch? I mean, this nigga literally just looked like he walked off of a black exploitation film, the same way the girl come out of the TV on The Ring and everybody said, oh, he got the truth for us. Hey, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. This nigga looked like he walked out of Dolomite to talk on NBC. You know what I'm saying? And people think that shit's legit. I don't know what to say. I know I can't say nothing. I can't say nothing nice. You know what I'm saying? I can't say nothing nice about that shit. You know what I'm saying? This nigga looked like Malcolm X when he was in the jail when Malcolm X was Detroit Red and they was putting the conch in their hair. This man still wears conch in his damn hair. You know what I'm saying? Al Sharpton looked like a manager or somebody that took advantage of a Motown group. You know what I'm saying? And people still think that So shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, we can all say here, we aren't going to fall for this. But truth is, most people see what they perceive to be trusted people like Al Sharpton or the Congressional Black Caucus as being the best interests. Well, now here's the thing, right? Whose problem is that? That's a problem for us, and that's great for everybody else. And so what happens is that problem for us that is, re-energized by us remains as the fuel for making everyone else great as our wealth gap continues to increase. And then people say, well, they did it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD. TD says conservatives have always played the illegal immigrant angle in an effort to recruit black folks to vote Republican. But ninjas was too busy screaming WS. Now they screaming Trump, MAGA. Now they screaming Trump. Facts. Now they cheering for Trump. I'm gonna show you the dude with the hat on. It's a black dude with a it's a black dude with a Ronald You know what? Matter of fact, I'm about to get this dude right now. It's a black dude with a Ronald McDonald MAGA hat on that's cheering for Trump. I'm about to show you this cat. Hold on real quick. Let me see if I get. Let's see. Wait a minute. Yeah, here you go right here. Hold on. The MAGA Ronald McDonald. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Shout out to oh.
Oh, TD got me dying laughing. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, people sadly, I agree, bro. Now, this is what I'm saying. So this right here then, right, needs to be what people attack and deal with, right? So how do you do that? How do we do that? These are the things that we got to figure out. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD. TD said, I know exactly who you're talking about. You probably friends with him. That's TD's homeboy. He about to be it's about to be just talking with TD and Ronald McDonald. He about to fire my ass. It's about to be just talking with TD and Ron. Look, here you go. Here you go right here.
Now, we all know that Donald Trump wants to ramp up the...
Oh, look, I'm about to... Look, hold on. Look, I'm about to get two birds with one stone. I'm about to get TD and I'm about to get Patrick. Here go the Ronald McDonald dude, and here go a black person that, quote-unquote, cares, right, about the mass deportation efforts. Two birds with one stone. Bing, bing. Here we go.
pace of deportations from the United States. But you got nearly 400 ICE, DEA, other agents. They fanned out and they went to Aurora, Colorado. It's a hotbed, of course, of that Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua. And Fox's Bill Maloogian was there to cover the raid.
God bless y'all. Let's take these bad guys off the street. Send the Gitmo. Come home safe, every one of you.
See, Tom Homan. Tom Homan, an old around the way white dude, man. He an old around the way white dude.
Border Czar Tom Homan rallying the troops ahead of a massive federal operation in Aurora, Colorado Wednesday morning. Several hundred federal agents from ICE, HSI, DEA, FBI, ATF, and CBP.
What's the goal today? The goal today is send a message to TDA that we're going to eradicate them from this country.
The plan was to deport more than 100 of these gang members, but a little problem. These thugs were apparently tipped off by media reports.
As the team went door to
see, that's what we were talking about that dry snitching that news was doing. I told y'all the news was dry snitching. Shout out to TD. TD said, "In Homan we trust." Hey, did you hear about what type of airplane they sent the migrants to Guantanamo Bay back in? It was a Homan. or it was a hoeing. Oh man, that's hilarious.
door, they found blood-stained walls, but no gang members. The entire complex.
I mean, like you finding, this shit looks like. Listen, man, this looked like when they walking up in there, and it looked like people under the stairs in there. How many people remember that movie? How many people remember that movie, People Under the Stairs? They walking in there, and it looked like people under the stairs in there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
off by media reports.
As the team went door to door, they found blood-stained walls, but no gang members. The entire complex was virtually empty. A stop at another apartment complex netted no arrests.
It seems like they were tipped off.
Look, see, now shout out to TD, because TD been TD been telling y'all for years about them police with the mask. You know what I'm saying? He been trying to tell y'all about that shit for years. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, yo, come on, man. Y'all got to make us great, man. TD been warning people about the mask police for years. Now they scooping people up.
They knew this was coming.
So, yeah, I do get the impression that there were some intel leaks here. And I think that probably they did know we were coming. But
shout out to Leonard. Yo, bro, shoot it to me in the Discord, because I can't grab. I got to start using Melon, because I can't grab the link off of StreamYards, man. They make it where like it only highlights the whole entire comment, and you can't copy and paste the link. Now, look, hey, shout out to Patrick, right? Patrick said ICE is hiring just in case anyone is interested. Now, this is what we said, right? Shout out to Carlton. I think it was Carlton that suggested. You don't see a lot of working for ICE. I bet you they pay decent. Go ask Myron Gaines to, you know what I'm saying, write a reference letter for you. You know what I'm saying? Go ask, right? Go ask Myron Gaines to write a reference letter for you. Again! Shout out to shout out to Bronze God. Bronze God said how much they pay. 0 Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? 0 Bitcoin is how much they pay. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said they pay $50 to $65,000 a year. That's not bad, man. And I'm not trying. You probably get some valuable skills. You know what I'm saying? Doing that, and you know what I'm saying. You probably get some good government benefits too. And at the with Trump in office, at the very least you're gonna have overtime available if you want it for 4 years, right?
We're still coming. It's not going to stop us.
Well, as a result, only 30 of these illegal gang members were arrested, only one of which was confirmed, actually confirmed as a Tren de Aragua gang member. And it appears that some of the Open Borders activists were actually there on the scene. They're not going to.
These are tetrahedron-shaped individuals. You know what I'm saying? Tetrahedron-shaped individuals. And one of them is wearing an old school FUBU shirt, an old school FUBU hoodie. You know what I'm saying? It's not even a platinum FUBU. It's just the old school FB. That white girl, you know what I'm saying, that's all the way to the left, she built like T Grizzly. You know what I'm saying? When it come to her health, she got no effort. You know what I'm saying? No effort.
Thank ICE agents for making the city safer. So they did this.
Oh man, this is terrible. This is terrible. This is terrible, man. A lot of these people look like they would benefit from shirts that have built-in underwear and support. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Catsy. What's good with it, Catsy? Do y'all notice something? This is what I was talking about earlier. Do y'all notice something about these type of people, man? Somebody driving a BMW. Where there's oh, okay, bet. I'm about to see if I can find it. Do you notice that there's like no again, people gonna be mad at me for saying that there's no men around here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be funny, but like some of these women are the closest thing to the man around. Oh man, some of these women, oh man, I swear. I need a new computer, man. Listen, look, there's no men around. Look. There's that guy right there, and he only there because he like one of these chicks gonna let me get some. But actually, first and foremost, do you actually want it? You know what I'm saying? Second of all, they might not. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they might not, because like the new thing is just reject everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you legit, even if you deserve the draws, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it just, you know, I'm just not, you just not getting none anyway. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's a bunch of stuff. You know, they probably just want all the undocumented dudes to stick around.
You know what I'm saying? They need some love too, right? Liberal, you know what I'm saying? No funny shaped liberal women need love too, right? You know what I'm saying? Oh man, they said that beauty is misogyny and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, in the future, there's gonna be a time where, you know, men are gonna be forced to satisfy and pleasure. And it's not gonna be, you know, anything satisfying to the dude. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be forced to satisfy and pleasure whatever woman demands it. And it's not gonna be, you know, the ones that you know what I'm saying, it's not gonna be the ones that you want to demand it. It's gonna be the ones where you like, please no, and you're gonna be fighting to get away from that shit, like how that lady was fighting to get away from that damn xenomorph on Prometheus and shit. You know what I'm saying? Them gonna be the ones. It's gonna be a law. If you turn them women down, you're going to jail. Because if you turn them down, that's misogyny. And what has to happen is they have to be validated. So if they feel entitled to your dick, well, who are you to say that they're not worthy or shouldn't have it? Because damn it, that's a woman, and women get what women want, or else society's not correct. Them days are coming. So you better, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. People, you know what I'm saying? People better start paying attention to, you know what I'm saying, the politics and where they plan on raising sons if they have any and stuff like that, and get out of places like Canada. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, shout out to Carlton. They're making movies about that kind of stuff already, bro. Now, you know, people say, oh, it's just a movie. Well, cell phones were just a movie. Remember how, you know, Michael Knight used to talk to Kit on the watch? Everybody talking to everybody on their watch now. Like I said, you know, when it comes to science fiction, is science fiction really a thing, or is it just a time frame? You know what I'm saying? That's my question. Shout out to my man Patrick. Patrick said, just sending you love, bro. Bro, listen, you know I got nothing but love for you, bro. You know that. Please never feel that when we have our little back and forth that I got any type of animosity or any. It's never like that at all. Ever. Never. You know what I'm saying? So never feel that way. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Patrick for funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to Adriano. Adriano said, are you from Canada? No, I'm not from Canada, but I'm from Northeast Ohio, and Northeast Ohio borders Ontario. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I go to Canada quite frequently. You know what I'm saying? Not just through Ohio, but, you know, like you can go to Windsor, you know what I'm saying, through Michigan. You know what I'm saying? You can get to other parts of Ontario, you know, like through PA and Western NY. And I like Canada, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, Canada's a liberal and way more ridiculous than the United States. Oh, South Canada? Where? What part of South Canada? Like the eastern part, like Ontario? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Detroit is real close to Canada. Ain't Detroit is like right on the border, ain't it? Over there by y'all. I love Canada. Toronto is dope. You know what I'm saying? You know, everybody on the, you know, Kendrick verse Drake, and you know what I'm saying, like, yeah, you know what I'm saying. But hey, listen, man, like I don't know nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love Toronto. Toronto was dope. Every single time I've ever went to Toronto, I had a great time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Catsy. Catsy said, "Didn't you?" Yeah, it was. Yeah, we had one of them ridiculous. We had
we had a ridiculous Arctic ice storm, which was like the whole car was turned into an igloo in like 10 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Leonard. I'm you know what? I got distracted. I was actually trying to log in because of course my damn Discord just logged out. Like I'm not happy with my computer. You know what I'm saying? I'm not happy with my computer. Let me see this. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Hold on. And I ain't been in here in a minute, so all the messages is all the way up. Let me see. I don't see it nowhere. Y'all got hold on, man. I can't do all this at the same time. shout out to Tia. Windsor is south of Detroit. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now I'm trying to think. When we drove, I think that's exactly how we went in through the Queen Elizabeth Way. You know what I'm saying? Through the QEW. And that shit looks crazy on both sides. I'm gonna have to look for it and find it, Patrick or Leonard, because I'm having technical difficulties right now, and I'll play it in the next one for sure. I'll play it in the next one for sure. But look, this is what I'm saying though, and again, like you can't like not. You can't ignore this kind of stuff. Like it's no men over here. You know what I'm saying? So like again, like this is what I'm saying about the quote unquote like the simp culture and all that. And like, you know, people be like, oh my God, here we go with this again. But you see it all, like, how do you ignore the pattern? I think it is south and east of Detroit, Jesse, because you gotta like you gotta drive east like toward like on that little hook part of Michigan, but you're going south too though, because that part of Canada dips down and connects. You know what I'm saying? Now, another thing that I want people to pay very close attention to is, do you see the demographic right here? All of these women. Let me ask you guys this question: Who do the majority of the migrant criminals commit the crimes against? So, you know, again, it's like the same situation. Like, these are the very people that would be advocating for, you know what I'm saying, like men and female sports, and they're going to be the ones getting hurt. These are the people advocating for this, and these are going to be the victims of the crime. Yeah, he slicked back with the pimp conk, bro. And they still think that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, bro, come on, man.
Get out! Get out! Get out! You're not welcome here! Get out!
But this isn't stopping, I don't think, ICE's resolve. Border Czar Tom Zoman has no problem potentially arresting people who get in the way.
So now here go Laura Ingram, right? Laura Ingram done hit up a little bit of nose candy, and she done had her little nightcap, and she's messing up, right? Who is Tom Zoman? Does anybody know who Tom Zoman is? I don't know who Tom Zoman is. You know what I'm saying? So Laura Ingram, she's turned up. You know what I'm saying? She got, you know, her enhancements on board. Let's go.
But this isn't stopping, I don't think, ICE's resolve. Border Czar Tom Zoman has no problem potentially arresting people who get in the way. That's what it comes to.
If they're shouting and helping these people get away with bullhorns, how is that legal?
You're exactly right. They cross the line of impediment. They may find themselves in a pair of handcuffs very soon. We're not going to tolerate it anymore. This is not a game. When we show up these sites, this is a dangerous job for the men and women of ICE and Border Patrol and all the D.O.G.E agencies. To have that type of interference puts an officer at great risk.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Absolutely. She absolutely did. Shout out to Leonard. Leonard said Laura took a shot of Henny before she came on Facts. She uppity, so she called it cognac. You know what I'm saying? She can't call it Henny. she can't call it Henny. You know what I'm saying? She got to call it something different. I had a little XO. You know what I'm saying? Had a little XO before I got in front of the mic. Shut your silly ass up.
Not only the officers, it puts the aliens at great risk because anything can happen when we take our eyes off the goal here.
Now, this isn't the only example of left-wing interference in ICE raids.
Now they got the frumpy bunch out there again. You know what I'm saying? Now this right here itself could be a border wall, but instead they choose to do this.
Of left-wing interference in ICE raids. The FCC is looking into a local San Francisco radio station that happens to be backed by, guess who? George Soros, for revealing live locations of undercover ICE vehicles and agents that were conducting deportation operations in the area. Now, it's disturbing to see that, of course, these radical groups make every effort possible to stop the courageous work of our immigration officers. That is actually keeping communities safe. But it's also very encouraging that this administration will not put up with it. Chicago residents are desperate for help in removing illegals from their communities.
All right, now here come old boy with the Ronald McDonald hat. He's standing right next to the McDonald's sign that says he's standing right next to the McDonald's sign that says 1 million deported. You know what I'm saying?
Communities, but their leaders like J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson decided they know what's best.
When we're talking about undocumented people, we need to give them an opportunity to stay in this country legally. We welcome all in.
They literally had an opportunity to come in legally, and then instead they chose to come in illegally. What are you talking about? Like, he said, oh, we need to give the, like, what are you talking about, dude? They had the opportunity to come in legally or to start the legal process, then escalated and chose to go about it the illegal way. I mean, like, am I crazy? Somebody help me here. Seriously, am I crazy? Is that not what happened, or did something else happen? Brandon Johnson's head looks like one of those pink erasers that fits over the eraser that's built onto the pencil, doesn't it? Remember how they used to call Kid eraser head from Kid and Play? Kid didn't look like no eraser head, though. Brandon Johnson actually looks like an eraser head. He actually looks like an eraser.
Individuals and families who want to work, live, and thrive here in our beloved city. What's clear from this administration is that they do not have the full pulse or the
shout out. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Y'all remember that song? This is why I'm hot. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, wow, all those people out there going hard for California migrants, but ain't showed love to the California reparations agenda. Facts. They out there. California knows how to front. You know what I'm saying? Right? That's what they doing. Fronting. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB. They out there faking jacks.
of what people in America are calling for.
Perhaps Mayor Johnson should listen to his own constituents, or at least Chicago aldermen.
If we had the ability to work with ICE, they wouldn't be here. The mayor is listening to the constituents that he cares most about, which is hyper-liberal white progressives in the city of Chicago.
He believes that he is such a strong advocate for human rights, no matter what your citizenship status is, that if you're here and you're not a citizen and you're committing heinous crimes, he wants to protect you.
That's what do you guys think about that? Shout out to Bronze Guy. Yeah, that's Mims, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, people used to be like, that song is garbage. Mims' album was actually lit. You know what I'm saying? That Mims album, that was one of the most slept on albums. He was a one-hit wonder, but I don't know. He must not have got label supported or something like that, but it wasn't because the album was poor quality, because the Mims album was lit. You know what I'm saying?
Thankfully, Chicagoans have an ally in the White House. The DOJ is suing the city and the state over sanctuary laws and interference with ICE. Joining me now is a resident of Chicago,
There you
Vashon
go, right
Tussle.
there. Ronald McMaga. Ronald McMaga. There you go, right there. He chilling, sitting up there looking like you know what I'm saying? Like, who is that he might look like? Rapping Forte? What's the other dude that Rapping Forte used to be cool with? Oh man. Was it Drew Down? He like one of them cats from the West Coast, but with the MAGA hat on, with the MAGA Kango though. You know what I'm saying? Man, what was that dude that Rapping Forte? That's gonna kill me now, man. Who was that dude that Rapping Forte was cool with? And they both had them wild, you know what I'm saying, West Coast, you know what I'm saying, the hairstyles that the cats on the West Coast be having. But they music was dope though. There was some cats from the Bay. What's his name? Nah, it wasn't Drew Down. It wasn't Drew Down. It was somebody else. Drew Down killed it on the not Silly Cell. Tonight is going down. Not Silly Cell. Not my man Spice One. Not him. Who was it, man? Was it somebody else on that song Players Club? Was there more than just Rapping Forte on there, or was it other people on there? Richie Rich? Nah, I wasn't Richie Rich. Nah, y'all just naming people off the I Got 5 on it remix, man. This dude was from the Bay. He was one of them cats from the Bay. You know what I'm saying? He was cool with like E40 and all them. Was it Richie Rich? Mac Dre? Nah, it wasn't Mac Dre. Damn. Maybe it was just Rapping Forte, man. Maybe it was just Rapping Forte. Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Chip the Ripper. Ain't he from Cleveland, ain't he? Ain't he that dude from Cleveland, ain't he? Chip the Ripper? He do look like I'm telling you, he look like, you know what? Shout out to the West Coast, man. He look like he from the West Coast. Shout out to Patrick. Nah, it wasn't Mac Dre. This gonna kill me now, man. I'm about to find out who it was. Okay, yeah. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. You was rocking with Chip the Ripper. That's what's good. That's what's good. Yeah, I was about to say, like, yeah, I know for a fact Chip from Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? Chip is definitely from Cleveland. But shout out to the West Coast, man. The West Coast in the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? We gonna always the West Coast and the Midwest and the South, to be honest. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because to be honest, it really ain't no difference between the like culturally, other than like proximity and like geographical reasons. As far as like shit that people do, like as far as shit that people do, it really technically ain't no difference between like the South and the Midwest, for real. You know what I'm saying? Like the Midwest is for real, like a little it's like a little extension of the South. You know what I'm saying? It is some stuff that's different, but it's not. But like we be rocking the hair. We be rocking the hair. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't trying to be funny, man, but that's some more like, you know, it's gonna sound like I'm bashing New York. And shout out to the people from New York. Y'all know I got a lot of love for New York. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, man, listen, man, when it comes to the South and when it comes to the Midwest and when it comes to the West Coast, we be wearing our hair, man. We be wearing our hair. Niggas be having braids. Even though I don't like dreadlocks, cats be having dreadlocks. You know what I'm saying? you know, cats be doing their thing. They be doing the creative stuff that they be doing, you know what I'm saying, with the hair in California. But we be rocking the hair, though. You know what I'm saying? In New York, nah, they taking it all off. They wearing the Caesars. You know what I'm saying? They be they wearing the Caesars. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, was it Skilo? Nah, it wasn't Skilo. But, yo, I used to rock with Skilo, man. I wish used to be my shit back in the day. Bro, I grew up in that era. I ain't got no shame in my game, bro. I used to like Skilo. You know what I'm saying? I used to like Crisscross. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit. I wish used to be lit. And the remix, man, the remix, I wish what? The remix of I Wish used to be lit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but yo, listen, man. You know, everybody be talking all this shit. Listen, man. People got to work with what they got. As much as people be talking about like people trying to steal the culture and stuff like that, you got the resources right where you need them to, man. You know what I'm saying? Like even Skilo was talking about Crenshaw. Now, you know, all these people that sit there and say that they set these cultures up in these places. Where's your music documentary talking about where you from? When Volume 10 came out with Pistol Grip Pump, where you at? You know what I'm saying? When the South Central Cartel came out, where was you at? Oh, that's right. You know what I'm saying? Y'all was actually a part of a cartel. Y'all weren't part of the South Central Cartel, the music group. You know what I'm saying? I like a lot of West Coast rappers, man. Like I said, I like San Quinn. You know what I'm saying? I like San Quinn. What about the Bloods in the Crip album? You know what I'm saying? Pyru Love. They naming street names in there. None of these other cats, they don't have no history, no 10-year history. NWA, you know what I'm saying? Like Lethal Injection. You know what I'm saying? Lynch Mob. They don't have no history. Where's your history? Yeah, Banging on Wax. Pyru Love, baby. Not in the video Bompton. Right? Now, where's the merengue version of that shit? Didn't no one talk about nothing. The most Latino sounding anything was the city names that people was talking about. But none of that going on. What about the movie Friday? Where's the Latino version of the movie Friday? Because all that shit is consistent. The movie colors and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Friday, the clothing is all the same. You know what I'm saying? They wearing the khakis, the lokes and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like where all this shit is consistent across the board. The music is consistent with the culture that's perceived in the movies. Look at Tales from the Hood, man. Them was some California cats. You could look at how they was dressed and tell where people was from. They had the flannel on, you know what I'm saying? The khakis. You could tell that movie Juice. You could tell they was in New York. They going up and down the buildings. Like, you could tell this shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, where is it that all of a sudden, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got Joker. You know what I'm saying? You got Joker and Eladio. You know what I'm saying? That's from the Bay talking about, you know, we helped to create the, like, no, you helped to create what? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, excellent points, Rob. But Sloppy Joe said, blacks and the record labels lock the Latinos out. Oh, well. I mean, it's ours. You lock the door on shit that's yours, right? I mean, guess what? I got a safe in my house, and guess what? You know what I'm saying? People locked out of it. And on top of that, you know what I'm saying? That's not true. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people on the West Coast was welcoming to Cypress Hill. You know what I'm saying? And on top of it, Cypress Hill had beef with people, and you know what I'm saying? Like, people ain't really, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, people ain't really stepping in the way of that. They, you know what I'm saying? They kind of let that do its own thing. And people just be lying and shit. And the people that be trying to straighten stuff out, they not for real hip hop heads. You know what I'm saying? So they don't even know what the hell they talking about. You know what I'm saying? So then, you know what I'm saying? It's again, it comes back to the information integrity thing. Shout out. Yeah, you want. Oh, shout out to AB. Oh, you want the shit? I'll give you the shit. Man, what was his name? Old dude from the Mod Squad. Rest in peace to him. He passed away. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you want the shit? Oh, I got the shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the man. Look, yo, that shout out to Domino. I had put that's the last thing I think I had put in the Discord before I had dipped for a minute because I ain't had a chance to be on the computer for a minute. Y'all remember Domino? On is all bad, but it's all good. These are the tales. Tales from the hood. Domino was from the West Coast, man. Getting around in that thing. Hey, hey. Here we go, and the hot thing. Who remember that shit? Oh man, that's what I was saying about man, what happened to when the hood people used to sing? You know what I'm saying? Montel, what's that dude's name? Montel Jordan. This is how we do it. That was a thug right there. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying, my man, you know what I'm saying, put it down on the R&B side. You know what I'm saying? He put it down on the R&B side. You know what I'm saying? What happened to them thug R&B songs? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jesse. Jesse said, I can't stand that Pyru Love song, by the way. Bro, we used to, my cousin used to bump that song all the time. That shit stayed on at the crib, man. I thought that was one of the hardest remixes of Computer Love that I ever heard, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Domino used to be lit. Ghetto Jam was my cut, man. That song was so hard. Man, that song revolutionized, in my opinion, a lot of what was going on back then. It's about to slam. Yeah, the Ghetto Jam is about to slam. Yeah, bro, that shit was hard. You know what I'm saying? But it was a lot of hard albums. It just, again, where's the time frame on any of this? All these people saying that where is your work? This is what I'm saying. Man, how you gonna be against the blockchain? Oh, we don't like the block. All right, use the blockchain principles. Where's your proof of work? We was here. You know what I'm saying? We produced blocks. These hip hop albums is blocks on the chain. Where are your blocks? You know what I'm saying? You don't have no blocks. These people are memes. They meme coins. You know what I'm saying? These people are meme coins. They ain't got no blocks. They ain't got no proof of work. They have no utility. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler said, bro, I just saw something on Montel Jordan last year. Bro, worth $15 million today off that song. Yo, that's what's good, man. That's what's good. Listen, that's the way to work a one-hit wonder, to be honest. And listen, and I ain't even going to lie to you, man. Why don't people notice that one-hit wonders are actually doing 10 times better than people that have long, lengthy careers? One-hit wonders be looking healthy. You look at a one-hit wonder, you just happen to randomly see this cat. They own 70% of some company you had no idea that they own. They looking healthy, happily married, got kids, look like they aged in reverse 15 years. When you see somebody that was successful for a long time, they look like the life has just been sucked out of them. I guarantee you, if we see Chameleonaire, 10 years into the future, he'll look 30 years younger. Literally nobody will have any idea that he has 70% of some small coffee company in India, and just, you know what I'm saying, my man will be living his best life. I mean, that's how the story happens all the time. Shout out to Win Loser Up. Bro, them one-hit wonder niggas, you be like, man, this nigga done fell off. And the number two, you know what I'm saying? You the number 2 richest man in the world is the Chameleonaire. You the fuck? I ain't heard about I haven't heard about this cat in 30 years. And like this cat is the, you know what I'm saying, like the number 2 richest man in the world. But I can see it though. You know what I'm saying? I can see it. Shout out to shout out to Leonard. Leonard said Chameleonaire looks like he chew rocks. Yo, listen, Chameleonaire is a smart dude, bro. You know what I'm saying? I would argue to say that Chameleonaire is one of them, like he's 50 Cent smart. I wouldn't be surprised if Chameleonaire is like an undiscovered trillionaire off of Bitcoin, because Chameleonaire was like one of them first people that invested in early stuff. Like he was like already a millionaire off of ringtone downloads before like ringtones was a thing. Like nobody even knew what the fuck was going on, and this ninja was just independently rich off of ringtone downloads. I don't know if y'all know about that, but like look that up. You know what I'm saying? Like Chameleonaire like was on that shit like before iTunes and all that shit. Like Chameleonaire had like went platinum off of ringtones, and like how you even go platinum off of ringtones? Like yeah, this nigga went platinum off of ringtones. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kirk. Kirk said, nah, Monroe sold the rights to that when he went broke. He gets nothing from it. One of the biggest L's in hip-hop history. Yo, that's wild, man. Why did he? This is what I'm saying. Just don't sell the rights. Again, how can people not like cryptocurrency? The whole idea is to hold. But again, it's just, you know, I don't know. I don't get it. Let's see what M.A.G.A.TRON has to say right here.
Vashon, it's great to see you. Now, we know that your elected officials they want to keep Chicago, above all else, apparently, a sanctuary for illegal aliens. But what are you seeing within your community about what the residents who deal with
hey,
this
it's not like you about to say,
he's
about to say regulators, mount up. It was a clear black night, a clear white moon. All these migrants got the resources they about to consume. Just chilling east side of the LBC, got all these migrants competing with me. I'm getting jacked. I'm breaking myself. These migrants out here, they taking all my wealth. Oh man, if I had wings, I could fly. Let me contemplate. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's hilarious, man. They singing the Migrant Crisis remix of Regulators. Oh, that's crazy, man. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Trump and Holman about to send them back. You know, you gotta get Nate Dogg on there. Trump and Holman about to send them back. We about to take the hood back. Oh damn, that's funny as hell, man. Oh man, I picked up the phone and let that number explode. I called ICE on every one of them, send them to getting Mo. I got that ICE number, let my phone explode. I called Tom Homan and said send them to getting Mo. Right. Shout out to DC about to make some taco circle. Oh man, that's funny as hell, man. Oh man, that's hilarious. Oh, they had the G thing remix too. They're like 1, 2, 3 into the 4. All these damn migrants coming in got to go. Oh man, that's crazy, man. This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous.
Thing.
They absolutely cannot stand the illegal immigrants. I mean, they're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime and all sorts of heinous acts, and people are just sick of it. And
Look, shout out to Leonard. Leonard said, Rob, look up Alex Stein, don't deport big booty Latinas. Listen, we know Alex Stein liked the big booty Latinas with his weird self. You know what I'm saying? He was trying to, you know what I'm saying? He was trying to get a little handful of AOC. You know what I'm saying? AOC was about to do the Me Too modern woman thing on him. He had the camera though. You know what I'm saying?
they love people like Tom Homan because they're cleaning up the city. And let me just remind the people that Brandon Johnson has sworn an oath to the people of Chicago that he must protect us. J.B. Pritzker has sworn an oath to the people of Illinois that he will protect us. And they failed to do that because they're continuously telling us that they will protect the illegal immigrants here. No.
And shout out to everybody watching, man. I really appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, subscribe to the channel. Also, please share the stream to your social media.
Knowing that they're bringing all of the drugs and crime here in our city, and it is absolutely ridiculous. We know that they're doing this because Tom Homan was just here, and he just took away someone that was here since 2009. And if I'm not mistaken, that's during the Obama administration. And he basically had a rap sheet of doing horrendous acts to children. And my question is, why is this guy leaving now in 2025?
Well, Sean, it seems to me that it's time for President Trump to make a trip to Chicago. I really want him to be seen in these blue cities and to deliver a message personally to the people there that I'm here for you. We love America's cities. We want to help rebuild them.
And shout out to you, bro. That's what I was saying. If you guys agree with Patrick, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, black folks voted their power away in Chicago. Now there's enough Dems that aren't black to keep Chicago blue. Now, it's interesting, right? I was on YouTube the other day, and I was looking through some stuff, and I didn't get a chance to watch this video. I'm gonna go back and watch it, but I saw that Tim Black had made a video. I guess are the Democrats talking about the quote unquote study again, trying to like lure people back into supporting them? Is that a thing? I haven't paid attention to that. I don't know if that's true or not. I would assume that it's true because Tim Black made a video where he was covering it, so I'm not, questioning the integrity of his video or anything. I'm just curious, is that something new or is it something old or, is that actually happening? Somebody let me know. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta look at that if that's the case. Because like they need to not go down that rabbit hole. You know what I'm saying?
Frankly, focusing on America first, that's what he's all about. And I think he'd be welcomed if he actually did that. I think the left would, kick up a fuss, but I think he would find so many allies in the South Side and Inglewood. I think he'd find a lot of support.
Shout out to Kurt. You got Chat GPT making the bars for you, bro. That's hilarious.
Well, the people of Chicago, we love Trump. I mean, the numbers spoke for themselves during the election. And I just want to say that we actually wanted Trump to come here. We actually loved him here when he was here at the NABJ. So, I don't want these blue libs here to act like Trump isn't welcome here. We love Trump here. We would love Trump to come here in Chicago, Illinois. And I just want to say that I'm also excited about Pam Bondi being, confirmed as Attorney General because the man that had the orange jumpsuit at City Hall, it's looking like he's doing a little foreshadowing because it's looking like Brennan.
Shout out to AB. So so confirmed. Shout out to AB. So AB says, yeah, they're pushing HR 40 again. So shout out to the people in the Discord. If you're a part of the Discord, you know what I'm saying? If you're not part of the Discord, hit the link in the chat and join it. If you guys see anything about this HR 40, this resurfacing of HR 40, let me know. Shoot it to me in the Discord, and we'll check it out because I want to see what they're talking about with that.
Johnson is going to be behind bars pretty soon.
Well, and she ordered that pause of federal funds to sanctuary cities. And of course, that's being challenged in court. We'll see how that all plays out. But Vashon, thank you so much. Wonderful to see you as always.
Yeah, so we gotta. Hey, listen, man. Listen, we gotta get TD on Fox. We got to get TD on Fox. What y'all think about that? If y'all think we got to get TD on Fox, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't think we got to get him on there, give me a thumbs down. I want to see my man on there. You know what I'm saying? I want to see my man on there. I think he'd do good on there.
New York City, a sanctuary city, has been wasting billions of dollars of taxpayer money, billions with a B, to provide free housing, clothing, food, education, and health care to illegal immigrants, including criminal aliens.
I mean, they just start off with just start off with the bullshit. Shout out to the Reaper, right? They just you know what I'm saying? Why wait? Just get right to the bullshit.
He going along with the Fox shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
The Reaper funny as hell, man. I told y'all if y'all found his channel and y'all watched him, y'all would like him, man. The Reaper is hilarious. He do a nice little, you know what I'm saying? He do a nice little stream too, man. It actually be entertaining. Like I fuck with the Reaper. You know what I'm saying? I fucks with the Reaper.
That are here illegally. And so, I applaud, frankly, DHS for taking action to stop these payments under President Trump's leadership, because we have incentivized cities like New York and states like New York, a sanctuary state, to allow this to continue, and it has to stop.
Look, it cost New York, and it's a little selfish of us, billions of dollars because the water was wide open for 4 years. And the mayor that spoke up got exiled in the Democratic Party. Ironically, he's about to be, I guess, in a way, pardoned or protected by this president, who sees a lot of the targeting of Mayor Eric Adams as the same thing that happened to him.
No question. Eric Adams spoke out against what the Biden administration was doing. He said that the migrant crisis was, quote unquote, destroying New York City. Kathy Hochul authorized billions of dollars of state taxpayer money to pay for all these expenditures.
Why? Now, again, we got to ask this question, right? How does this make sense? How does this make sense? Why would anybody do this? How is this like? How do you politically justify this? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, like we're doing things to quote unquote make the country better. Are you? What does this do? You know what I'm saying? Like, what does this do to make the country better? I don't understand. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said Adam slid out of them. I told y'all. I told y'all Eric is a man. I told y'all Big E is a hustler, man. He about to listen here, son. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to be up here. I got all these Bitcoins. I got all these Bitcoins on the high rise, son. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't never worried about it. You know what I'm saying? I got it. I told y'all, man. I told y'all Eric Adams wasn't going nowhere, man. He ain't going nowhere, man.
Meanwhile, she's fleecing hardworking workers $500 just for the privilege of driving to work. It really just speaks volumes to how inept, incompetent, and corrupt New York has become under feckless leadership.
Right.
We have to stop this massive influx at the border, which is what President Trump is doing. But we have to stop incentivizing states and cities like New York by spending billions, and in this case from FEMA, $59 million.
Man, Eric, look, this is about to be hilarious. This is about to be like this is about to be Eric Adams' revenge. It's about to be so funny. Man, it's about to be so funny. It's about to be Eric Adams' revenge. They're gonna be going in on everybody from New York. Like everybody from New York gonna be getting lit up, and Eric Adams just magically is not gonna get mentioned ever. He's just never gonna get mentioned. He's just gonna be sitting there with that stupid smile on his face, comfortable, not worried about anything. Everybody else got a pending lawsuit. Everybody else sweating. You know what I'm saying? Eric Adams about to just be sitting there like, yeah, son, you want to take a picture of me right here with the Bitcoins? I try to tell y'all, man, Eric Adams wasn't going nowhere, man. He's a slickster, man. Like, he ain't going nowhere. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, you know, whatever. I'm here. I ain't going nowhere.
To support their efforts to circumvent federal law. That's really what this boils down to. States like New York are circumventing federal law, allowing illegal immigrants to get benefits and access to taxpayer money.
All right, so let's talk about something else that's just bizarre that's happening in New York.
What's up with the zebra cloth? You know what I'm saying? Yo, listen.
Allowing illegal immigrants to get benefits and access to taxpayer money.
All right, so let's talk about something else that's just...
Yeah, you see, look, do you see this little setup right here? This is what you call a booster buggy. This is what you call a booster buggy, and it has a little booster baby on the inside of it, right? Now, you sound horrible. These people, right? Not these people talking about quote-unquote migrants. When I say these people, quote-unquote, YouTube manual reviewer, I'm talking about boosters, right? The boosters take the booster buggy with the booster baby in it, and they stuff all kind of stuff inside the buggy, and they stuff, you know, under the baby and in the cart and all that, right? And then they roll up out the store with it. And most people don't really pay attention to it because it's in the buggy. You know what I'm saying? And they take it out, unpackage it somewhere, break it down, and sell it. So, you know, she boosting. You definitely boosting if you got some zebra, you know what I'm saying, quilt that you have over your buggy, because no one has a zebra quilt that they put over their child. Like, no one does that. That's a hoochie blanket. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody put no damn hoochie blanket over their kid. Even a hoochie don't put the hoochie blanket over their kid. You know what I'm saying? I can go outside or go to some store, go anywhere right now. I guarantee you, no one has a hoochie blanket over their or a zebra blanket over their child. Don't nobody have that shit. This is some 304 shit right here. This zebra skin throw right here. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's putting that on their kid. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? It's just how you know this shit is suspect right here.
Bizarre that it's happening in New York. New York's top court said to consider non-citizen voting in New York City elections today. Get this. Non-citizens, you don't belong here. You're not registered. Blowing off court appearance doesn't matter. That would add 800,000 non-citizen voters. Why is this even a discussion?
It shouldn't be. New York Republicans fought back against this effort several years ago. We were victorious in the lower court and the appellate division, and now it goes to the Court of Appeals. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit concerned because the New York Court of Appeals has been corrupted by Kathy Hochul and New York Democrats. This is why they tried to gerrymander our maps again last year. They added people who are way too progressive for the court to try and move the court in a different direction. I am concerned, certainly, that the Court of Appeals will make a political decision and not follow the Constitution. It is very clear. Non-citizens do not have the right to vote in our elections, period. There's a
And again, you know, why do we have to go over that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why do we have to go over that? Like, why is that something that has to be stated? Hey, non-citizens are not allowed to vote. Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like it's wild that there's a need to reiterate that. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like, what? It, like, a lot of this stuff that's going on is just, that's why I have such a hard time with it. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Sometimes they'll take the stroller out of the box and fill the box up. Yeah. Or sometimes they'll just go in there with a stroller without a baby, with a blanket over the stroller, and just fill everything, fill the stroller up, and then throw a blanket over the stroller and then just bounce. Shout out to Katsy. Do you see what Katsy said? Katsy said, I think the appeals court sided with the illegals on this. It should be going to the state Supreme Court. Like, this is wild. How could anybody like, that's crazy.
Reason New York is a sanctuary state and city, though. And the reason is they want illegal immigrants counted as part of the census. That gives them more congressional seats and it gives them more electoral votes. That's what this all boils down to. They want them to be able to vote in our elections. I fundamentally believe that it is wrong. It violates both the U.S. and New York state constitutions. and needs to be prohibited. And if the court had any courage or any conviction at all, it will reject this outright today.
You would think, because they want to loosen up that. Next thing you know, non-citizens voting in general elections. They'll figure out a way to do that. You know what I think it is? Republicans getting very close in New York to winning a lot of traditional Democratic seats, maybe even the governor's mansion. And they got to start letting everybody know that we're going to have to maybe bend the rules a little to stay in power. Mike Lower, thanks so much.
Again, that's a theory that's been floated. You know what I'm saying? That's that's funny. Speaking of the Reaper, he live right now. I'm looking at my thing as that video ended. Like, okay, I see homie live right now. That's what's good. Now, again, $80 million given to New York City to house migrants. Again, why did that happen? This is what people need to ask. Why and how did that happen? Because that's ridiculous and that's absurd. And as much as people don't like D.O.G.E, right, they do like the fact that D.O.G.E is making these discoveries, right? D.O.G.E is making these discoveries. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media.
Tomorrow, the mayor is expected to meet with the border czar, Tom Homan, here in the city. This is the federal government clawed back more than $80 million given to the city to house migrants. As Jennifer Bisram reports, City Controller Brad Lander is now calling on city officials to step in.
This is highway robbery.
New York City Comptroller Brad Lander Wednesday afternoon after he says his office found over $80 million missing from the city's accounts. FEMA funds, he says, were awarded to the city to house asylum seekers.
Where's the money? Now, don't Kathy Hochul look like Jigsaw from Saw? I told y'all about that. She looked like I want to play a little game. Tell me she don't look like Jigsaw. She absolutely looks like Jigsaw.
Tomorrow, the mayor is expected to meet with the border czar, Tom Homan, here in the city. This is the federal government clawed back more than $80 million given to the city to house migrants. As Jennifer Bisram reports, City Controller Brad Lander is now calling on city officials to step in.
This is highway robbery.
New York City Comptroller Brad Lander Wednesday afternoon after he says his office found over $80 million missing from the city's accounts. FEMA funds, he says, were awarded to the city to house asylum seekers.
These are folks who, for the most part, registered with the federal government when they crossed. In many cases, got sent here by the federal government. New York City stepped up to provide shelter and services and pay for that.
It comes after Elon Musk, head of the White House's Department of Government Efficiency, known as D.O.G.E, claimed the money was being wasted on luxury hotels to house migrants. The Department of Homeland Security says 4 people were recently fired.
Now, again, right, they can sit there and say that Elon Musk said this as much as they want to, but we've been talking about this. About how the Roosevelt is a 5-star hotel and it's owned, if I'm not mistaken, who owns it? Pakistan or India, right? Some other country owns the Roosevelt Hotel, and the city of New York has been paying a foreign government, right, to house the migrants. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Like Elon Musk has who knows how much budget. And we've been talking about that. Right? But what?
Luxury hotels to house migrants. The Department of Homeland Security says 4 people were recently fired for making unauthorized payments to those luxury hotels. A spokesperson saying in part, FEMA was funding the Roosevelt Hotel that serves as a Tren de Aragua base of operations and was used to house Laken Riley's killer. There will not be a single penny spent that goes against the interest and safety of the American people.
Sending $59 million to a migrant hotel to house illegal immigrants when there are still people in North Carolina and California who have not received FEMA funding is not something that this administration is going to tolerate.
That from White House officials during a briefing after the funds were seized.
The federal program we're talking about, the Shelter and Services Program, has a $12.50 a night cap on hotel and shelter prices. And obviously, New York City paid much more than $12.50 a night for the tents at Floyd Bennett Field and Randall's Island, much less for the hotels here.
The mayor's office says it's conducting an internal investigation, adding our office has already engaged with the White House about recouping these funds, and we've requested an emergency meeting with FEMA to try and resolve the matter as quickly as possible. In Lower Manhattan, Jennifer Bisram, CBS News, New York.
I mean, like, I'm not trying to be funny, man, but like, this is just a mess. Would you guys agree? Like this, this is just a mess, and it's not going to get any better. It's not going to get any better. It's just going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse, and it's just going to keep getting worse.
Dismiss the bribery case against the mayor could be filed as soon as today. The mayor's legal battle isn't over just yet.
But the question is, will it be resolved ahead of the mayoral election in November? With us this morning, political analyst Hank Shankoff. Always nice to have you here and get your insight. So let me ask you something. Is it?
Hey, this lady on Fox 5, man, she be cracking me up, man. She reminds me of what's Charlie Sheen's wife. Who is that? Was it Heather Locklear? On Money Talks, and it's just hilarious because you know how on Money Talks, Charlie Sheen's wife, like she had that like thing where she would like act like she's nice, but like she really not, and like be on some bullshit. That's exactly how this lady seemed like she is. She seemed like she's the exact same way. You know what I'm saying? And this should be cracking me up.
To dismiss the bribery case against the mayor could be filed as soon as today. The mayor's legal battle isn't over just yet.
But the question is, will it be resolved ahead of the mayoral election in November? With us this morning, political analyst Hank Shankoff. Always nice to have you here and get your insight. So let me ask you something. Is it over because the U.S. Attorney's Office has always been like a sovereign state, very high and mighty?
Shout out to Jesse. Jesse said passive aggressive. Bro, passive aggressive as hell. Passive aggressive as hell.
Seemed you couldn't corrupt them in any particular way. Is it possible they're going to say, no, we don't want to deal with the DOJ, we're going to continue with the case?
It's hard to imagine how they do that. The U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District is historically the kind of most extraordinary place where anything can happen, where the U.S. Attorney is in charge. Here's a case where the Justice Department can say, look, we reviewed the evidence, which they've already said. We've reviewed the facts of the case. We don't think it's worth prosecuting because it's a bad case. And many people in the legal community here in New York have said that already. So they're not on, there's not that sense that things are completely out of order.
You know, can we talk about the case a second? Because when it first happened, we were all like, he asked for an upgrade. Somebody called him to get the fire department to go in there and check out a building. I mean, it didn't seem like it was the end all of all, but it did have to do with federal corruption as far as getting on the ballot, money, that kind of thing.
It was a
What was the big point on that?
The big point, let's talk about what came across to people, is that he was getting something for nothing because of his public office. But it doesn't necessarily wash out that way. And everything else that's going on somehow feeds on. Whenever there's a corruption allegation and there's a high public official, including the mayor, right, the allegations tend to increase exponentially. So here's a case where the mayor probably didn't get the beating he deserved. He shouldn't have been beaten up the way he was for what happened. It's a bad case. So what happens next? Well, are there other things in the administration that occur? Who knows? The mayor ultimately stands and falls by himself.
And a broader picture, it's been pretty well documented. The mayor has been very friendly with the Trump administration, the inauguration, the prayer breakfast most recently, and now this, that the DOJ is asking to take away these charges. A lot of people are saying these things are clearly linked, that the mayor was hoping that this would happen by being nice to the president, and all of a sudden we have this. I mean, that's the public perception here, isn't it?
The mayor is not rejoicing today. There's something wrong with him, and he certainly is, and he ought to be, okay? Is there a relationship between the mayor and the president? Any mayor of the city of New York who does not have a good relationship with the president of the United States is an imbecile. Why? Because you need the president, because if something happens, you're in trouble. This is the capital of the world, for as far as we're concerned. This is the terrorist target of the world, number one. You need the president. That being said, does this portend something else? Adams has always been down the middle. He's never been a lefty. He's fought with the lefties. Does it make him a Trumpite? Not necessarily, but will it be better for the city that he has this kind of relationship? Probably.
And of course, the mayor has been criticized by some on the left for his approach to the immigration raids, by what he has directed staff to do. Is there now an expectation that the mayor continue down this road and kind of do what the Trump administration is hoping he'll do?
Well, he's not doing exactly what the Trump administration would like him to do. He's not saying to ICE guys, let's go in the schools and grab everybody up. That's not what's happening. He's telling people to make reasonable decisions at schools and other locales. But the left will never forgive him, and the left will never let him alone. And the truth will be that he's got a very short period of time now to prove that he's the mayor. Now, this is off his back. Now he's got to say, okay, I pray there's no more shootings in the subway. I pray there's more chaos on the street. I pray there's no assaults on people on the Upper East Side where everybody will lose their minds. But he benefits because large elements of the black community may say, frankly, this was a bad deal that was hoisted upon this guy who didn't deserve it. We're going back to where we belong.
Well, as you know, the number of people have already put their bid in for for mayor of New York City. The one person who hasn't yet, but everybody is guessing he's going to do that, is Andrew Cuomo. Does Andrew Cuomo jump in the race now that the mayor has been cleared?
Hard decision for him to make, but Andrew Cuomo has a very good story to tell. People attack him will say, look, I'm Andrew Cuomo. I built 2 airports. I got the Second Avenue subway open, built the bridge, delivered 11 on-time budgets. And when people criticize me, Andrew Cuomo says I put 750 MTA cops in the subway. All good news. That's a great story to tell. The problem now is it a good enough story to get past the good news that Adams?
So it's not over for Adams, right? I mean, if the Southern District says, okay, we're dropping the charges, they could have the...
And you know what's wild? Like, listen, let me ask y'all this. How many people did y'all see like wanting to see Eric Adams locked up? Like, it was so many people that was like cheering for Eric Adams to get locked up. I don't know like what Eric Adams did that was like that bad that like everybody wanted to see him locked up. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Eric Adams is the best politician. Of course not. But I don't think he did anything worthy of like, you know what I'm saying? Like getting bulldozed and cheered on by everybody to get locked up in jail for 40 years. Like people wanted to see homeboy go to jail for 40 years. Like for real, he need to go to jail for 40 years. What he do? That's worth 40 years in jail. People don't like him that much because of YouTube. Because you know what I'm saying? Because of commentaries that people have about how he does politics. Like he really deserved to, like this is where people's minds is at. Like he really deserved to like not see the light of day for 40 years because you know what I'm saying? Like YouTubers make people feel a certain type of way about him. Hey, shout out to AB. AB said Eric Adams was quoted saying, I told you, son. Look, Eric Adams was quoted saying, not guilty. Y'all got to feel me. Eric Adams was quoted saying, not guilty. Y'all got to feel me. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious.
Possibility to bring charges at another time.
Could they reindict? I guess our lawyer friends would say probably so. Is it likely? No. Is there another case there? Who knows?
And I mean, as we sort of look at this from a grand perspective, the mayor's case was the focal point, but within the administration, there were a lot of different spinoffs, whether it was the Jeffrey M.A.G.A.TRON resignation or
look, I told y'all, man, everybody was going to run with it. Everybody was going to run with it and say, oh, he trying to get a pardon from Trump. He trying to get a pardon from Trump. Now, you know, I've already, you know, said how I feel about that. And I've ran it down the line. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if need be, we can run it down the line of chronology again. Right? Eric Adams was getting kind of tight on the immigration thing before he even had charges. And it's wild how everybody forgets about that. And when I say like how everybody forgets about that, this is what I'm saying about the power that influencers, quote unquote, content creators, news organizations, how they have over people. Like effectively social media has made everyone forget that Eric Adams literally got rejected for funding 3 times. And after he got rejected for the funding 3 times, he was like, I don't know how we're going to do this. This crisis is going to destroy New York. This was before any charges even happened. But everybody said, oh, he's going this direction to not, you know, to not get charged. Well, why was he getting charged in the first place? You know what I'm saying? Like, why was he getting charged in the first place? You know what I mean? And it's like, it's wild. People's selective memories and, you know what I'm saying? Like, all that is wild. It's wild. Shout out to AB. AB said Eric's Eric Adams' fault was that he's black. Not just that he's black, also that he's black and he got swag. Like Eric Adams got swag, man. You know what I'm saying? Like Eric Adams got the drip. You know what I'm saying? People don't like that. That's one reason why people really don't like Eric Adams for real, because he's cool, man. He got swag. You know what I'm saying? Eric Adams kick it. A lot of people socially awkward. A lot of people weird. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know how to dress. They don't know how to party. They don't know how to kick it. They don't know how to have a good time. You know, a lot of times people see other people, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, moving the right way socially, and you know what I'm saying, like, you know, they don't like it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like they sitting on the couch like old boy on belly. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, Eric Adams cool, man. He a cool cat. I don't like his politics all the time. But I don't think that because I don't like his politics at all times, I don't think dude deserves to get 40 years in jail because a bunch of people on YouTube have been programmed to just, I don't like this person because XYZ told me not to like this person. Like, nah. I'm saying I don't agree with that. I'm saying I don't agree with that.
The resignation of the education commissioner. Where do those cases now stand after this result here?
Well, the good news, and it's a very important question, yes, the good news is that the mayor can walk and smile today very well. The bad news for the people that are implicated in other things is if they don't get indicted, so what? If they do get indicted, people say, the mayor didn't manage well. But the good news for him is, so what? People judge the mayor by the mayor. And this guy has a particular style and a particular way of doing things that separates him from the chaos around him. And that's probably what will happen. Can he be reelected? The answer is today he can get reelected. Next week, if there's chaos in the streets, he's going to get blamed for it. Simple.
All right, the public advocate probably a little upset this morning, huh? He had the suit already dry cleaned and everything?
Yeah, you always got to stay where he is and do nothing for another 4 years.
Hank Shankoff, thank you so much.
See, now look, see, never mind. There she go, though. You see? She can't help herself with the bullshit. That's what I'm saying. If you pay attention, and it'd be interesting, like how you know, like when you start watching these things, that lady always says some wild ass shit, and it just never gets picked up. You know what I'm saying? And it'd be funny, but like it just flies right out. You know what I'm saying? Keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, again, like I said, I told you guys this was going to be a long one because we got a lot of stuff to catch up on, right? Why is the government wasting so much money? Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Shout out to Carlton. I would actually agree with that. Carlton says Adams has a backbone, kind of, and he can't be trusted. He doesn't fit the typical Democrat mold. Facts. Facts. Like, this is what I was like. They can't really, like, Eric Adams kind of like, he can't really control him. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can kind of, but like at the same time, like they kind of can't. You know what I'm saying? And like, so see that's like when you can't be controlled, it's a problem. Shout out to AV, a dime and a nickel, right?
Well, DOGE might be the new kid on the block, but some Americans have been counting the cost of government wastefulness for years. Senator James Lankford started his own federal fumble series, so we'd stop complaining and start working on bringing down the national debt. The 8th edition is out tomorrow morning. Here's an exclusive snapshot of some of the findings. It includes nearly $2 billion in assistance to Taliban leaders, $400 billion in.
Why? Why did the United States provide $2 billion in assistance to Taliban leaders? $400 billion in pandemic payments improperly dispersed. $15.7 billion to maintain federal buildings with only 25% of capacity used. Why? Why? What do you guys think about the numbers that are coming out of DOGE? What do you guys think about these numbers that are coming out of DOGE? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
In pandemic payments that may have been made improperly. or dispersed improperly. The report also highlighting that 17 out of 24 federal agencies were using 25% or less of their building capacity, even though $15.7 billion of taxpayer money was being used to maintain and lease those buildings.
And to help us recover this fumble, Senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. Senator, great to have you here. Let's get right into it. I mean, this isn't a fumble. This is the sacking of the American people and our tax dollars.
Well, it is actually. If you want to look at the federal government in the past couple of years, we've looked like the Kansas City Chiefs this past weekend. We did not perform up to stats. Is it too soon? Too soon? You listed several of them, but there's quite a few more on it. For instance, the President Biden's subsidies that he was doing for solar, $1 billion that went to a Chinese solar company in subsidies. I don't know many American.
Why did the Biden administration give $1 billion to a Chinese company in solar subsidies? And again, this is you have to bring it back here. Why are people voting for this nonsense? People don't like Elon Musk. Here's again, at the same time, the people that don't like Elon Musk are not supporting people that are doing these type of audits before Elon Musk did them. What do you want to happen? I don't know what people want to happen. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
Companies and many American taxpayers that would be very excited about that. We listed all of these out and said this is something that needs to stop. This is an area that I've worked on for years. As you mentioned, we put 8 different federal fumble books out over the last several years. Joni Ernst has worked on this for years. Rand Paul has worked on this for years. Several of us have been pushing on this, and we are glad to have the help, continuing to be able to push this rock over. And the American people are seeing it, and they're frustrated, and they're yelling to the people in the backseat of the car, I'm going to pull this car over right now if we don't stop all this wasteful spending. And so let's get on with it.
And that's the thing. You definitely have sounded the alarm on this issue. People were certainly listening.
Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, plot twist, Trump could be using Doge to help save money to make that big reparations payment. If it's true, people would still hate him. Yeah, facts. This is how people will walk up to Elon Musk. Hey, I hate you, but I love the work that you're doing. People do the same thing to Trump. Hey, I hate you, but I love the work that you're doing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what?
But for some reason, there was no way to truly strip away what was going on and look under the hood. And now with DOGE and Elon Musk, the president is able to implement his agenda and show some of this wasteful spending to Americans. They're doing it across the board. I mean, they've taken on a lot. This feels different this time for some reason.
It does feel different. And I would say for all of us that have been talking about purchasing and wasteful and regulations that slow down the whole economy, folks have kind of shrugged for a while and said, that's just the way it is. It's the way government works. Everybody's trading stuff off. And now with President Trump coming in and pointing to this stuff, suddenly everybody's like, yeah, okay, that needs to stop. And so really grateful for all the attention that he's putting on this and what Elon Musk is doing to be able to point out the waste. And now step 2 is to be able to get it out.
Yeah.
You know, Senator, check me. Maybe I've missed this over the last 8 years or longer. Marijuana is still a controlled substance, right? That would be a yes. Right. Okay, so why do we even need to talk about tax breaks for marijuana businesses? And I'll separate medical from use, general use.
Right. So when you get into marijuana businesses, that's true. But as you remember, President Biden was trying to declassify a lot of marijuana sales and bring it down to a lower level to be able to open this up. At that point, marijuana businesses could suddenly get a federal tax write-off for their operations when that's not so now. And so it just raises the question, at what point do Americans actually move to this is actually something that we're going to support on it and actually give a tax deduction for marijuana sales on it? Quite frankly, my state has opened up. We've got a lot of marijuana businesses that are there. We've seen also a lot of auto accidents and a lot of other reciprocal things. Oklahoma now is one of the top states for marijuana use for teenagers. That was not so just 6 years ago. And so we've seen some of the consequences. So we have to ask the question, is this going to be something we're going to give a tax write-off for? That's very different than saying this is going to be something that's just out there. That's going to be something states are going to do or not do.
I think you make a great point. And one of the arguments for the legalization of marijuana was to tax it, to make sure that the government took in some of that revenue. And yet they kind of, like everything else, just botched it all up.
Yep, it has been a big issue. And again, these are just all these different tax issues and different spending issues. I want to give you even one that's even funnier from that. We have different tax rules. If you're vodka or if you add pickle juice to your vodka, now it's a cheap cheaper tax liability for them. And I'm asking the question, how come pickled vodka actually gets a tax deduction other than just vodka on it? And so all of these different rules all demand us taking a second look at it and saying, I don't know who got that into the tax code, but we've got to be able to look at all these aspects and ask some hard questions.
Yeah, you know, Senator, big picture in a short amount of time that we have, less than a minute left. Tax reform. I mean, what we're talking about here is clearing up a lot of mess in the tax code.
Yeah, we're talking about not raising taxes. That's one of the first things that's out there to say the Democrats want to actually have the expiration of the 2017 tax code. That is, every single tax bracket would go up if we don't actually extend this. It would literally raise taxes $400 billion a year, and it would affect every single bracket. It's not just the top bracket.
Now, let me ask you guys this question, right? Because people got to put this into perspective. If they continue to have these quote unquote tax hikes, or, you know, if people keep, you know, voting pro tax politicians, let me ask you guys this. What is this going to do to your cost of living? What is this going to do to your cost of living? Somebody let me know.
As they talk about in 2017, all brackets went down. And then we have to ask, how are we going to make sure that our companies are competitive, whether a small business doing business all over the world or a large business? How do we make sure they're competitive so we're beating other companies and countries in the rest of the world with our tax code? That makes America strong, and it makes people move here to do business. After the Trump tax cuts in 2017, there were no more companies buying American companies. Now American companies are buying international companies. We literally flipped the script after that tax code in 2017. We shouldn't go back on that.
Thank you. Senator James Langford from the state of Oklahoma. Good.
Yeah, so yeah, shout out to everybody, right? It's gonna go up. It's gonna go up. So again, you know, like with this, right? With all of this, you have to. This is why I keep hammering on the point. What are people doing? Right. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, dang, the Democrats didn't tell us that. I would go as far as to say, seems like there's a pattern, right? Seems like there's a whole lot of shit that the Democrats seem to not want to tell people for some reason. Why is that? Right? Why is that?
Behind them after the Justice Department yesterday ordered the case dropped, not based on the merits, but its impact on Trump's crackdown on immigration.
Yeah, the mayor's critics say this legal deal makes the mayor a political hostage to President Trump. All this as the mayor gets set to meet with Trump border czar Tom Homan tomorrow about removing migrants in New York City and FEMA pulling millions, tens of millions of dollars in funds for housing migrants.
Eyewitnesses reporter Lauren Glassberg live in Lower Manhattan with more. Lauren.
And again, you know, I've been asking this question like throughout every single video on the channel. Watch the replays. You know what I'm saying? Watch the videos. Check out my other channel. Check out Black Light Revelations 1. Check out Black Light Revelations 2. Check out the Undocumented Bros. Why is this amount of money going out? You know what I'm saying? Why?
Yeah, David and Liz, the mayor has long asked the federal government to help New York City when it comes to the migrant crisis. Mostly, he's been asking for money for financial aid. But
shout out to Liberty Twitcher. Liberty Twitcher says they call them migrants, but aren't they illegal migrants? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't disagree. If you guys agree with Liberty Twitcher, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Liberty Twitcher says, why don't they make the distinction? They talk like a migrant is a migrant. I think the reason why they talk like that is to try to confuse the people who are watching or people who don't have any exposure to this topic to get them with the immediate bias when they have a first exposure to it. Those are the only things that I could think of. You know what I'm saying? Let me know what y'all think.
But this new administration is not about funding migrants. It's really about deporting them, particularly those who break the law. So it will be interesting to see what the mayor agrees to in terms of deportations and whether he works to protect the city's status as a sanctuary city.
We have to double the number of agents we send in New York City.
That was Tom Homan back in November threatening to increase the number of ICE agents sent to New York City to deport migrants. And now Homan himself will meet with Mayor Eric Adams tomorrow. The border czar talked about the upcoming visit on the radio last night.
I'm hoping we come to an agreement where his officers can help my officers in removing these public safety threats, especially turning to Iowa and the other alien gangs that are creating havoc in New York.
Certainly the gangs which have preyed upon people in Times Square and Central Park are a concern, but law-abiding migrants are concerned that they too will be deported. And now word that the federal government has seized some tens of millions of dollars in FEMA money right out of New York City bank accounts, money that Congress approved to fund services for asylum seekers and for shelters, including the Roosevelt Hotel.
And sending $59 million to a migrant hotel to house illegal immigrants when there are still people in North Carolina and California who have not received FEMA funding is not something that this administration is going to tolerate.
The city's comptroller calling on the mayor to do something and prove himself in light of optics that the mayor has cozied up to President Trump.
This is the first critical test of whether we still have independent leadership at City Hall. And I'm calling on him to work with the Attorney General to stand up in court and get our money back.
The mayor says the city's attorneys are investigating.
Court counsel is looking at litigation, and we have reached out to the White House. We want to find out exactly what took place.
So there you hear the mayor talking about reaching out to the White House, hoping to talk to officials there about what happened to that FEMA money that was already in New York City's coffers. And again, tomorrow he will be talking to the White House's border czar about potential deportations. Live in Lower Manhattan, Lauren Glassberg, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
See, this is what I'm, man, listen. So yeah, so now what we got popping off, right? Okay, we're gonna actually we'll go through that a little bit later. We're gonna talk about this D.O.G.E report. We're gonna talk about this D.O.G.E report. Somebody explain to me again. Now, here's my question for you guys, because this is just so much. What should the consequences be for all of this money wasted? What should the consequences be? What do you guys think? And here's another question: who should deal with consequences from all this money wasted? What should the consequence be from this?
New York City Hall responded to those claims from D.O.G.E about the FEMA funds, saying, quote, the previous administration left New York City largely on its own to manage an international humanitarian crisis. We have worked to minimize the costs of this crisis and have negotiated service costs to ensure that we are not wasting taxpayer dollars. We've already spent over $7 billion in the crisis alone, and the previous administration committed only $237 million in funding to help house the migrants in our care and for future services. We will discuss this matter directly with federal officials. Josh Levine joins me now. John Levine, forgive me, John. $59 million into house.
I actually would not disagree with this. I agree 100%. Liberty Twitcher says our elected representatives should not be reelected. Those should be the consequences, but that rarely happens. Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with that. Now, why do they get reelected is what we need to deal with, right? How do these people get reelected? Because, he's right. Not getting reelected, that at the very least, right? At the very least, that should be either phase one or step one of a consequence to incompetent management, right? How then do they display incompetencies and then continue to get elected? And it doesn't make any sense.
These migrants in the most expensive luxury hotels that exist in America today. Does that make any sense? And they didn't deny it, by the way.
No, they're like, well, it wasn't all hotels, a little bit here, a little bit shelter, service, security. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's 59 million or 1 million or 1 cent. It's the taxpayer money spent on people.
Look, Liberty Twitcher said, voters are stupid. Look at California. Most voters realize it's a disaster, but most voters reelect the people who caused it. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, why does that happen? What's the mechanics behind that? What creates a stupid voter? How is somebody explain to me the construction of an idiot voter?
People who shouldn't be here, who are here illegally and are being sent home now because of that. It's completely outrageous. And hopefully the new partnership that we're seeing between Trump and Adams can bring some accountability and order to this system, our mayor.
We should mention, by the way, everybody thinks the mayor controls New York City. No longer does that happen. It used to be that way back decades ago, but now it's a city council, and that is comprised of really radical progressives.
Oh, yeah. No, we have, it's just like the federal government. We have a legislature here, the city council, that causes a lot of problems for the mayor. And, it's a very, very heavily liberal, progressive establishment, and they can veto and they can block a lot of very good ideas from the mayor's office.
Another crazy thing that's happening, we have 800,000, the possibility of 800,000 people who are here with questionable citizenship qualifications being able to vote in the next election. Is that true?
Well, it's not going to happen. It's like they want it to happen. There's a move. Democrats have been trying to normalize non-citizen voting in New York City for a very long time for, state, local elections. And it's not going to happen. Judges have shot this down at every single turn.
I just, again, why would you do that? That, to me, that makes sense on zero levels. There is zero way that anyone could make sense of that. Yeah, I got a great idea, you guys. Great idea. Just thought about it yesterday. Let's just make all these people who don't live here. Let's just give them the same influence that everybody has that lives here. Isn't that just a wonderful idea? No, it's not. It's not a wonderful idea. It's not a wonderful idea. You know what I'm saying? It's probably one of the worst ideas ever created. If you really want to know,
It's eventually probably going to go to the Supreme Court, where they will also lose. But it is on the agenda, no question.
It's unbelievable. And finally, Mayor Adams, he was having a lot of difficulty, questions about whether he was taking gifts from foreign governments or people affiliated with foreign governments. The U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District, which includes Manhattan, was looking into all of this. Apparently now he's off the hook. Have I got that right?
Charges totally dropped. Apparently he was eating at a steakhouse when they told him. There's a lot of potential cooperation between Mayor.
See, I was eating this filet mignon, son. You know what I'm saying? I was eating this filet mignon, and I got the phone call. They hit me on the jack and said, "Yo, E, don't even worry about it. Do your thing. Good luck with re-election." And that was it.
Have I got that right?
Charges totally dropped. Apparently he was eating at a steakhouse when they told him. There's a lot of potential cooperation between Mayor Adams and President Trump, and they've talked about how they're going to work on migrants and the deportations. And the fact is, he was indicted.
I was at my favorite spot. Son, they got the steaks they got the steaks for $30 a plate at the Barclays. For $30 a plate at the Barclays on Tuesdays. You know what I'm saying? It was going up on a Tuesday.
After speaking up about the migrants. And there's been a lot of questions about whether these indictments were politically motivated. Obviously, something our president knows something about. So I think they saw a lot of common ground here. And as you can see, now the charges are gone.
Donald Trump himself was belittling some of the charges, saying who here in the audience of journalists who were asking him about it haven't had an upgrade, which included some of the so-called bribes against the mayor.
It's a pretty poor bribe, a free airline.
All right. One more for you, John. The bill that would have delayed New York's 21 special district election to November is now dead. This is Representative Stefanik, who has been nominated.
Yeah, they said, and they sent him the champagne with the bow on it. They sent the champagne to the bowl. Oh yeah, this from the president. Oh man, you can see that the steakhouse, man, and they sent in the cigar. Yeah, these the Cuban ones. Ooh, better make sure they legal. Eric Adams said these Cubans better make sure they're legal. You know what I'm saying? Eric Adams funny, man. I try to tell y'all, man, he hilarious.
To be the UN ambassador for the United States. Her seat, they wanted to delay it so that that slim majority in the House of Congress would be even slimmer than it already is. Will they succeed?
No, they actually pulled it yesterday, I believe. They tried to do a fast one where they were just going to hold it open until the November election, which would have obviously hurt the majority in Congress. But now it seems they'll have a normal special within 90 days per the normal arrangement.
And that particular district is expected to go Republican.
It's been Republican forever. Hard red.
John Levine, great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
We handled a lot in that.
All right, so there's that. All right. Anyway, now we got more ridiculousness, right? Let's see something real quick here. We got, hold on real We got more ridiculousness because it's now at the point where things are just stupid. It really is. Now, how many people heard about what happened in Massachusetts? If you guys heard about what happened in Massachusetts, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down. Huh? Now, you know, this concept has been around for a while, right? I wouldn't say it's been highly publicized, but it's been like lightly publicized. The idea of a quote unquote transgender sanctuary. Right? A transgender sanctuary. That's what we got going on in Massachusetts.
Coming up, you got bright blue hair, you got white gloves, right? You got a lot of shrieking. This is the state of the resistance, because the trans resistance, they seem to be just losing their mind, if they have ever had much of a mind, about Trump wanting to protect girls and, of course, keep men out of women's bathrooms. So a Massachusetts town going so far as declaring itself, as I mentioned in the angle, a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. The city.
What's going on here? See, this is what I'm this see this right here. This that stuff that I'm talking about right here. We got to stop it right here. We got to stop it right here. We got to reel it in. What is this? Now, what's crazy about this? Listen, I want you guys to understand this. I want you to understand how insane the monolith is and why the monolith needs to be stopped. The monolith needs to be stopped. The monolith needs to be destroyed. What if you came home to your parents' house and you told your parents, I'm changing my gender. I was born a male. I woke up this morning and I realized something wasn't right. And what I realized wasn't right was that I want to be a woman. I'm going to go and get changed to a woman. How many people's parents would flip the hell out, even at depending on what age you were? Now, your parents would flip out about that, right? But what's crazy is that they would equally flip out in most cases if you said, hey, I'm not voting for Democrats. I'm not voting at all. I'm voting for Trump. If you said one of those three things, your parents would have the same exact reaction as if you told them, I'm just letting you know before I do this, I'm getting a gender reassignment operation. Right? You will flip out about a gender assignment operation, but at the same time, you will excommunicate someone from your family for not voting for the people who support gender reassignment operations. I don't understand that. We go to the church. Doing that kind of stuff is evil, but then go vote for it. Like I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Now, you know, in the good book, they call that an abomination. Now go vote for the abomination people, or else, you know, you won't be able to come here on the holidays. Like, how does that work? Now, I want you guys to understand this. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, that's lithium logic for you. Facts. Shout out to Jesse Parrish. Jesse Parrish says, sad but true. Facts. I don't understand. How can you do these things at the same time? What are you supposed like? I want you to. Do you understand how where we are? There are many factors that we have, right, that create difficulties and bottlenecks for us, right? However, we have layer one issues and bottlenecks that are created by the dynamics of just simple existence. So if you're a male and you come to your parents' house with your boyfriend, your parents will look at you like you're crazy. They'll also look at you like you're crazy if you don't vote for the people that say, go get you a boyfriend if you're a man. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Damn. Shout out to AV. AV said, mine would have called me an oversensitive baboon. You are an oversensitive baboon. You know what I'm saying? What is wrong with you? AV promotion. That's hilarious. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I pointed that out to some of my family and they got mad at me. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then like nothing progresses. Like it just turns into like this awkward like stare off for like 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And like I'm crazy. Like I'll stare at you for 10 minutes and not blink. If you don't blink, I'm not blinking. You know what I'm saying? So like there's just the awkward stare off. You know what I'm saying? So how does that work again? You know what I'm saying? How does that work? Oh, I'll never if my child grow up acting funny, I'll never support my child. But if you don't vote for that political party that encourages people being funny, I can't get behind you either. I don't understand it. You don't want your child to be LGBTQ, but damn it, if your child don't vote LGBTQ, they not black, and you not they not about to be part of the family anymore. I don't understand it. Like I don't understand. Like things need to be more consistent with reality. First Zion Baptist Church supports Bussy, right? Like that's what the signs should say out in the front. You know what I'm saying? Ebenezer Baptist supports Bussy. I don't understand. Like that's what it should say. That's what the sign should say. We support hair on hair. You know what I'm saying? We support sword fighting. That's what the sign should say. Why don't the sign say that? I don't know what you young people do now. I'm saying there's some things that you young people do. There's not things that us young people do. You know what I'm saying? shout out to Carlton. Carlton said that's why it's good to ignore the lift and buy crypto, bro. Facts. Just escape into the metaverse, man. You know, just get out while you can. But like make it make sense. I think I might do that one of these days. I'm just, some people that I know that are Democrat and they ask me about certain things, I decided to try the whole, weirdo thing. I tried it. I decided to try it, right? I'm saying I decided to try the weirdo thing. I'm gonna bring the weirdo thing to you. And the reason why I decided to try it is because I voted because I wanted to maintain our friendship. So now I just decided to submit to complete weirdness. You cool with that? You know what I'm saying? You cool with that? No, I'm not cool with that. What do you mean? You want me to vote for this stuff? How many times have you guys heard people say, that's my child? Can't nobody tell me nothing. This is my kid. My child. This is my child. Can't nobody tell me nothing. But you're voting for the party where, yeah, they can tell you something about your child. They can tell you, hey, your child decided that they're not the gender that they were born, and they did things that you didn't authorize. Hey, here we are telling you about your child. This is one of the reasons why I continue to say that I don't believe that there's a requirement to make sense, because I don't understand how these things can exist at the same time. They'll look. So what are you supposed to do? Trump Eva, right? Trump Eva, right? Being legitimate is Eva, right? That's a defilement, right? It's an abomination, right? Now, LGBTQ is an abomination and it's evil, but vote for the pro LGBTQ party. I don't how. What do you? I don't understand that. Shout out to Catsy. Catsy said, "I will shake my head in agreement and do exactly what I want to do. They don't know who I voted for. They aren't in the booth with me." I listen. If I tell people, I say, listen, you might not like certain things. You know what I'm saying? The ways that I feel politically. Now, if you want to continue things as they are, you probably want to just avoid having that conversation, right? But like once we go down that rabbit hole, though, you know what I'm saying, it's no coming out of that rabbit hole. So, it could fundamentally change things. You know what I'm saying? Somebody at work the other day, they were for what, like, I don't know how, like, this must be a thing that people do. They just started complaining about Trump. Like, it was Trump, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was rough at work. It wasn't a good day, but I don't know how Trump was involved. He ain't had shit to do with it, but it was just a rough day at work. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was, you know what I'm saying? We was all going through it. And just, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't stand Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit just started happening, right? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, so this individual just started saying how they couldn't stand Trump. And I was like, "Oh, for real? You don't like Trump?" I'm like, "What's up? What's the why you don't like Trump? What's going on with him?" They didn't have any type of response for me. The answer was just the expected. Well, you like Trump? I asked you why you're upset with Trump right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I asked. I didn't say anything about me, and I didn't imply that I was going to volunteer you any information about me. You decided to open up about yourself, and I decided to say I'll oblige, right? Like, that's what it was. You know what I'm saying? So, what's the issue, right? This individual said, well, I mean, he's just doing all kinds of stuff. He's just doing all kinds of stuff. And I was like what? You know what I'm saying? Like, he doing all kinds of stuff. Like what? Well, I mean, he's just doing all kinds of stuff. I mean, he's just doing all kinds of stuff. This person couldn't even tell me what he was doing. And I was like, the last 4 years, you know what I'm saying, we had a president, for the most part, that just sat up there like Weekend at Bernie's. He looked like a freaking mannequin, you know what I'm saying, at a clothing store, right? And he will fall down like one, too. But now, I mean, Trump is kind of actually moving. He's burning calories. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe because we've dealt with somebody just literally not doing anything, maybe any movement, whatever, seems like light speed. Because I don't think Trump has moved fast enough. I don't think he's moved fast enough on the Bitcoin strategic reserve, like where that's at. I'm saying, where's that? Where's the tax-free crypto? Which ones is tax-free? Hurry up, let's come on, man. April coming. This is some shit we need to know. You know what I'm saying? So if you ask me, in certain areas, I don't think that he's moved fast enough in. You got 4 years to deport these migrants. You know what I'm saying? April coming up, you know what I'm saying, pretty soon here. You know what I'm saying? What's going on with this tax-free crypto? Shit. You know what I'm saying? He ain't done nothing about that. So, like, the thing is like, people can't answer any of these questions. They can't answer any of these questions. They don't care about the consistencies. Then the person said, well, you know, that is true. That could be right. I said it could be. I was like, I could be wrong too. I don't know. Shit. I don't know. That's why I was asking you. You know what I'm saying? Then I was like, how do you feel about like, you know, how do you feel about like the weirdo shit? What do you mean the weirdo shit? You know, the weirdo shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, people doing weird shit. Oh, you know, like I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm like, you don't like it, but you're upset if somebody voted for Trump, though. You do understand, like, you realize that the shit that you're upset about, that's the shit that's promoted with the other party. Largely. Right? I know. I just don't like Trump. Okay. So now, how do we enforce this is the question. Why are we letting people get away with saying, I'm not going to accept you if you're LGBTQ, but damn it, you better vote for that party that promotes and encourages LGBTQ? What is anybody going to do about that? This is what I'm saying. Do you guys see what I'm saying? There is a clear pattern of a nonsensical culture of not making sense and no requirements to any validation of reality. Anyone else with a normal brain would see that as insanity. You know, we stopped letting him come around here because he's funny. But vote for the Democrats. What? Excuse me? you know Hey, have y'all ever been around them people that, like, when they don't understand something, they say excuse me, and like when they say excuse me, it's hilarious? I'm one of those type of people. You know what I'm saying? And like, I know that should be funny as hell, and like I do it like that. I do it like that on purpose. But that's exactly what I would have sounded like. Excuse me? What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question? I'm actually not sorry. I'm just hoping that the second time you repeat the shit, you realize how stupid you sound. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Bronze to God. Bronze to God said a culture of idiocy. That's what I call it. Bro, facts. Bro, facts. Here's my question. How does it get ended? How does it get ended? Now they doing these sanctuary cities for the trans people. You know what I'm saying? The leaders voted for this. It's become a sanctuary city for the trans. This is where you can, you know what I'm saying, if you happen to wear a bra, you can tuck your, you know what I'm saying, you can tuck your meat roll to the side and be safe here. Like this, you know what I'm saying? Like, and the leaders voted for that. It's weird. You can go ahead and be a man and go get you some prisoners pregnant. I got a couple inmates pregnant, you know, on rec time. I was just busting them down like, what? Yeah, you know, I got into jail around all these women and my shit start working again. Like, what? Oh man, I'm cured. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had thought one thing and then I got in jail around all this ass and just, man, my shit start working like crazy. Motherfuckers was popping up pregnant left and right. Like, what? Man, this is this is so crazy. Man, this is so crazy, man. This is so crazy. Man, man, shit. You know what I be doing on my rec time, nigga. What you be doing on your rec time? Yeah, I'm putting it. I'm putting in some work on these hoes. Like, what? That's another one of the excuse me. Say that again. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? You know, like, excuse me?
City Council voted in favor of the sanctuary status 9-2. Watch.
I don't want to spend an hour applying glitter on my face so that you will hear and see me.
I'm so lost. I don't even know what to say.
I don't want to spend an hour applying glitter on my face so that you will hear and see me. I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't.
How many people seen that movie called The Terrifier? She got them eyebrows drawn on like Art the Clown.
And if you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am.
Like,
It demands a response from our elected officials to say, we recognize that you are under attack, and in Worcester, we are going to protect you.
Joining me now, Jim Polito.
I want this. If anybody sees this entire city council meeting, please send it to me. I like. Who voted for this? You know what I'm saying? Like this, like the world turned into a cartoon.
You ain't black.
The world has turned into a cartoon.
I want to spend an hour applying glitter on my face so that you will hear and see me. I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't. And if you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am.
It demands.
Man, a spaghetti strap shirt, like over a long sleeve shirt, is crazy work. Like that's like, did you see? Oh, you see the dude behind her is just confused. Yeah, that's. I don't even know what to say. Y'all got me dying. Shout out to Windows and Robb, bro. I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. All I got to say is, if you're not subscribed to the LGBTV channel, make sure y'all subscribe to the LGBTV channel. Make sure if one of the mods can put the links in the chat, I definitely appreciate it. That's all I can say about that. You know, that's. But yeah, this this the new chapter of Undocumented. Now the sanctuary city done evolved to the trans sanctuary city.
You should see how afraid of Trump I am.
It demands a response from our elected officials to say, we recognize that you are under attack, and in Worcester, we are going to protect you.
Joining me now, Jim Polito, who's a conservative Boston area radio host. Jim, great to see you. I remember
Great
Worcester.
You,
one of my brothers went to Worcester Polytech. Now this was like a blue collar, a factory town.
Yes.
I know Worcester really well. How did this happen?
I grew up there. It happens
okay.
because the city has gone crazy, Laura. My pronouns on this one are I can't go back there. I mean, this group last night put up such a fit. Actually, they were the most intolerant. They were threatening violence. And wait until you hear this. Wait until you hear this. Two of the counselors who voted no, one happens to be Jewish. The tolerant crowd here who was looking for acceptance started yelling at him with a fake German accent. They called him a fascist, and they started making pig noises, oink, oink. This man who voted against this, his parents were Holocaust survivors who moved to Worcester in 1949. I mean, this is out of control, Laura. And you're right. I grew up in Worcester. I don't live there anymore. It used to be a blue-collar city. My brother.
Now, let me, speaking of that, right? And again, I'm just throwing this out here because I'll be throwing ideas out there, hoping somebody, a bite or, hoping somebody say something. why don't we call ourselves, quote unquote, slavery survivor descendants? We got to make it sound as dramatic as possible. Right? Got to make it sound as dramatic as possible. You know what I'm saying? So, they did that, right? Now, what I want you guys to understand is this, right? They hit him with the Volks talk, right? We're gonna say it like that. They hit him with the Volks talk, right? They hit him with the pig noises, you know what I'm saying? And they said yada yada yada. Now, his family, survived what they survived, right? Everyone in the entire world should have the utmost sympathy for that particular situation, right? But if the United States government stole your family's land and stole your business and had laws against you being part of society up until 1960, you need to just get over it. You need to just get over it. And what I don't understand is I don't understand why people are comfortable walking side by side with people that literally tell you every day on a human basis, because you are black, you don't have the same human value as me. Anything that happened to you, fuck you. But the entire world should sympathize anything that happened to us. My question is, why are people so comfortable and okay with that? People say fuck what happened to us as, back in 1960 every single day. And now we got, the people in California talking about quote unquote stolen land. And somebody's supposed to give a shit. I believe in reciprocity, right? And reciprocity works a bunch of different ways. You give what someone gives to you, right? You give it right back to them. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Yeah, Win, Lose, or Rug said because they believe it too. Lithian logic, facts. It goes absolutely with Lithian logic, right? And the reason why it goes right with Lithian logic is because people that don't value themselves find more value in other people, so they put other people first. Oh, that's okay. No, it's not okay. I'm the asshole. See, like, this is what I'm saying. A lot of times I'm the asshole that creates a lot of problems because I'm that no, it's not okay person. Shit's gonna stop until that shit's okay with me. People don't like that's always, man, see, Robb is here, shit gonna get held up. Oh, well. I don't care if it gets held. What are you gonna do about it? You know what I'm saying? That's how people gotta be. Look, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said they try to teach it to you, quote unquote, good hair and shit like that. And listen, man, shout out to the mixed people, right? There's nothing wrong with people that got, curly hair or, less kinky grades of hair, right? It ain't nothing wrong with their hair. But at the same time, though, the fact that you got hair on your scalp, that's good hair. Like your hair is not of a quote unquote better grade or better quality, you know what I'm saying, than anybody else, because it happens to be, a certain type of curl or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I've never liked that term. I never understood why people use that term. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, like, I'm just gonna keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've had long hair all my life. You know what I'm saying? I've had long hair all my life. You know what I'm saying? And I'm lucky because, like, I'm one of them people that has, like, you know, that grade of hair. It's like that grade of hair that's like, it's not quite like what people would consider, quote unquote, the good hair, but it's like between like the good hair and like the not as kinky grade of kinky hair, right? So, you know, it's I don't know what you classify it as, right? But it's that type of shit, right? However, from my experience, and see, the only reason why I'm like this is because I'm used to it. You know what I'm saying? You know, I've been getting my hair braided for a long time, so I'm not tender-headed. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, the people that got the alleged good hair, man, they got a bad scalp, man. They be going through it when they trying to get their hair styled and shit. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they go through it when they just getting the fade. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll be a red line where they got, you know what I'm saying, where they got lined up at the whole time. Even after it grow back, they still got the line from the blade. Like, your skin that doggone sensitive. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times people with that quote unquote particular grade of hair, they can't take getting their hair braided. And it's too sensitive to even develop a tolerance. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why people say that. Like, you know, good hair. Ain't no such thing as good hair. You know what I'm saying? You call that shit good hair, it's gonna be all over the bathtub. You know what I'm saying? After you shampoo. Is it good on the shower floor? You know what I'm saying? Now you gotta go get some Lysol. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying though. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mama Zeke. Mama Zeke said, I was listening in another room working. I came and saw that on the screen. I stopped in my tracks. What a clown show. Facts. Facts. Shout out to Carlton. Yeah, all hair is good hair. I agree. You know what I'm saying? I never understood why people would say that. And, you know, somebody had said conditioning. It is conditioning until you realize that it's going on. And then at the point that you realize it's going on, you're no longer conditioned. Now you're making a choice. It goes from conditioning to compliance versus non-compliance. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Windows a Rug. Be holding that on that good hair and one little tiny ponytail in the middle of their head. Yeah, looking like a cornfield. You know what I'm saying? Looking like a haystack. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, I don't get it, man. Like, I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, people got to get away from that stuff. You know, like, ain't nothing. It's nothing wrong with no type of hair that any of us got. You know what I'm saying? So there's no like quote unquote good hair. You know what I'm saying? Again, you know, somebody, oh, you know, he's sitting up there like going in on mixed people. Like, nah, I'm not going in on mixed people. I'm literally not going in on mixed people. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, literally, like half of my entire family is mixed. You know what I'm saying? And they feel the same way that I do. You know what I'm saying? Because they real. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to them, right? But I mean, I'm just saying, like, you like people gotta at some point get away from a lot of this, like, mental decay and get back to reality. And get back to reality. You know what I'm saying?
Went to WPI too. It is no longer that. And Jim McGovern, I think you know, is the congressman from Worcester, and he's partly responsible for this transformation of what was a working class, quiet city. And then we have this kind of craziness in front of the council.
Well, what I have to remind everyone watching tonight is that the Democrats for years.
Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, Rob, you got any family with red hair? Oh yeah, absolutely, bro. Everything possible I have in my family. Literally everything possible. You know what I'm saying? I got the family member's name red. I got both kind of red in, you know what I'm saying, in my family. You know how you got like the light skin beige, like beige red, and then like you got the brown skin red with the actual like the brown skin people that got the red hair. We got that. You know what I'm saying? I got all that. You know what I'm saying? Cause you know it'd be the yellow people with the red hair, or like the real super light skinned people with the red hair, or like they have like the really brownish kind of hair, and then you got like the brown skin people with the red hair, like the darker, like how they depicted Detroit Red in Malcolm X. I got them too. You know what I'm saying? shout out to Carlton. Carlton said people were blaming light skinned folks for spoiling the slave rebellions. That's hilarious. Did they really? They blame the light skinned people, man. That's funny as hell. You know what I'm saying? Look, man. Listen, I ain't saying nothing, man. That might have been justified in some cases. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it was or wasn't, but you know what I'm saying? I just think that's hilarious. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious, man. That's funny as hell. You said they saw it on X. They was blaming the light skin. What the light skin people say? You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Bro, that's hilarious. What the light skin people say? I want to know what they said. Listen, they'd got mad at me. Bro, the other light-skinned people, bro, they'd have got mad at me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said there was some internal FBA beef. Yo, that's wild. That's so. How do you even have? Let me shut up, man. Yeah, they'd have got mad. Yo, listen, man. Hey, Rob, what you think about the light-skinned people that? What you think about the light-skinned people that was messing up the slave rebellion? It sounded about light. You know what I'm saying? Sound about light. You light skin yourself? Yeah, yeah, bro. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Sounds about light. You know what I'm saying? What part didn't you understand? You know what I'm saying? It's a reason. Look, man, listen, man. I'm gonna tell you, listen, it's a reason why, you know what I'm saying, like people be saying stuff like, oh, you acting real light skinned. Listen, I don't believe that I get down like that, right? I don't perceive myself as getting down like that. And for the most part, like most people that I know, either they gaslighting me or they telling me the truth. But like they'll be like, yeah, you know, you're not in that category. You kind of got a different little vibe about you, right? But there's something to that whole thing. There's something to that whole thing. Certain people be acting a certain particular way, and like certain things be kind of all together that kind of lead to make people have conclusions. I'm just saying. Now, you know, no offense to the other light-skinned people, if it's light-skinned people in the chat, you know what I'm saying? But your boy, you know what I'm saying? Like I qualify, and that's just what I see. I be seeing some stuff, you know what I'm saying? And I'd be like, yo, this weird. But like I said before, though, I never really felt that whole team dynamic. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I never really thought it was anything funny or cool about the, like, oh, you know, hashtag team light skin, hashtag team dark skin. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't never, like, that's interesting because like nobody else sees us like that. But okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, continue to, again, live outside of reality and act as if somebody cares that this person is dark skinned and you're light skinned. Listen, man, I'm gonna tell you something about these other people, man. No one except black people cares about dark skin and light skin. The only time these other people care about us being dark skin and light skin is when they want to try to manipulate somebody, you know what I'm saying, into not liking somebody else, or manipulate somebody into going against somebody that they have a problem with. That's the only time they care. Other than that, they honestly are lying if they even act like they see us as different. I could be standing next to my dark-skinned homie that's as dark as Wesley Snipes, and these ignorant fucks will say that we look exactly the same. They're fucking idiots. You know what I'm saying? So don't buy into that stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't buy into that stupid shit. Right. Shout out to Carlton. Right. Carlton said the WS is like y'all team wealth gap. Bro, facts. Look, Carlton got possessed with that Neely Fuller Jr. spirit right there. Facts. Bro, that's facts. That's the only way they're looking at us. You know what I'm saying? Which it don't matter how they're looking at us, but what's important is to understand, like, just understand the landscape. You know, you know what I'm saying? just that's what people need to get. You know, and then they're trying to gaslight you, like, oh yeah, you know, like, yeah, nah, man, listen, man, I ain't trying to hear it, man. I know what time it is. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. One thing I'm definitely not about to do. Listen, man, the only person that's going to tell me anything about me is a damn doctor. And even the doctor ain't about to tell me anything about me. The doctor going to tell me some shit about me based on what I tell him about me. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, you know what I'm saying, be trusting people to have some type of, like, better insight about how they're constructed than they do. Don't do that. Please don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Bronze, you got me dead. Not Team Wealth Gap. I know, right? Not Team Wealth Gap. Give me a W. W, give me a E. E, give me a A. A, give me a L. L, give me a T. T, give me a H. H, give me a gap. Gap. T, Wealth Gap. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's hilarious, man. The marching band come all outside, you know what I'm saying? It's like drumline, you know what I'm saying? Team Wealth Gap is crazy, man. That's crazy. Carlton crazy, man.
Claimed that Republicans were pushing the envelope on protests after January 6th, Charlottesville, that's all they ever said. And it was, oh, they're the violent ones. They're the threatening people. Well, who's threatening now? Yeah. Using pig noises to a Jewish American who has the right to vote any way he wants on an issue like this? That's not threatening.
Any other group that had come in front of the council and behaved the way that they did, with threats of violence too, Laura, in some of the sound bites you'll see.
This shite.
They would have been tossed out. Let's say Jim Polito showed up and said, I want to make this a sanctuary city for white males who are practicing Catholics, conservative, and drive Harleys.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but this at one point in history was a sanctuary country for those exact kind of individuals. You history denying fuck. Now, here goes my question, right? What kind of problem do people have with looking up, looking into somebody's eyes and saying that shit right to that motherfucker the exact same way that I just did? Literally, it's been that up until 1960. Fuck boy. Where the fuck you been at? So again, you know, it's even arguable that the whole monolith ideology, right? The whole monolithism. I mean, it could be arguable that the monolithism, you know what I'm saying? You know, it could be a subculture that's part of a larger culture. I mean, could you imagine if this was done for white people? I mean, it was. It was. What the fuck do you call whites only anything? right? Like, let's go back to the 1960s and look at the pictures of all the whites only everything. The fuck is this dude talking about? You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine? We don't have to imagine, motherfucker. The shit actually existed. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, we don't need to imagine. We can ask our parents and our grandparents about it. Now, you know, again, it's easy to just chop these arguments down right at the knees, right? Just hatchet, right? You know what I'm saying? Through the tibia, figuratively. YouTube manual reviewer, right? Why is it so difficult for people to navigate around this and deal with this? I'm going to tell you something. It's not. It's not. People like Mark LaMoist Schill and Michael Eric Dyson are paid stooges. Al Sharpton, these people are paid to look like political three stooges, to fumble anytime they confront anybody about an issue as part of a long-standing campaign to delegitimize anything that we have going on and to desensitize the entire world to any type of problem that we have. And much respect, you know what I'm saying, to the older generation, and much respect to the people of the past. But, you know, you guys can speak for yourself. I didn't vote for that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'd be thrown out. We wouldn't even be entertained. We would be thrown out.
I think we have more sound. Let's play one more soundbite. I don't know if we have the one.
You wouldn't be thrown out. And as a matter of fact, they literally had a city council meeting. As a matter of fact, the very first person who talked about the migrant situation in Springfield, Ohio, if I'm not mistaken, he was a neo-Nazi. He was the person that first brought the migrant situation to anybody's attention in Springfield, Ohio, was a, like, you know what I'm saying, a neo-Nazi, right? Now, you know, white Republicans have a very interesting dynamic of running cover for white nationalists by saying white, you know, this white Christian. Oh, could you imagine? Nobody has a problem with white Christians. It's a lot of cool white Christians. Nobody equates the idea of a white Christian with a white nationalist. No one does that. The only people that do that is them, and they do that to run cover for the white nationalists that they actually support. So they need to cut the games with that shit. Like those overly nice white Christians, like, you know, y'all know who I'm talking about, like the people that's real cool and, you know, vacation Bible school type of stuff, like not the racist ones, but like the cool people. No one equates them with white supremacists or white nationalists. Nobody looks at them like that. So, you know, if one of those people were like, yeah, you know, I want a Christian XYZ, no one looks at it like that. No one's going to be outraged by that. And 9 times out of 10, the reason why no one's going to be outraged by that is because those are those type of people that are annoyingly nice. They're not going to be the ones putting swastikas all over shit. The people that people are talking about are the ones that are putting swastikas all over shit and then sitting there saying that, oh, you know, there's nothing wrong with being white. I'm just a white Christian. I've never known a swastika as a white Christian symbol, but sure, whatever. So you got to pay attention to how these people try to play these games. And, you know, they could gaslight and act like, you know, the games don't exist, but we got all the receipts and we can run the receipts down the line. Any day of the week. Anytime any of these people gaslight like this and they deny history, it's because they're outraged. Literally, no one should ever use what if and white segregation as a what if scenario. You're using a false what if scenario. That was a when it was like this scenario. And when it was like that, nobody ran anybody out of anywhere. As a matter of fact, when it was like that, it was black people getting ran out of places. It was actually the people who created what he suggested would get people ran out of everywhere that was actually running the black people out of everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, nowadays, you know, a lot of this out of control stuff, I blame simp culture. You know what I'm saying? Now, look, shout out to Katsy, right? Katsy says neo-Nazis are WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Now, I would disagree with that, right? I would disagree with that. I would say that neo-Nazis are people that agree with the ideas of National Socialism as it pertains to the way that it was practiced during World War II. I would actually say that white Anglo-Saxon Protestants are a West European culture that do not necessarily have ties to, you know, hate. You know what I'm saying? I would say that those two things are I wouldn't say that they're the same thing. You know what I'm saying? I would just say that I would just say that white Anglo-Saxon Protestants are a group of people. Now, mind you, you know, they're a group of people that, you know what I'm saying, they you know, they got a track record, but that's not every single one. You know what I'm saying? Like it's still like a regional thing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Bronze the God. Bronze the God said, nice, carefully placed wording there, bro. You know, you got to, because if you simply mention some shit, you're just as bad as the guy who started the war. Even though you didn't start a war, you deserve to be de-billionaire. They deserve to take your video off of Amazon, all that shit, right? They didn't, you know what I'm saying? They didn't even take his video off of Amazon. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can still buy certain books, right? There's a book that the guy who started World War II has, that's a documentary that's still on the shelves, that them folks have not taken off the shelf, but from Hebrews to Negroes needs to be taken off the shelves. Shit's weird. It's not really weird. It's very understandable, but people don't want to understand it. You know what I'm saying? But when you put it that way, how do you not understand it? Right? The book that begins with the letter M and the letter K is still purchasable all over the place. But them folks are triggered by Ronald Dalton. As if Ronald Dalton, you know, built the Autobahn or something. Right? Very weird. Very weird. And the weirdness should be tact. Right? Hey, what the fuck's up with how weird you are, motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? You're fucking weirdo. This shit don't make no sense. But people don't do that. And this is what I'm saying. When people gonna start being aggressive?
And that you're describing, which I wish, yeah, but we do. Let's just play a little bit more from this.
I'm shaking right now. I don't want to be here. I'm sorry. Am I taking too long pleading for my life?
Please wrap up.
So why did you show up then? I don't want to be here. He had the little kid accent too. Like, I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? Like, over here. I don't want to be over here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why are you talking like a little kid? You know what I'm saying? Doing all that extra ass shit.
Play a little bit more from this.
I'm shaking right now. I don't want to be here. I'm sorry. Am I taking too long pleading for my life?
Please wrap up.
You know, there's.
I mean,
Laura, there's the other one with the
fake
purple
victim
hair.
mentality.
Yeah.
It's so phony.
It is. The one with the purple hair said, if we don't feel safe here, you're not going to feel safe here. How is that tolerance? How are these the people who don't want hate? And can I just add one more thing, Laura, that's the cherry on top of this? Why do we need a sanctuary city in a state where the governor is a member of the LGBTQ community?
I think it's
the
pretty
governor
much a
herself.
sanctuary for the fringe. And that's apparently what the great state of Massachusetts wants. And time to take back New England, Jim. I've been saying that for a long time. I'm from Connecticut. My whole family is from Boston. Got to take it back. It's absurd what's happening. I shouldn't have to write those states off every presidential election. Jim, thank you very much.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought I was unpaused.
And coming up, you got
I thought I was unpaused. My bad. Yeah, so you know, I don't understand. Again, what do you guys think about this? I don't understand all of this insanity. Now, you know, what do you guys think about this situation with Pam Bondi and these people getting sued? And I got another. How many people have heard of this woman named Crystal Aguilar? Shout out to Kirk. Kirk says Wasp is a uniquely side. Shout out to TD Media. TD said 7 hours and 57 minutes. Rob is going in, bro. We got a lot. We got a lot. Now y'all might not get no stream tonight though. You know what I'm saying? Because your boy got stuff to do. You know what I'm saying? But again, we got to find out what's up with the Pam Bondi shit. Now listen, I'm trying to tell y'all, and y'all don't believe me, but or either you do, right? The simp shit is gonna come out with the Pam Bondi shit versus Letitia James. You know what I'm saying? Make no mistake, the simp shit is gonna come out. It's gonna get spent. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna get spent. Now we're gonna watch these weirdos again. We're gonna watch these weirdos again because these weirdos, you know what I'm saying, are entertaining. Right. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. All right. This is how you know. This is how you can always tell when the stream is actually getting good, because that's when the computers start messing up. You know what I'm saying? It knows.
The Democrat machine's been smashed to pieces, and they don't have a mechanic with the tools to fix it. Nobody watches liberal media. Lawfare's dead. All the hoaxes have been debunked. Cancel culture's canceled, and the left can't censor you.
We are all willing to work with anyone who's serious about doing the work of censoring the American people and advancing progress.
Democrats lost their weapons. Their protests are lame. The only one getting giddy is Maddow.
At a Tesla dealership showroom thing in Manhattan. Sort of a big crowd turned out there with very good signage. This is a pretty good one. Bad Doge. I've been wondering if we should call, I mean, why do we say Doge, right? Like, why are we playing along with the joke and their framing of it? Like, there's just as much of a case that we should be calling it D.O.G.E.
What y'all think, man? They need to get rid of Rachel Maddow. They need to get rid of her. Shout out to Crew. Crew says these folks, bro, they nuts. This one, shout out to TD. TD said, you know what I'm saying? You've been live for 7 hours and 59 minutes. Bro, it's not enough. There's not enough time in the day to properly address any of this nonsense. It's not enough time in the day to go over it the right way. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, just deal with any of this shit. Like, it's just, there's just not. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's ridiculous.
Schumer told us Democrats were getting aroused, but it turns out people are pissed. The top brass at the party's mad at liberal groups that keep calling congressional offices, telling them to fight harder. One Democrat answered the phone and said, just call the Republicans, please. Democrats have given up until the midterms, but Morning Joe isn't buying it.
I'm a bit frustrated when I hear about how helpless Democrats are because they're in the minority in the Senate, because they're in the minority in the House.
The Democrats look like they having an Al-Anon support meeting. They look so depressed and beat up. They all, you know, just old and worn down and just drabby. Y'all notice that? If you guys notice that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. Now, again, you know, it always goes back to the question, right? Like we always got to bring it back to the question. What do people see in them to support them? Like, again, like I can't make sense of it. I've never been able to make sense of it. I went through a long time in my life where, you know, people questioned me and had an issue with me because I had an issue with the Democrats. Now it's my turn. It's my turn now. It's my time now. And we're not going to sit here and act like everybody was on the same page as me. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to do that.
I keep hearing about how the poor Democrats are so helpless. They can't do anything. No, they're elected, and they're elected to do just this. I mean, the minority in the United States Senate always has power.
The only thing Schumer could cook up to fight Trump was a deep state snitch line where people were supposed to rat on Republicans, but it backfired. Chuck's been flooded with reports of insider trading, relationships with Chinese spies, and complaints about Fauci. Oops. No one's listening to Democrat leaders, so they're calling in their kids for backup. Tim Walz's daughter's on the front lines.
Signing an executive order that pertains to 1% of the population is not protecting women, and it's loser behavior. I have never felt unsafe around a trans person. I have felt unsafe around men. So maybe let's deal with that.
Man, using your daughter to advocate for female replacement is crazy work. Using your daughter to advocate for female replacement, bro? That's crazy work right there. This is Tim Walz's daughter?
Signing an executive order that pertains to 1% of the population is not protecting women, and it's loser behavior. I have never felt unsafe around a trans person. I have felt unsafe around men. So maybe let's deal with that.
Let's deal with it starting with your dad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, okay. This is one of the reasons. Listen, you know what? Never mind. We'll talk about that later. But this is what society encourages. If you feel unsafe around men, don't call a fireman. Don't call a policeman. Don't call any fucking man for anything since you feel so unsafe. You know what I'm saying? Call your man, and that's it. Right? If y'all agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is what creates I choose the bear. No one's surprised that you choose the bear. Look at who people decide to create children with. They pick the human version of the bear to make babies with. So, of course, you're going to choose a fucking bear. You know what I'm saying? Like this goes without saying that, like, that's not a surprise. I remember when that thing came out on TikTok and everybody, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like the women chose the bear. You haven't been watching, you know what I'm saying? Like the people that get the, you know what I'm saying? The people that get the women all the time, like they've been choosing the bear. So my thing is, you know, hey man, shout out to the fellas, man. This is one of the reasons why, you know, the simps out there that got a problem, you know what I'm saying, with, you know, men going their own way and all that stuff. What direction you supposed to go when, you know what I'm saying, females are encouraged and empowered by other men to sit there and tell you you're a danger to society and shit? Like I said, don't call a fireman, don't call a policeman. You know what I'm saying? When you're having a bad day, don't say, oh man. Don't say none of that shit. Don't say amen after the end of a prayer. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all the way off eternally and see how that shit works. You know what I mean? And again, right? This is Tim Walz's daughter. So this is Tim Walz, a simp, creating and empowering this bullshit rhetoric. The biggest secret about feminism is the male pillars behind it. You know what I'm saying? But people don't want to talk about that. And even dudes don't want to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? But that's what it is, though. That's that simp shit. Just the same simp shit. You're going to see that simp shit happen when this Pam Bondi shit start popping off. That shit peaked its head. I'm telling you, that simp shit peaked its head out with Marjorie Taylor Greene and what's the old girl's name? Jasmine Crockett. But that shit really is really gonna come out with the Pam Bondi and the Letitia James shit. And it's gonna be all these different type of excuses of, you know, all this other shit other than what's actually going on. Just watch. Just watch.
You feel unsafe around men. That's why Trump's keeping them out of your locker room. He's going to protect you, whether you like it or not. But there's a small, feisty group of people that want to change that. Worcester, Massachusetts, held a vote on whether it should become a transgender sanctuary city.
Normally, I would say good evening, but through the chair, I will only impart my sour grapes. My name in drag is Dee Delight. And my name out of drag is D.O.G.E. Cosgrove Atienza.
This looked like the Come a Chameleon video, the Boy George shit. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be like, man, people are really out here in public looking like this. Like, this is like the beginning of Total Recall or some shit. Escape from LA. I remember when back in the day, like, people just used to be, did you see that part? What movie was that? Did you see the part on Total Recall where that motherfucker had 3 titties? 2025. Did you see the part in real life where the motherfucker had 3 titties? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I have never felt unsafe around a trans person. I have felt unsafe around men. So maybe let's deal with that.
You feel unsafe around men. That's why Trump's keeping them out of your locker room. He's going to protect you, whether you like it or not. But there's a small, feisty group of people that want to change that. Worcester, Massachusetts, held a vote on whether it should become a transgender sanctuary city.
Normally, I would say good evening, but through the chair, I will only impart my sour grapes. My name in drag is Dee Delight. And my name out of drag is D.O.G.E. Cosgrove Atienza.
My name is Pastor Julie Payne Britton. I use the pronouns she and her, and I am disabled cisgender lesbian.
I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT. I speak as someone who is always misgendered, like all the time. People refer to me as sir when I prefer to be referred to as ma'am.
I'm not. See this shit right here? I'm sorry. I'm not going. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? Like, go ahead and lock me up right now. Where the handcuffs at? Like, so what determines if it gets acknowledged which delusion you get to live in? Like, this is my delusion. My delusion is that what I'm telling you is totally inconsistent with reality. Who determines which reality inconsistency gets validated? Like, I don't understand that. Carlton crazy. Mental illness on fleek. Right. Right. Mental illness on fleek. You know what I'm saying?
Her, and I am disabled cisgender lesbian.
I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT. I speak as someone who is always misgendered, like all the time. People refer to me as sir when I prefer to be referred to as ma'am.
That's the new face of the resistance. The golden age put him in a dark place.
I'm shaking right now. I don't want to be here.
Please.
I'm sorry. Am I taking too long pleading for my life?
I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't. And if you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am. You better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
I do not want to be here. It's my day off. I don't want to spend an hour
Applying glitter on my face so that you will hear and see me.
Can you look at me and tell me how many of my friends need to die before you do anything?
Please wrap
Look
up.
at me.
Okay, we're all done here.
Pathetic.
We're all done.
Shout out to Carlton, man. Carlton said, this is what black people support at Lysol ratios. We want this. Bro, this is facts. Facts. I told y'all it's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy. Shout out. Shout out to my man Guillory, bro. I appreciate you big time, man. Shout out to John. John says, bro, I got 2 girls. Believe me, I will protect them by any means necessary. This mess is wild. Only losers protect females. Get the hell out of here, bro. Listen, facts. Facts. Shout out to you, bro. Make sure you guys show John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man John Guillory for funding the organization and for buying y'all lunch. And this we all need it after this because this is a lot.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
We're eating the dog in spring. We're eating the push me ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Eat the cat. Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. Eat the cat. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you take my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Push me ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Eat the cat. Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. Eat the cat. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Drop that cat.
Man, y'all got me dying laughing in the comments, man. Shout out to John. John said, all this video showed me is that Thanos and Ultron are correct. Bro, facts. Facts. If y'all agree with John, throw some flames in the chat. Shout out to you, bro. Make sure y'all show John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. Man, this is crazy. Like, bro, this is just so wild. This is so wild. Come on. Look at that. You see, get all violent. I gotta go. You know what I'm saying? shout out to KO Kid Fit, man. KO Kid Fit be doing the impressions the best. I gotta go. Say that quote unquote we're part of the they, right? So there's no difference between the this here and that insanity that we just watched. You saw that, right? Now, you know, Jesse didn't say that was a different group of people. Right? So this is what white people are saying. Now they, right? Now, you know, this looks like a different they. Nah. You know what I'm saying? Not to Jesse. It's not a different they. Now they. Huh? Now they are calling for reparations because it should just happened yesterday. Yesterday, somebody just woke up and said, you know, let's get some reparations. because that's what happened. The same way I can only imagine if there was an all white, you know, I mean, I just can't imagine. Could you imagine what would happen if there was an all white sanctuary city? Yeah. You know, have you ever heard of 1776, motherfucker? Now, just yesterday, it's never been before. This is a brand new thing. Everybody gather around. Now they're there, right? The people that was at this meeting, you know what I'm saying? They've, you know what I'm saying? They've, because they do so many transformations, they've transformed, and now they, right, are quote unquote calling, right, for reparations.
Sue and sing. Worcester saw all that and sided with the drag squad. It's now a trans sanctuary city. But that's not going to stop Trump from penetrating the city lines. If illegals can't hide from Homan in Chicago, men can't sneak into girls' bathrooms in Massachusetts. This is a desperate play. We're less than a month into Trump's presidency, and they're making new sanctuary cities and calling for reparations.
So I want you guys to, you know, again, oh, you know what? It doesn't matter what you meant. This is what you said. And what you said is on record.
Our government, no matter who is in power, has an obligation to right these wrongs, to provide reparations for descendants of enslaved Africans, to eliminate the racial wealth gap.
Reparations for descendants of enslaved Africans. Now, you know, what's interesting about Jesse, you know what I'm saying, is that he's so full of shit, you know, from high carbohydrate pasta, that if he just wasn't such an ignorant fuck and actually got out of the house and talked to people instead of sitting around with his relatives calling them jigaboos, then he would probably know that most people don't really feel the way that that's phrased anyway. So you probably wouldn't get a lot of argument from people having an issue with it. But these people have the need to think they run and own everything, because they do and have for so long, that they can just say anything and it flies. Now, here's the problem, right? Again, like I said, there's a trickle down with this thing, right? They do it, and it looks different when they do it because they run and own everything. It looks different when we do it because we don't run and own anything. But the same thing is being done. I'm just going to say anything. And instead of getting dealt with about saying anything, the system of fake credentialing is going to credential this as, yes, this is a legitimate gripe. Okay, now what? Right?
Uplift the Black community.
Uplift the Black community. Let me listen. Listen. Let me. It's not. Listen. For one, let's start here, right? No one has an obligation to uplift the Black community except for the quote unquote Black community. Going around just, we need upliftment. No one cares. No one gives a fuck. And they shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? That's our job and our obligation. Right? This is hard on sleeve bullshit. If you listen to these people would tell you that they did uplift the Black community with slavery. And you got some goofballs that actually agree with them. You know what I'm saying? We did uplift the Black community with colonization and slavery. They'll say that. You know what I'm saying?
And they're making new sanctuary cities and calling for reparations.
Our government, no matter who is in power, has an obligation to right these wrongs, to provide reparations for descendants of enslaved Africans, to eliminate the racial wealth gap, to uplift the Black community. White supremacy is rampant in this country. Just look at the current administration.
Black excellence scares Donald Trump. It scares Stephen Miller, and it scares Elon Musk.
Where's the men at? Simp culture.
Because you know what? Deep down, they recognize their own mediocrity.
Well, Democrats.
Thoughts? Yeah, shout out to John. Top tier simp culture. Facts. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to John Guillory. It's a debt owed. Run me my money. Where were you all when Biden was in office? It's interesting. When Trump is in office, give me my money, right? But when Biden was in office, these very same buffoons had every excuse of why it couldn't be done. But now the same, you know what I'm saying, White House, the same United States government supposed to do it now that Trump is in office. This ain't Trump's thing. This ain't Trump's thing. Trump don't service people that advocate for and want reparations. That ain't his thing. That didn't win Trump the presidency. Wrong president. Where was all that sassiness for Joe Biden? That's the right president. That's the one that people who want reparations voted for. Why are you demanding some shit from somebody that didn't say that he was going to do some shit for you? Matter of fact, if we're going to go down that route, being that Joe Biden is a Democrat, the Democrats owe a debt for the votes that they've been getting for 60 years and ain't done shit. Trump don't owe shit. Trump didn't ask you for shit. You know what I'm saying? Trump didn't promise you shit. He said, give it a shot. You know what I'm saying? Yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, black people come fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do this little Abraham Lincoln, you know, whatever, right? Trump didn't say shit. You know what I'm saying? Biden did. Shout out to TD Media Group. It's all archives on TD's channel. Go watch it. Why are you getting sassy to the guy that didn't say he was going to do shit for you, but making every excuse for the guy that claims that he is going to do for you of why he can't do anything? Make it make sense. Here's one way to make it make sense.
Just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. The Reaper keep it 1,000.
I kept asking, where the men at?
Democrats are complaining Trump's working around the clock. He held a press conference at 10 o'clock at night to welcome home Mark Fogel, an American hostage he promised to free during the campaign. Fogel was arrested by Russia in 2021 and then detained for 3 years. Biden couldn't get him out, but Trump brought him home in less than a month. Fogel sung Trump's praises while holding a can of beer from his home state of PA.
I feel like the luckiest man on earth right now. And I want you to know that I am not a hero in this at all. And President Trump is the hero.
A second American prisoner was just released from Belarus earlier today.
So again, here's my question. What are people planning on doing about this? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD. TD said, we ain't doing this. It's topic. Did you cover JD Vance's speech at Paris AI Summit? No, I didn't know he had a speech at Paris AI Summit. I'm gonna have to check it out. So again, and again, to me, like, that stuff should get roasted out of the room. Why is that permitted? we're gonna be little, ankle biting dogs, and we're gonna be ankle biting dogs. Ruff, 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 those are reparations. Ruff, ruff, ruff. You know what I'm saying, to Trump. Reparations didn't put Trump in office. Trump never made any type of commitment about reparations. You know what I'm saying? He did that, you know what I'm saying, like condescending type, I don't want to roast you, you know what I'm saying? So like, I'm going to say like, I acknowledge this shit, now shut the fuck up about it type thing. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said, what do you think about reparations? I don't think it's going to happen, but I think it's interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like basically like, yeah, shut the fuck up. Right? I mean, that's what Trump, that's Trump on reparations, right? Reparations didn't win Trump the presidency. It's arguable that reparations contributed to Joe Biden's presidency. Where was the ankle biters? The ankle biters were biting people like Ice Cube's ankles, saying, stop asking for stuff. But now we're supposed to be asking for stuff from the person that said that didn't give a commit. Trump made commitments to who he's going to give stuff to. You know what I'm saying? I don't like, what don't people get about this? Shout out to TD. Oh, he was the keynote speaker. Oh, okay. That's what's good. What is it that people don't, I'm truly trying to figure out what is it that people don't get about this? People on the political short bus out here, man. Yeah. Shout out to John Guillory, like the crypto community. And he's giving the, the immigration handouts to the couch conservatives, right? And the people that didn't pay shit. Here go a little photo op. I just got these 10 Tren de Aragua members to the people who didn't pay shit, right? Now we sitting here still waiting for our crypto Bitcoin reserve. But to the couch conservatives who sit there and talk shit about him and act like they don't like him, but are cheering with pom-poms on every time that ICE bus come through town and raid somebody, they getting shit and didn't even vote for him. Now, at some point, some of this shit is got to start making sense. Where was those ankle biters at for Biden? The guy who actually got in, quote unquote, on reparations. How do you make a demand to somebody that never say that they would even entertain the idea? How? And this is what I'm saying. I want everybody to understand this. Understand. You see where I'm coming from? You see what I'm saying? This is where the quote unquote alleged thought leadership, political leadership, media leadership, and every damn thing else has led people to an intellectual slip knot. And people got to make a choice. You know what I'm saying? People have got to make a choice. We could just do this over and over and over and over. And you know what I'm saying? It'd be like that scene on The Matrix where, the architect was there and it was all those TVs and Neo was like, well, what's this? Well, we've been prepared for you, Neo. You know what I'm saying? We've ran this scenario, you know what I'm saying, X, Y, Z million times. And this is where it ends at right here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know what to say or what to do. At this point, the roadmap is laid out. The map can be there, but it has to be someone or people that say, I'm going to take this path. I'm going to take this course. As long as the roadmap is there, the path and the course, they ain't going to take themselves. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to take themselves.
Trump's motor won't stop running. Even his own family's impressed.
Grandpa hardly sleeps.
Yeah, he's a whole different animal. Like, I mean, during the end of the campaign, when I watched a 78-year-old man do 2 all-nighters in a row, and then like I'm dying. You know, we're on the plane coming back, and he puts on music, and he's doing like Trump DJ night. I'm like, I just want to go to bed. The guy, after 2 all-nighters, goes right on like national television, like morning shows, like where it matters.
It's crazy for like what he does and his age. I think it's crazy.
Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders is a former White House press secretary. How are you, Governor?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on tonight.
Do you have any trans sanctuary cities in Arkansas?
We most certainly don't. And all that I see when I'm watching these desperate political stunts is a reminder of how thankful I am that Donald Trump is in the White House. Honestly, it is sad and laughable.
Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. So please share the stream to your social media.
What is taking place and just shows how out of touch the woke left really is. After losing so badly in November.
The woke left, the woke mob runs concurrent with the broke mob. The woke mob runs concurrent with the broke mob. Now, again, I keep asking these questions. What do people plan on doing with it? It's easy. People have set up an easy scenario with Trump in office. You set up an easy scenario. We demand reparations. You see, he won't give us reparations. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's a setup. Do y'all understand? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? That's a setup. You know what I'm saying? That's not how that works. The test is on the people who got in on that. That's not Trump's burden to bear. And this is what I'm saying about people not understanding how to do politics right. Just going, Trump won't pay us reparations. Of course he won't. He never made a commitment to that. That's never was part of anything to help him get in office. Y'all know who it was that has been getting in on that false pretense forever? Right? So, you know, I'm going to go, where my reparations at, Trump? Sound crazy. You had 4 years for that. You had 4 years for that because that's the person that got in on the false pretense. Coming at Trump with a reparations request or a reparations argument, I mean, I don't know. That's a Hail Mary, man. It doesn't even make sense. First and foremost, there would have to be some type of campaign. Then there would have to be some type of acknowledgement, and then there would have to be at least some type of agreement or some type of understanding. None of that stuff is in place. You just have people blaring stuff out, blurting stuff out. I'm just blurt this out. No, this is how it's going to be because, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I have so many people that listen to me on YouTube. That doesn't translate into the real world, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, John Guillory. John killing it today. I appreciate you, bro. John said, question, if you failed calculus 4 times in college, should we listen to you if we need help in college? So why are people listening to these old fools who have been in politics for 50 plus years and failed? Bro, that is a beautiful analogy. Beautiful analogy. And that's what I'm saying also. It was what I was talking about earlier with the credentialing, right? It should be credentialed that you have produced incompetent results. Your blocks are these blocks of incompetence. Okay, so those are your credentials. Your credentials are you're not competent at what it is that you're trying to do. Now we need to move on and try to find somebody who is competent, right? But that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate you. Make sure you guys show John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for John for funding the organization. And he bought y'all lunch again.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. They're eating the dog, they're eating the cat. It's a shame, it's a pity. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and they where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they the cat got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat that.
Drop that cat.
Hey, AV Promotions, he must be back. Shout out to AV. He must be back somewhere, like further back in the stream, but I'm dead. He said, I don't care if you sound like Vin Rames and have a beard. I'm calling you sir. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is there debate about it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Make it make sense.
You would think that they might try to change tactics, change courses, but they don't. While they're having these ridiculous displays, Donald Trump is literally freeing hostages and welcoming them into the White House. What a contrast, what a difference of what real leadership looks like. And I'm thankful that we have Donald Trump back there fighting for all of us.
Yeah, freeing hostages is not a Republican or Democrat issue. Neither is cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Why do you think, Governor, the Democrats are moving radical left? They just got whacked in November. And now we're hearing about reparations, trans sanctuary cities, and God knows what else.
Now, I want you to understand again, right? Number one on the list, radical left, quote unquote, reparations. Right? That's the first quote, that's radical left.
I'm honestly almost at a loss for words. It's truly baffling to see that they don't understand where the American public is. Donald Trump won an overwhelming victory because people wanted something different. They wanted somebody who would actually secure our borders instead of opening them up.
Not only did they win because people, quote unquote, want something different, they won because the Democrat messaging, simp culture, and anything that any of us have been trying to do for the last 60 years has been upside down, backwards, ineffective, and, failed. And people are honestly just like, everybody is tired of hearing the stupid ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm part of the people, right, who needs to deal with some of these issues, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a descendant of slaves. You know what I'm saying? I need to deal with the American massacre, right? But I'm tired of hearing it the way that these idiots, it doesn't work because it's backwards. It doesn't work because it's technologically unevolved. It's not popular. It's a bunch of old ass talking points. People never left out of the 1960s. We got, you know what I'm saying, Disney, Pixar, and people still doing Dolomite and Superfly. This shit is dumb. Everybody didn't just get out of jail after a 60-year sentence yesterday, but everybody's still like doing the same shit as if they did. The way that the politics is going is people walking up to you with a jerry curl talking about, yeah, this shit is it right here. Like, no, that shit is cool for a picture when you reminiscing. That shit's not it to come walking up with some activator dripping the fuck out of your head telling me I got, you know what I'm saying, my shit is right. Like, nah, bruh, it's 2025. When are people going to acknowledge that? people live in these past pipe dreams and shit. You know what I'm saying? Again, the great Neely Fuller Jr. Again, it almost sickens me to see so many people just, the great Neely Fuller Jr. And you know what I'm saying? Like, the people that be saying the great Neely Fuller Jr., they never really be quoting him all like that. Neely Fuller Jr. talked about people getting high on past greatness. That's a poison. You only should get high on past greatness if you're riding on present greatness. That shit is a luxury. You know what I'm saying? But 2025.
Why they wanted somebody who would be respected across the globe. They wanted somebody who would bring our people back home, bring law and order to our country, and get rid of the absolute waste. America's $36 trillion in debt. We should be looking at all of the waste and the fraud. The president is spot on to go after all of these.
And that's the debt that these earthworms admit to. Shout out to Jesse, bro. Facts. Ain't nothing wrong with it, bro. Me personally, and shout out to you for quoting him. A lot of people don't. And especially they don't quote the ugly stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because Neely Fuller, like I said, he don't get his dues for being a roast master. Because he used to be lighting the flames to people. And you know what I'm saying? Them the parts that people don't really be talking about. You know what I'm saying? But the national debt is a discounted debt. Don't nobody ever talk about that. That national debt is modern national debt. Well, this is the debt we acknowledge. This is the debt we acknowledge. We'll say what debts we accept versus which ones we don't. I'm gonna try this stupid ass shit these motherfuckers do with my bills. I don't acknowledge this bill this month. This was in the past. Fuck this shit. I pay this, and that. I'm paying the electric. I'm paying the, you know what I'm saying, the internet, and I'm gonna pay, my phone bill. You know what I'm saying? My Netflix. Hey, listen, man. Hey, that was in the past. And all I know is that shit better stay the fuck on. That's all I know. You know what I'm saying? Don't be a victim and get upset that I didn't pay it. Shit better just stay on. You know what I'm saying? These are the debts that we'll acknowledge. Well, well, that means that they do acknowledge some debts, right? Which even further solidifies that you're not even seen as of any worth. And again, it's wild how people cohabitate in this country with these people, knowing that. I constantly ask the question, how does it work? You know what I'm saying?
These insane programs, get rid of them, and make sure we're actually using taxpayer money wisely. He has not stopped since the day he stepped into office, and I don't think he's going to over the next 4 years. I think that the Democrats are terrified at what all he's going to find. Maybe they're using this as a distraction. It's really the only thing I can think of that makes sense why they're continuing down this road.
Yeah, they definitely are acting guilty, like they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Real quick, because we got to go. What is the one thing you notice differently about Donald Trump in the second term?
I think this is a person who now has been there and has experience. He is moving at a rapid lightning speed at which Joe Biden didn't do in all 4 years of office what President Trump has already been able to accomplish just in the first few weeks. I think this is a person who is motivated and has a very clear priority list, and he's going to get it all done and get it done quickly.
All right, checking a lot of boxes.
Yeah, and honestly, that last part that she said, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think that's very clear. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I told you guys this was gonna be a marathon stream, man. I hope y'all enjoyed it, man. Shout out to the replay gang. You know what I'm saying? Like, hopefully y'all able to watch the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? If y'all not, you know, it is what it is. Y'all missing out, right? I might do a stream late night, late. We'll see. Maybe not. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I think that this was good. I think that, you know, this actually left or, you know, leaves, right, people with a lot of things to look at and think about. You know what I'm saying? Because there's always a lot to look at and there's always a lot to think about. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the stream sponsors, man. Y'all killed it today, man. Make sure y'all show the stream sponsors some love, man. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Shout out to my man John Guillory. My man John Guillory was killing it. We got to let me do this right now. We got to load up the agains for my man John Guillory because they coming. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man DSB. Always appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my man Patrick. Man, make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Yo, and I appreciate Patrick. And this is what I'm saying. If anybody ever comes to my channel and can say, like, oh, you know, it's an echo chamber over there because, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, everybody got to agree with the content creator or else you're going to get blocked. Man, Patrick don't be agreeing with me half the time at all. Neither do, I think the name is Intuitively Wise. Them two don't never agree with me, right? But Patrick is my man. Intuitively Wise is my man. And y'all contribute to making a great show. And you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all, you know, put out perspectives, you know, that need to actually be peeled back and looked at. And it is nothing wrong with that. And honestly, if you ask me, I think that one of the biggest problems that we see and that we have is that it is always someone or always some type of mechanism keeping people from having the freedom of actually being able to extend their wings and do that. And I don't ever want to be that. You know what I'm saying? If somebody fully disagrees with me, I want you to have the full freedom to disagree with me and understand that, for one, you're still welcome here, right? You will not get attacked. You know what I'm saying? And that you still just as much a part of the crew. That's necessary for growth. And honestly, if you ask me, the lack of that is one of the reasons why I believe that many things have been so stagnant. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Patrick, man. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Shout out to my man John Guillory. We got to hit John on the again side. Again! Shout out to Catsy. Definitely appreciate you, Catsy. Shout out to my man John again. Again! And shout out to my man John again. Again! Man, y'all killed it this stream. If it wasn't for y'all this stream, I'd be like this dude right here.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
And as always, ladies and gentlemen,